in biology, I suppose it would have to be the double helix, the Watson and Crick discovery of the structure of DNA, which was far more than just the discovery, the crystallographic work, discovering the structure of a big molecule. Because what that led up to was a major revolution in which much of biology became a sort of branch of information technology. The consequence of the Watson-Crick discovery, with all that it led on to, the DNA code and the sort of various genome projects that are going on now, is that genes, which from my point of view are absolutely central to biology, genes are information. They are coded information. It even looks like computer information. I mean, a chromosome is a great long computer tape. It's linear, it runs one-dimensional, digital code. It's not binary, it's quaternary, but apart from that, it's just the same as computer tape. It's read in sequence. It's copied and pasted from one part of the organism to another in just the same way as a computer programmer would copy and paste. So biology has turned into computer science, and the sort of mystification of biology, which was still possible when people could talk about a life force, a vital fluid, things like that, essentially skyhook explanations, that's completely out. You can never hear anybody talking nonsense like that anymore. And it's all, I won't say it's all due to Watson and Crick, but it was Watson and Crick that really finally torpedoed that kind of thinking in biology. So I suppose as a biologist, I mean, I have to set the great physical discoveries on one side, important as they are, because they're not my field. In my own field, I think I'd have to say Watson and Crick 1953 is the greatest breakthrough in 20th century science.
But it is not a code, it's a chemical. It's deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an acid. I don't understand why you think it's a code. DNA is no more of a code than Diet Coke and regular Coke.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a impromptu late night logical, plausible, probable. You know, today I was busy. I listened to a bunch of debates on MDD, some after shows, some different streams, watched a couple presentations and from evolutionists, and it really just struck me once again the level of suspension of all rational thought and reasonable expectation of logical analysis, and just refusing to accept that their own ignorance of a topic does not negate the argument being put forth by their opponent that disagrees with them. And that just, every interaction I seem to have with the EVOS, even the ones that on the surface level seem to be slightly more reasonable, act like they're open-minded, they're searching for evidence, open to consideration of new theorems, so on and so forth. When you begin to pull back the proverbial curtain of their worldview, not their science, of their worldview, very rapidly they go into full-scale meltdown mentally and become very aggressive, very angry, and begin to, accuse you of, Sky Daddy complex, farting pixies, leprechauns, etc., and try to gloss over the fact that they don't understand a word that you're talking about. Like, they don't actually understand the overarching argument that you're making, which eviscerates their myopic understanding of existence and their refusal to even contemplate whether or not there is something beyond the blinders that they put on, which create this very narrow worldview. And one of the things about that sidebar, everybody, one of the things that really cracks me up about atheists specifically, but EVOs obviously along with them, of just this ongoing accusations towards people who are theists, who believe in creation, just doubt evolution in general. We are constantly being accused of being the ones who are narrow-minded, closed-minded, lacking in creativity, so on and so forth. When, as you've heard myself and many others expound upon in the past, and will again in the future, our worldview is actually dramatically more interesting, more exciting, more potentially comprehensive, innovative, and epic on a cosmic level when you actually consider what are the underlying ramifications of eternal existence. That requires you by default to expand your mind, to think big, to contemplate that there is something beyond this finite level of existence that A, I do not know yet, but B, I can begin to imagine. C, I can envision that there is something beyond this world. And the things that I deal with on a daily basis that may seem hard and may be challenging and may even momentarily feel like they're going to crush you are nothing in the macro view of your eternal, immortal soul. And to me, it really puts things into context and enables stress levels to be reduced. It doesn't make stress go away, but it can definitely reduce stress on a variety of levels. But tonight's kind of random stream, again, discuss a variety of different things. But one of the things that I thought I would expand on from the other night, my conversation the other night with the one and only Salvador Cordova on DNA as a code and such. I randomly, about 15 minutes ago before I started the stream, I said, you know what, just for fun tonight, I'm going to just Google random stuff and see if I can find different things that support the positions that Sal and I were discussing, and you guys have heard me discuss in the past. And lo and behold, without much difficulty, I did exactly that. So here's one from nature.com. Not exactly a small. Oh man, who's joining? John Maddox, the denialist. Oh, I didn't deny science. What's up, Standing for Truth? How you doing, my friend?
Is this John Maddox, the science denialist himself?
That is me. How are you? I can't believe you've actually joined my stream. I mean, I had to guilt you into coming and joining us.
Your guilt trip worked, brother.
Well, I guess I have to change my icon now because now that Standing for Truth is here, ladies and gentlemen, it's guaranteed to be a dumpster fire.
Oh, definitely. That's the goal. It's Saturday night. So the party just ended over on Neff's channel. A bit of a dumpster fire there, and let's continue this dumpster fire, my man.
I just went to the very end over there.
Jungle, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, brother.
I dropped in and out of what was going on our Neff's channel. That was reaching epic proportions.
Well, I mean, he was right in a way. They just don't listen. You start on one thing.
Oh, he was right for sure.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I completely understand Neff's frustrations, okay? Because the evolutionists, okay, just like just like the title of this stream, John, they are not capable of rational thought, rational arguments, logical arguments. They call us liars, bad faith actors, but they're the ones that are incapable of addressing the arguments, addressing the points. And these are some of these evolutionists, right? Like your Gutsy Gibbons of the world. They're the ones that have been presented these arguments over and over again. And still, no real empirical response. They just want to hold on to their naturalistic, secular worldview. And it's just getting frustrating because they don't have, it's 2021. They don't really have much to offer, in my opinion.
Yep, no, it's very, very good point. Very good point. So just a quick case in point. Jeremy, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream, man. Oh, man, the one and only Tony P. Tango. What's up, man? So
P. Tango's ready to tango.
So, Tony, are you more or less intoxicated than Neff was?
I thought he was slurring.
Okay, well, that's annoying.
What was that?
I have no idea. Okay, so
I mean,
So-
I want to point something out. John, that right there, what I just heard, was the most logical, rational argument I've heard from an evolutionist tonight.
all right,
eloquent.
so real quick, so we talk about like data storage, right? So this is from Nature. Okay, see the little copyright Nature down there? Storage limits. You've got read-write speed. You've got data retention, power usage, data density. Okay, hard disk, flash memory, bacterial DNA. Data retention, literally, data retention, 100 years versus less than 10. Sorry, greater than 10. 10 years, 100 years. Power usage. I mean, not even in the same stratosphere. Look at that, 10 to the negative 10. Data density, 10 to the 19th power. That is per centimeter cubed. That is insane.
Wow, this is a comparison, then, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
it's comparison.
It's probably the most efficient use of matter.
Absolutely. So me, when you really think about that, right? And by the way, they say that you could store. There's another paper I was looking at earlier. They could store every piece of data on the planet in, I think it's the size of a teaspoon of DNA. Every byte of data on the entire planet. And that's just amazing when you really think about it. But the underlying question, though, is if you can, then why are we still listening to EVOS argue that you're not being able to store data? Like that it's nothing but just these, totally random chemical reactions, nothing purposeful, nothing hyper-specific, nothing no prescriptive information whatsoever. Nope, ladies and gentlemen. It is just random.
Just chemical reactions, John.
Oh, and I got to welcome Emery also, a.k.a.
Jim.
In his image. How are you, Emery?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Are you still feeling like you have escaped COVID, or are you preparing for a relapse to escape your upcoming restart of school?
No. I'd be doing the school even with COVID. I'm a little obsessed or something like that. So.
Whoa.
Yeah, Tony. Go ahead and do a mic check, man.
Okay. Does my voice sound better now?
Yes, you were.
Sounds
A lot better than before.
It sounds like a bloody Aussie cocker voice,
Every
mate.
time when I get onto these streams.
This is the rematch. Jason versus P Tango. This is the Tango I've been waiting for a long time.
Ocker off.
Jason, this must have been going on maybe 4 months. I had an open mic on my channel. It lasted 5 hours, nothing compared to John's open mics. But we had a bunch of Evos in there, a bunch of creationists, and we were debating evolution. But it all ended with, I think the last 2 hours was Jason and P Tango going at it on the coccyx and vestigial organs. And Jason said he would pay Tony to remove his coccyx. And I'm wondering if that ever happened. Has that been?
Yeah. Well, wait, yeah, but here, hang on. But the operative question or the point that Jason was making that night was, if you don't have your coccyx, then you're going to shit your guts out, I believe was the exact quote. So, given the fact that Tony continues to be full of shit, I'm guessing he still has his coccyx.
Yeah, but they say, their comeback to that will be, we know people that don't have a coccyx and they've had an operation to have the muscles tightened up in certain ways to stop their guts from falling out their arse when they're standing up. That's because they had to have an operation specially to compensate for the coccyx not being there.
Right. Exactly.
Coccyx
It's not
is
like
there
just
as an
remove
anchor point.
Right. It's not like,
Yeah.
hey, just remove the coccyx, you're good to go. You know, there's additional surgical procedures to make sure that
Many.
everything's still in place and you're not going to have, you know, long term.
Yeah.
So is that what they did to you?
Yeah,
Tony?
your coccyx
Remove the
is a
coccyx?
very important piece of equipment.
So this is how the evolution
okay, so
will go extinct.
I don't
okay, so
understand the
hang on,
argument.
guys. Hang on, guys. So LR, you were over on Next Gen, right? I think it's your first time on my stream, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you having the open mic. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Bob, welcome.
Hey,
Bob, good to have you back.
Hey, so Bob, quick addressing and one of the things you were talking about over on Neff stream, the what Neff was talking about on like the basically the moving of a function, right?
yeah.
So the operative thing you have to remember though is with things like the omnigetic and polygenic theories, you basically have hyper nested functions. And
yeah, like where you can read the DNA from one spot to another and it'll still work, and then you can read like a couple codons back.
Well, not only that plus the surrounding sequences directly influence the outcome of the one that's being transcribed. So this is both from an informational perspective and a command perspective, as well as the physical requirements for the expression of that particular sequence. So there's like multiple layers of control factors, right? That make that when the central dogma of one gene, one protein, like that was the original central dogma. That was the central dogma of biology, right? Like, oh, that's what it is. Well, where I'm going with all this is
that's not what I was going with.
This whole, I know you weren't, but I'm saying that this whole premise, original premise from the EVOS, right? That, oh, it's no big deal if this gene got copied and then got moved over here and all this kind of stuff. It's like, bro, you're refusing to comprehend and to acknowledge that you have to have all these other portions that aren't part of the quote code, right? But it's the promoter, it's the enhancers, all these different things. It's transcription factor, landing sites, all these kind of things, right? That must be in a specific linear position in relation to the gene sequence.
Yeah.
And that stuff just gets completely glossed over. Like, for example, in the ongoing.
That was kind of what I was trying to explain to him. Nephew didn't give me a chance, but I was trying to explain if you write down like some kind of sentence, that's what I was trying to go for. I was trying to go for something simple that somebody who doesn't know programming and stuff like that could probably understand. So I typed out, again, I didn't get to finish it, but I would like to go to the store, right? If you take like to and insert that somewhere in the middle of the word would, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Very true. Very true.
Well, John,
that's all I was trying to point out to him, just so he could get a grasp. I didn't need to go into, the ultimate complexity of DNA. I mean, inch them in slowly, I think, but that's the point I was trying to make.
Hey, John, if over millions of years of evolutionary advancement, organisms are accumulating all of this neutral junk, these strictly neutral mutations, eventually this hidden reservoir of genetic mistakes, eventually they can be called upon to function in the way that you're describing. So why are you denying evolutionary science? I mean, this is just standard neutral theory.
Yeah, what's your problem, MacArthur?
I mean, just like RJ Downard, I think that it's totally plausible that Facebook, Snapchat, and Twitter could write themselves.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the whole
That's
point.
what the claim is.
Life can't be explained
That's
by
what
the instances themselves or the hardware that they run on. It's something else.
And the hardware, yeah.
I mean, this. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I have to give RJ Downard a massive amount of credit, and I'm going to be one of the things I'm working on. So on the 4th of February, I'm going to be doing a celebration of my first year on YouTube, And I'm going to be giving a full-scale thank you to RJ Downard, Erica, Godless Engineer, and a few others. And I think that only the right thing to do to give them full tribute, such as
the intricacies of our DNA code. Are you concluding that the equivalent of Google, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, and everything else could come into existence by chance without an intelligent designer?
I suspect so, but again, that's an origins or bust question, which is not.
I suspect so.
Like a pure materialist.
Wow.
They can't
see how hard I'm facing. And that's a classic.
Hey,
That
at least
needs
he's
to be- that needs to
consistent.
go up
Their
in
top
lights,
dog
mate.
right there. That's their top dog.
In Times Square.
Is Diet Coke next?
Was the analogy between what exactly? Google and God? Google face the creation of the needed creator for Google, Facebook, Twitter, and etc. versus the needed creator for the universe. I'm just trying to. I'm not aware of that conversation, so I'm just trying to grasp the.
Okay. So the context was if life requires software and hardware to exist. And the question I raised in that clip was specifically in relation to software. Would you conclude, in more straightforward context, would you conclude that, or would you say it's fair to state that the software required for life is more complicated than Facebook, for example?
The software required for life is more complicated than the software required to create Facebook. Is that kind of what you're saying? Okay.
Or Twitter or Snapchat or whatever, like just using it as a random example, right? Would you say that the complexity of a life form is greater than, less than, or equal to a Facebook?
That's an interesting question. And who were you? And that was you debating?
Yeah, it was me debating RJ Downard. But right now, I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. Greater to, less than, or equal. I guess on first thought, without thinking about it too much, not to take too much time, just purely thinking, I would say greater than, just because we know how computing works to the extent that we have experience and we have different situations that have required that in the same process, which is, creator.
What's greater than Facebook computing stuff or the
which is greater?
or the genome?
Can I just say, Joel, I don't really like this analogy. I think it's a false analogy.
Well, Tony, you're not being talked to right now. It's El's turn.
Okay.
Yeah, just wait till let him pick.
Well, I guess now that Tony brings that up, I guess it may be a false analogy, but just to go along with it for the sake of argument. So yeah, I would say that is greater than, and then why I would say that is greater than is most likely because we know the source, which is the person, or let's say an AI, but a program.
No. The source has zero relevance to the source has zero relevance to which one has greater function.
But aren't you applying greater function to? I don't understand how though.
Capability.
How does the base level of that question not?
Well, I mean,
Capability, functional complexity.
Well, are you denying a designer for the DNA code? Is that essentially what you're doing?
He is.
I'm not
Well,
denying. I'm not making the assertion that is not the way it is. I am not convinced that DNA is in fact a code. In the sense of it was coded.
Right. So
hang on. Okay, let's rewind.
It's just an acid, John.
Something either is encoded or it is not encoded. There is no kind of sorta. Something is or it is not.
I added the ed for grammatical reasons. I wasn't using.
Okay, but that's fair enough. But this is a very standard either ignorance statement or dodge move by EVOS. So either something is encoded or it is not encoded. Yes or no?
Either something is encoded or it is not encoded. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. So a code, as a fundamental requirement, requires 2 finite alphabets, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in order to translate between the two, it requires a translation mechanism, right?
When you define how you're using the word translate, just so we're on the same page.
I mean, seriously, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
something has to. Something has to, the interpreter device, right?
Yeah.
The key, whatever you. There's a variety of plethora of things you can use for that context, but the translation mechanism must know both of the alphabets simultaneously, correct? Because it's the one that says that A equals 010001, right?
Are you assuming that the correlation isn't there, doesn't have an observer?
Did the observer? Okay. Does your computer right now have an observer or does it have a pre-programmed mechanism by which it knows that the Unicode 16 or whatever one's being used right now knows how to translate letters into binary and back and forth, as well as visuals and voice and everything else?
In principle, yes.
In principle or in reality?
In principle and in reality, but in principle in the sense of it's
okay. Now, does that logic, is that a fundamental of encode, transmit, decode for any code? The message is encoded into the source alphabet. It's transmitted on a channel, then it's decoded, right, into the transfer alphabet. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, do both alphabets and the translation mechanism have to occur and have to exist in order for any communication to occur?
That's actually a really interesting question. I guess as of right now, I would have to say I don't know. But
so you're telling me that you understand the source alphabets and these other things that we're talking about, you don't know if you necessarily have to have the ability to conduct the basics of communication theory in order for a message to be transmitted and received. Like, dude, this is like serious communication theory 101. And I think you know it. And I think you're now trying to dodge because you know I'm about to annihilate you on your position of dodging whether or not this is a code.
Well, because now LR knows what the most parsimonious explanation would be when it comes to. Let me ask you a question, LR, and then John, you continue as well. Would you agree that based on numerous studies, technical papers that are coming out every single day, and the ENCODE project, would you agree, if you're up to date on the information, that all of these things have demonstrated that most of the human genome is not only active, okay, and functional, but also functional on many levels, as in we have layer upon layer upon layer of programming within the genome? John was just elaborating on this earlier. Would you agree that this is what we now know about the genome?
I guess I know. Well, first of all, I wouldn't agree, but nor would I disagree. I guess as of right now, I would concede my opinion for a vast amount of the conversation due to my lack of just exactly how you phrase it, the utmost date. You know,
right.
Utmost.
Well, and I appreciate you giving that respectful response. So I'll just answer for you definitively. The answer is yes.
I'm willing to learn.
And this is what we now know. I've got paper after paper, and people know I can screen share these papers all day. I won't for sake of time because I want to yield soon. But the point is, okay, to have programs that are multi-layered, okay, nested, multifunctional, okay, to have these types of programs, these are vastly superior to anything computer science could do today. This is a fact. And this, in and of itself, is irrefutable evidence that the genome itself is designed. That's the most parsimonious explanation. And I don't think you can demonstrate otherwise. And if you can, I mean, I'd personally like to see it, and I'm sure John would as well.
I am a computer programmer, and I can attest that the concept of writing down a program and being able to start at some position other than the very beginning and run it and it works, and then start at another position and it works, is insane.
Right.
Well,
and the other thing, another additional layer to all that too is you can start at variable positions as well as rearrange sub portions of the string, and now you have a new controlled function, or not new, a variable function. A variable output, I guess would be the better way to phrase it. But that anyone who wants to claim that doesn't require forethought is a stone cold, either ignorant or a stone cold lying idiot. If you want to come to the conclusion that you can have multiple if-thens to be expressed in a controlled fashion, and you can vary the open reading frame, stop point, based on external signals inputs, which now result in the variable output, get out of town, man. You think that's not a blaringly obvious? Oh, and by the way, this is all done in dense regions of the genome that are hyper-specific to cell types. I mean, we have the equivalent of CDNs in the genome that are relevant content delivery networks. You familiar with that, Bob, in terms of hosting?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
Okay, so content delivery network. So for website hosting, for example, right, in the cloud, you've got a GoDaddy. I mean, all of them, but you use GoDaddy as an example, right? So if you go and set up hosting, let's say you're setting up a managed WordPress hosting account on GoDaddy, right? They'll ask you where is the majority of your traffic come from, right? So you'll select North America, South America, Europe, Asia, that kind of thing, right? Why? Yeah. Well, you can access we can access a website that's hosted, or a web app, or whatever, that's hosted in China, if I want to, right? But if I'm in the United States and 99.9% of the people who are going to access it also live in the United States, I probably don't want to host my web app in China, right? Just from a speed perspective, because even though it's fast, I still got to route it all the way through over to Beijing and back, versus going it to the local to Atlanta or wherever the hub is and come back, right? Yeah. Content delivery network. Now, you might, depending on your demand, if you're global, you might have multiple instances set up on different servers in different portions of the globe in order to increase your overall load speed, right? So all this is in context of these different gene dense regions of the genome, right? So there's all this space, and then of course the EVOS claim that there's just all these dead regions, and it's no, they're not actually dead, but and then there's just a little pocket where it's a whole boatload of gene sequences, right? The coding portions in this dense area, and there's another empty, quote unquote empty strand. There's another dense area, right? Well, what we don't think about is your DNA is 6 feet tall, crammed into a cell, right? Yeah. And it's wrapped up around histones, except for the areas that need to be unwrapped and accessed for specific functions, right? Well, in different cell types, there's different portions of the genome that are unwrapped.
Oh, okay.
So you have basically we have the equivalent of content delivery networks because not all the cell types, different cell types are going to use specific gene functions more than another one. They may need some other ones as well, but they use them much more rarely. So those can basically stay in the zip file, in the zip folder, right? And you've got the other ones that are unzipped in that specific cell type. And then you can much more rapidly access the specifics. Now, and let's say it's an emergency scenario, it can still go and unzip. Basically, in this context, go access a different server, right? And access those files. But it wouldn't be it's not as fast as the ones that they use all the time, right? So it's such basic computing and like web hosting and stuff, right? But that's what's going on in your genome. Like it's to me, it's blatantly obvious what's happening. And the irony is that evolutionists claim that this is somehow an evidence for crappy design. And I'm like, what world do you live in? This is evidence for hyper efficient data access. You idiots just don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Carefully and wonderfully made.
From an information technology standpoint, they don't have a clue.
It's like having includes. You have this huge list of includes, and then those are all physically represented in the genome. And you fold up the genome so that the includes that you don't actually need for this specific cell type are in the middle of this ball. Like you fold it all up, but only the includes that you actually need are on the top. Everything else is buried.
Yep.
That's pretty insane.
It's amazing.
Well, one thing John said earlier. Oh, go ahead, John.
No, go, man.
I was going to point out one thing you said earlier. I think it was at the beginning of the stream. This whole dogma of one gene, one protein, one function that they believed in, 30, 40 years ago. It's been completely overturned. And I like to point out that we write books, okay? But we don't write books that can be read both forwards and backwards. DNA can literally do this, okay? And the whole point of these multi-layered messages in the genome, there's a bigger picture to consider, okay? Is the fact that evolutionists want to say, okay, that fish have evolved into fishermen and bacteria-like organisms have evolved into biologists over time. Through this process of genetic mistakes and mutations, okay, they explain the origin of all genetic diversity as the result of mutations. But now, based on what we know about the genome, any single nucleotide change, any single mutation, there's nothing that's strictly neutral. Okay, there's a ripple effect. One single mutation can have a ripple effect of negative problems to the genome. That means we never could have evolved, okay, from an ape-like ancestor into modern humans through this process of genetic mistakes. I want to say one last thing and then I'll yield, because evolutionists will often point to strictly neutral mutations in what's called third position codon variation, okay? I'll point out that there's no real strictly neutral mutations. All must have an effect on genotype. So even these classic paradigms that they point to, okay? Walking Fish, who I debated, he had a video trying to debunk genetic entropy, and he tried to use this as an argument, okay? This whole issue or talk of synonymous codons. And John talks about this frequently. He used it in his debate against R.J. Downer, who didn't have a response. In short, okay, we've got 20 amino acids with 4 different DNA letters, okay, A, T, C, G. Now, there's literally different languages in our cell, but it comes down to groups of 3, okay? 3 DNA letters code for a unit of a protein. So we are told by Team Dodgeball, for example, that there exists redundancy in a lot of it, and it's bad, apparently, okay? Yes, there is redundancy in DNA coding for a protein, okay? There's this wobble position 3. And statistically, it can actually be variable. But we're now finding out, okay, that it actually plays a functional role. These don't just tolerate error in the cell. The cell's actually using different redundant elements to what? To slow and speed the process, as John talks about a lot too. So the point is, and I'll yield, the level of information compression, okay, into every single letter boggles the mind. It's fascinating, it's amazing, but at the same time, the bigger picture of evolution, universal common ancestry, okay, it's not possible based on what we know about the genome. I yield. Go ahead.
All right. Well, if I may interject, I guess, like I said, I'll concede my opinion mostly to do with specifically code and whether or not it was intentional or coded by a creator. But for the sake of argument, let's say that it is in fact coded. How does that presuppose that there is that is coded. Well, I guess the question that I would have to ask first, so I don't assume, is, are you guys Christian or?
Yes, I am at least.
I am, but that has zero bearing on the question.
No, specifically the argument. I agree. No, I agree. So for the sake of argument, let's agree that it is coded. But the next step for me, and this is not necessarily to debate about it, but more so I'm genuinely confused about it myself, and I would like someone else's opinion on it, and also to get your stance better. So my question would be, how does that, if it is indeed coded, how does it necessarily entail the Christian God? Why the Christian God?
Oh, it's a different argument.
You're right. And I just had an entire debate on this tonight, and I've probably had about 60 of them on independent origins. The fact is, what we see is indicative of a designer. Who that designer is, as Bob, Brother Bob pointed out, is a different set of arguments. But those arguments that I can provide when it comes to why chromosomal DNA, mitochondrial DNA, the low genetic diversity found in human beings, all of this genetic data that we have discovered that points us to Adam and Eve, our one Y chromosomal ancestor, one mitochondrial DNA ancestor. We have the Tower of Babel in our genetics. We have the flood in our genetics. So the point is, once we agree that what we're looking at in terms of the genome, the DNA code, is indicative of a designer, now we can discuss what designer. And there's a whole nother set of genetic-based arguments, okay, that point us directly to the account of Genesis. Genesis, okay, tells us that God created two people, Adam and Eve. That makes very specific predictions and expectations on the genetic level. And everything that we've discovered in our genetics, we've literally discovered Adam and Eve in our genome. And so that's why we can go from the DNA code indicating a designer to other genetic related evidence that shows us that designer is the God of the Bible, the Christian God. Go ahead, I yield.
So if I may still man your argument and correct me anywhere I'm wrong, just so you know that I understand you correctly. You're essentially saying that the coding is one variant of a multivariant argument for the argument for the Christian God.
Yes, the intelligent design is intelligent design is one component of a cumulative case in favor of the theistic God first, and then obviously ultimately you can extrapolate out from a cumulative case perspective to the Christian God. But the whole point and why I made the assertion that this is and as Bob said, it's completely different arguments of the vast majority of at least modern YouTube atheists want to do the full jump while completely dismissing the underlying component and concept that has to be established first. Like, if you won't even concede there's any God, then what's the hell? Well, there's no point in arguing over the whether or not the Christian God, the Islamic God, whichever one, Thor, is true or false. And that's the whole point that's being made in terms and why I titled this stream what I titled it.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I need to let you know, and sorry, LR, but I got to be honest. LR has already admitted that if Christianity were true, he would not follow our God.
Was that said over on the Nest channel?
It's such an extreme hypothetical. I don't know if that really counts towards anything in the conversation. But
I said when you made the statement that I said ignore the hypothetical. If he is, and you knew for a fact, would you follow him? And you said no, and I think that's foolish. It doesn't matter who he is, what his character is. If he is,
well, a totally different argument here.
Yeah, I
If you
agree.
knew for a fact that he wasn't, would you follow him?
oh, well, Tony, the reason I bring it up is if you're discussing with somebody who's actually trying to figure it out, that is different than somebody who is just trying to pick it apart. Does that make sense?
It does.
I want to point out a comment from Brother Sal in the chat. Makes a good point. So he says, non-coding DNA doesn't code, quote unquote, like genes, but it is assumed to serve a purpose by most medical researchers. So I want to point out the fact that for years, okay? And what Sal's saying is right. For years, they assumed that most of the genome was nothing more than useless neutral junk because only roughly 2% of it actually codes for proteins. And yet, they've now discovered that this non-protein coding RNAs regulate virtually all aspects of the gene expression pathway. So what I wanted to elaborate on what Sal said, but once again, it still goes to the bigger picture, and the evolutionists in the room, I'd love to hear a response, is this data that we actually have in genetics, okay? It demonstrates that a fish-to-fisherman type of evolutionary scenario or story, it's literally impossible because you could not have built up the genome from simpler organisms into what we have now in terms of life and all the complexity of it through genetic mistakes and mutations, because mutations are not the creator, they're the destroyer, based on what we now know about the genome and how multi-layered and multifunctional it is. So mutations destroy. So how are mutations then going to take your single-celled like ancestor billions and billions of years ago to a whale? How's this possible? I want to know.
Can I make a point on that? Currently, the whole world is dealing with the coronavirus, right? We've only been dealing with it for a couple of months, really, like 6-8 months a year. Now, how many strains of it are there now? Like 6? I don't know, 8?
I only know of 2.
Right. So how are mutations then going to? So what processes let that virus change? Were they mutations, or what would you call them?
Mutations can make a change. I've studied viruses in great detail, and the fact is, most viruses are beneficial.
Very successful, aren't they? They're getting incredibly successful. Were they done by mutations, or do you have another word for it?
So
front-loaded capacity.
Hang on.
Variation-inducing genetic elements is what I call them.
So let Emery. Hey, this is one of Emery's favorite topics. Let's let Emery respond to him.
Okay, I'm going to try not to be too expressive here, but yeah, I've got no problem saying that they're mutationally changing, but you got to define what you mean by success, because what you're making a couple of assumptions here. First assumption is that the viruses actually intend to target humans. The viruses don't do that.
No, viruses do what they do.
Viral genomes don't care what they target. They don't even care. All they're interested in is self-replication. That's all they do. Okay,
that's correct.
Now, I get that. I'm building somewhere. I haven't said anything for like the last hour. I'd appreciate it if I could actually get 3 words out without being interrupted. All right. So the viral genomes are only interested in self-replication. So when we talk about success, what do we even mean? Are we saying they're reproductively successful? What do we? So you got to define what you're talking about by success. If they're more successful in infecting humans, okay, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But that's not the issue, because you can take that definition of quote unquote fitness, which is kind of I think where you're going with this, and say and literally make it mean anything. You can say that a human that has the trait for sickle cell anemia is more fit in Western Africa because they are more immune to malaria. But are they healthier? No, absolutely not. If you put them in any other environment in the world, they're less healthy. So the question is not, are these organisms becoming more successful in infecting humans? The question is, how much damage are they doing to their DNA code by mutating themselves? And if they're not creating, if these whole lot of mutations are creating new function, creating new traits, not traits, morphology, then okay, maybe we can get somewhere. But as far as I know, that's not been demonstrated, and I have been following along fairly closely with the COVID strains, and I've downloaded quite a few of the DNA strands, not the DNA strands, the DNA codes for various viruses. From what I can see, basically what happened was something broke, and it made them more able to infect human cells from their natural host, where they don't do nearly as much damage as they do in humans. So I'll shut up now. But I'm just like, you can't argue that way and expect it to work. It just does not work that way.
So
Well, I'd like to make one point.
Sure.
Okay, go.
Real quick, because I've had entire debates on viruses, and everything that Emery said there was spot on. I agree 100%. I want to point out that generally, though, viruses don't even cause disease. But yes, when they jump from a different species, okay, let's say when this virus has jumped to the human species, well, we don't have the ability to regulate the virus properly. Okay, so then the virus tends to what? Tends to burn hot and fast. Fortunately, sometimes these viruses burn out. Sometimes mutating them to death, okay, is the best thing that can happen to a virus. But that virus is a virus that jumped from where? Its originally created arena into a brand new environment, okay? And in terms of the coronavirus, this new environment or this new field is called humans, and our immune system doesn't know how to deal with it. But I want to point out, and I'll yield, viruses in general are good. They help with regulation. Okay, bacteria, same thing. Bacteria are beneficial. They're good. A lot of these bad bacteria that you see, okay, that cause infections, okay, parasites, they are degenerated forms of good bacteria, degenerated from a once perfect state, functional state. So I yield.
But are they successful in their environment?
That is utterly irrelevant to their genetic fitness.
Sorry?
No, that is completely irrelevant to their genetic fitness. Yes, you can be successful in a particular environment and absolutely die the minute you get out of it. And let me illustrate.
Yeah, that's called natural selection.
No, yes, okay, natural selection. Yeah, okay, I'm not denying natural selection happens, but if we take an example that everybody else is going to be more familiar with here, an antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Most, if not all, antibiotic-resistant bacteria only survive because they are in an environment where that is awash with antibiotics. If you take them out of that environment and you stick them outside with the rest of the bacteria, they die because they can't eat. And that's the point. They have something that is broken. They basically have a broken piece of their genome. Something that doesn't work anymore, which means they can't compete with the people that don't have the bacteria that is not broken. But if you put them in a very specialized environment where all the conditions line up just right, they do okay. Now, that has absolutely nothing to do with their genetic fitness. That's fitness in a I guess you could say in a sense, environmental fitness, but it doesn't speak at all to whether or not their genome is degrading. That's the point. And you can facepalm to that all you want, but that is scientific fact.
Yes. The thing you're missing out on is environmental fitness. Okay.
Environmental fitness is garbage because the environment can change at any point, at any time, and the organism that may have quote unquote gained some kind of fitness collapses. It'll just die off. The environmental fitness is utter trash.
So everything is degraded. Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you, Jungle.
I'm gonna.
All right. I wanted to say something for LR that about the whether or not it's a code. Does it really matter? It does matter a lot because it would establish that we have a creator. And wouldn't you say that your creator could salvage you if he's the one who made you? Couldn't he salvage you?
I'm not quite sure that I said exactly that point. Which was, I'm sorry, I don't.
You were saying, how does the fact that we have a creator tie to the creator God that we're talking about? And that is exactly the creator God that we're talking about. It's the one that can salvage you.
Well, I wouldn't really. I kind of appreciate the way that John stated, which is it's simply because you can't weigh the entire argument of God on this one multivariate part of the whole structure of the argument. So I guess now you're kind of assuming that it is weighed all on this one part of the argument.
Well, I mean, are you following what I'm saying? if we can
No,
establish
I am, but I
that
just
you have a creator, then couldn't your creator salvage your state of existence?
I don't assume that, for the sake of argument, it is true that it's coded that it entails a creator. And if it does entail a creator, I don't understand how it would entail a Christian God.
So you think that code can write itself?
No, I
Because
don't
that's
think
what
that
the
a Christian
Christian God is.
wrote the code if the code is there.
Because the Christian God is all about your maker being your savior, because nobody else can save you.
My only question to that would be, and I apologize for answering a statement with a question, but it's the only way that I can, which is, do you believe that the only answer to if the universe is code, but the biology within the universe is code, the DNA specifically, does that entail only one answer, and that's a omniscient, all-loving, all-powerful Christian God, and specifically that entails with the resurrection of Jesus? A lot of it falls on that. Would
Okay,
you?
hang on.
It does fall on that too, yeah.
I'm saying that is that the only answer that you come to?
Bro,
the only one.
You can come to it's once you accept some of the underlying premises that we're talking about right now in terms of the requirements for our existence, then extrapolating out to what you just talked about becomes extraordinarily easy. It becomes very straightforward. But if you get roadblocked way back at, I don't necessarily know if it's actually code, when it literally fulfills every fundamental requirement from an information communication theory perspective, it is recognized in all of academia that it is exactly that.
I mean, I've said multiple times that for the sake of argument, and I have no problem doing it, let's agree that it's there.
Hang on. Now, the point that Bob just made was, you're conceding it's there. All right. In any other context, just like when I was the video clip I showed earlier with RJ Downard, do you think is remotely logical, plausible, or probable that the code for, in this context, for Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, YouTube, could ever write itself? Initially, the ASCII value assignment in binary, then the block coding, then the C++, PHP, all the different components that are required in that context, the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, et cetera, that are all required for those functions to ultimately come into existence. Do you think it is remotely plausible, without an intelligent agent existing prior to the formation of that code, that it would ever come into existence?
Yes, I would say no. I would say no to that.
Okay, so if
we're talking something more on the level of like Fortnite, like the expansion.
I think
30 years
good enough with Google, Facebook, and Twitter. Could
Those things are nothing.
Could that ever write? Essentially, what you're asking is, could that ever write itself? Essentially, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
since
but now we have to go a step further, okay? Because not only do you have to account for the code coming into existence, you also have to account for the CPUs, the ALUs, all of the other components that are required in order to express and to read and to compile the code into a functional system, right? Now you have to account for that. So we're coming into the hardware side of the equation. So you have both software and hardware that are required. Now, let's say you have a hard drive, but you don't have any programs on it. Does that do you any good?
I guess, like I said, this is probably one of the questions that I would concede my opinion, because I don't want to betray my intellect by telling you, yes, I have an answer to that when I don't. It's a good perspective, but
it's a pretty common sense one, right? Okay, in the real world, in the modern era, in 2021, okay, you go to Best Buy and you buy a hard drive, okay, portable hard drive. It has got nothing on it. It's empty. Okay, it's a terabyte. There's nothing on it. Is data going to magically appear on that hard drive? unless you plug it into a computer and download something onto it.
No, but I just want to make one thing clear.
Okay,
And the reason why I'm kind of getting confused is because we keep going back and forth to let's keep talking about all the proofs behind God is the reason why DNA is coded, or DNA is coded by God, per se.
Okay. So hang on.
From that, hold on. We keep jumping back from that to if it is coded, it entails God. So I'm just confused on which playing field we're in.
Well, you're actually the one, bro. You're the one that keeps jumping over to. Well, does that mean that Jesus rose from the dead? Like you were the one that jumped over to that. Okay, so again, as I have stated from the very beginning about this, let's look at the fundamental logical conclusion. Okay, so going back to your hard drive you just bought from Home Depot that has nothing on it, without you plugging it into a computer or some other computational mechanism and transferring information onto it, could that hard drive sit wherever for 1 billion years and still be empty?
No.
Would data
What would be on it?
How is functional information going to magically transfer itself onto that hard drive if nobody takes action?
Ever.
Cool. Would you agree with that, L?
That if it was an empty hard drive that has never been given any information, is that what you said?
It's never been plugged into a computer ever. It's just you bought the hard drive, you stuck it in a safe
for 1 million years, and
is information ever going to get on that hard drive?
From my little knowledge of how that would work, I would assume no, but that's probably coming from a person that doesn't have quite a reliable answer to that. I don't know if there's any hypotheticals to where, like Tony said, no.
No, it's easy. It's easy.
How would it?
You went down to Home Depot, you bought a hard drive, it's not going to magically get stuff on it.
How would it get information on it?
Keep going.
Okay, so the DNA is the hard drive. Okay, the genetic code, the codon sequences, are the software. Okay, so what is being argued is that somehow both the hardware and the software formed themselves with no external intelligent agent being required. That is what's being argued by atheists. So either you have to conclude that it's rational that both the hard drive and the software are going to create itself without an intelligent agent, or the opposite. Like, that's where we are. You have to come up with how the code formed itself, how the syntax, how the syntax was created, how the alphabets were formed.
Okay,
like you have to explain how all that can happen without an intelligent agent.
Okay, so now I see where the conversation was confused, and that was partly my fault because I don't think I explained my position. So when I'm saying that, for the sake of argument, let's agree that it is coded, I'm also going with your whole entire argument that it is coded by a creator. So that's, for me, that was clear from the beginning. So again, even if we agree that it is a creator,
yeah, but how come you haven't addressed my evidence for? You keep going to. So it seems to me that you don't have any argument for the fact that we each, okay, all species on this planet, we contain information. What's that?
It sounded like he was ceding our point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
keep going.
Real quick. So he's conceding the point that clearly all of this evidence that suggests the fact that we all contain information and information systems, which I want to point out greatly exceed our comprehension. So the question is, where does all this specified information come from? He doesn't have an argument. No evolutionists do have an argument. So now they go to. Okay, so now they go to.
This isn't an evolutionary argument. That's not an evolution.
Well, he wants to say there could be a maker, but it's not your maker.
Exactly why earlier I provided a number of lines of evidence. Well, real quick, I just want to finish my thought.
Hang on. What is the actual argument from evolution about the formation of the genetic code?
Somehow.
What is the argument?
Somehow.
I didn't hear no argument. We haven't heard any argument.
No. What is the argument?
Tony, I'm telling you, the argument for evolution is somehow.
Imagination is the argument. But earlier, I addressed LR's argument. Well, real quick, P Tango, and then we'll tango. LR, I addressed your argument about which God by providing you evidence directly in our genome from the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome, where we have literally discovered the ancestors of us all.
From Genesis, yes, I agree with Adam and Eve.
Okay, well, there you go. That's the Christian creator, the God of the Bible. So how do you address that evidence?
I don't think
share
that
50 pages right now.
I don't think that necessarily entails that. I can't agree nor disagree with your position that it is possible, in fact, that all human civilization that's ever existed specifically came from Adam and Eve. I don't know enough, so I can't agree nor disagree. I'm not going to automatically believe it, but
but you're the one who asked for the evidence for which creator.
No, I appreciate it. I'm not assuming that it's false necessarily. I'm just not assuming that it's true either. So,
but you have to establish that you have a creator. Once you establish you have a creator, then you have to establish how your creator is able how your creator is able to salvage you. Okay, and the Bible explains in detail how your creator is able to salvage you, is that he became one of us and took our punishment on himself, and that's the only way that he can salvage us, because his requirement is perfection. His requirement is perfection. Otherwise, he would self-destruct, and we wouldn't even be here.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Hello. No, scientific. But yeah, go ahead.
Well,
it sounds like you're. Oh, okay.
Sorry to disturb you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry to disturb you. I think Jungle Jargon and LR has a good question for us Christian. For example, how do we know if our Christian God is really the intelligent designer or the intelligent agent who, for example, who design intelligently for example, the genome or the DNA or something like that? I think that's a very good question that we Christian scientists and we Christian people should address, because there's just the reason why many people are 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 accusing that Christian are stupid and moron, because we are trying. We are claiming that it was the biblical God, the Christian God, who had created, for example, the universe, the life, and biological cell. But we don't know. Actually, we cannot separate God from the stone. For example, in our science today, they are trying to prove and show to us that it is possible through chemical processes or natural processes that life could evolve. So I think we have to we need to have, I always say it, a universal boundary line between an intentionally made object and non-intentionally made object. The reason why the title today is very good, because it said are EVOS incapable of reason. I think the evolutionists are incapable of reason because of Darwin. Because when Darwin wrote a book, when he explained about the eye, he used the word simple and complex. But in his book, on page 167, in the origin of the species, he did not have a universal boundary line between simple and complex, or perfect and imperfect, or he didn't have a difference between intention and non-intention, which means according to the Darwin and to the evolution, they're all the same. So once you assume that everything in the world are the same, your left and right are the same, your top and bottom are the same, your yellow and green are the same color, same. You're simply incapable of reasoning. But we Christian, we are following them, because the question to ask is very logical and very reasonable. How do you know that the Christian God was the one that we're talking about, who intelligent design, for example, biological cell? And how do we know that the Christian God always using the word code or information when creating something? I think that's the question that are very, very logical and should be
I think that's a
addressed by
great question.
science.
I agree.
I don't think that science can address it.
I can. I feel like the reason why.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
reason why.
Go ahead.
Follow
Sorry,
it.
sorry. The reason why science cannot address that because our science today, our present science today, because of Darwin, we do have a difference between intentional to non-intentional. We do have a difference between intelligence to non-intelligence. Even the scientists in the Discovery Institute, instead of giving themselves to involving themselves in discovering the difference between intelligence to non-intelligence, didn't do that. That's
Science.
why
Science.
that, that- that's why for me in my case, since I am a freelance scientist, I discovered that. That's the reason why I'm here in public in YouTube, and that's why the reason why I'm trying I'm telling you that it's very difficult for the evolutionist and the Christian if in only if you do have a difference between intention to non-intention or a universal boundary line between intelligence and non-intelligence. It
My
would be
my point
impossible.
my
Sorry.
point
Okay.
what my point was I don't believe that science. I believe that science and combined with philosophy can get you to the concept that something or someone created us, and that gets you to consider the supernatural. But I don't think that gets you to the correct God. I don't think science can get you to the correct God. You need something else.
It
That
does.
was.
I would
It does.
say.
Think it does?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
would say
Because,
if I.
No,
yeah.
no, 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 no. Science does not comment on God. It does not comment
Because
on it.
you know, if God is an intelligent designer, all designer has always a pattern. Whether you are intelligent human being or intelligent God, you have always a pattern by using intelligence. That's why it's very important for all the science today, for our science today, to know what is intelligence. It is what is intelligence and what is not intelligence. We have to understand this too. This the extreme opposite, or we will never know what is reality.
Right.
It's just like the evolution who are incapable of reasoning because they didn't have the difference between intelligence and non-intelligence. Therefore, their conclusion is that everything here in the world are non-intelligence. How do they know?
But
Ryan,
the problem that people have is whether or not we have a creator, and science does show that you have a creator. Now, if you
yes.
can establish you can have that you have a creator, then you can figure out how he's going to salvage you, which is another topic of discussion. But you first have to establish that you have a creator. You have to agree on the fact of a creator.
You have to assume that he would want to salvage you. Look, what I'm
Wh-
trying to
Why
say is,
not? If he
and I don't,
made you, why wouldn't he want to salvage you?
well, I don't know.
Well, okay, but you're making up
Well, I
stuff
mean,
there.
okay, look, I'm a Christian, you know this. But what I'm trying to say is that this argument, this line of argumentation, the scientific side of apologetics, gets you or gets potentially, hopefully, God willing, an atheist to think, okay, something created us, but that doesn't tell them who created them. How does science and scientific science was claiming that
But
it gets you to the right God? So my question is, how does science get you to determine between Allah and
no, but that's not their problem. That's not their
Okay,
problem,
wait,
though.
wait.
Their problem is whether or
General
not
Jordan,
they
wait,
have a
explain.
creator, whether or not they have a
Right.
maker. That's what their problem is.
Right,
No,
but once they agree,
General Jordan,
that
can you
they have
please?
a designer, then, as Bob is explaining, once they have agreed, or even just conceded, as LR
Right,
here.
but they haven't. The problem
Okay,
is
but
they
let's
haven't
hang
agreed
on,
they have
hang
a
on.
creator.
LR, wait. LR sort of has.
No, he said we'll give you just by example, not that he actually believes that he has a creator.
Well,
Right.
he's
When
cautious because he's suffering from cognitive dissonance. I mean,
So,
you got to be a
what
little
if
gracious.
I, what if
it's a whole other set of scientific arguments, that we would then have to utilize to demonstrate the validity of the Bible, the account of Genesis. I mean, Genesis claims to be the history book of the universe, the history book of human origins. Therefore, my next step, when the atheist or the naturalist or whoever concedes that the evidence suggests a designer, is to now point them to the truth and validity of the claims made in Genesis in terms of the special creation of
But
Adam and Eve.
their problem is not initially which God. Their problem is the fact that they have a creator. That's what their
Right.
big stumbling block is.
No, this is cool. I can
That's
dig it.
a problem.
So if I was to pose to you guys that far superior extraterrestrial civilization designed us and seated us here, how would you prove me wrong?
Yeah, who made them?
Okay, wait, no,
Who
I'll
made
go
them?
with you. I'll go with you. No, please let me take this. Please let me take this. Okay, so an alien race has seeded our genetics, right? And they orchestrated the entire Bible.
Yep.
Okay. And this alien race, let's say they're like super enlightened. They're so far above us in technology that they've discovered the ability to just continually rejuvenate people such that they could never die. And if there was ever a point at which they could die, they could resurrect them, bring them back, all that stuff, right? Okay, let's say there's an alien race that could do that, and they're the ones that made our species. Now, if they also orchestrated the Bible and they told this really cool story, and they said all you have to do is believe this, and if you believe this, then we'll give you that technology to have everlasting life.
Well, that wouldn't exactly be my story, but go on.
Well, what's your problem with that story?
Well, you know, what happened was we're only talking about a creator, okay? And
well, we are talking about somebody that created us.
Yeah,
creator you don't believe in.
Any like religious text is written by us based on our experiences with these extraterrestrials.
But you have to establish that you have a creator. Then you can talk about which creator
I've
it
already
is.
established that. It's the extraterrestrials.
No, you have to. Now we're talking about, you know, whether or not that it would be a good idea or not. Whether you have evidence. Do you have evidence for extraterrestrials?
Well, actually,
you're taking it all off the rails.
Accounts, lots of eyewitness accounts.
Well, we have evidence of lots of different powers, but all powers get their power from the greatest power. That's our God. That's our Creator. The Creator of all powers.
The extraterrestrials. Sorry,
the Creator of all powers is the Creator of everything.
Yeah, the
Are
extraterrestrials.
these extraterrestrials, are they finite? Do they require a beginning of some
Irrelevant.
sort?
Whoa, dude, I do not have the answer.
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Over my head, that
Tony.
one. Sorry, I can't answer that.
You're just kicking the can back to God.
Look, Tony.
When you mention any material cause.
Did I write this or did my pencil write this?
You wrote it.
Okay. Did I use the pencil to write it?
You did.
Okay. Now, if God wrote the Bible and he used an instrument that he created, would he have wrote it? How would you say whether or not, let's say I wrote a book of the Bible, but God made me write the book of the Bible, or he filled me with the Holy Spirit or carried me along with the Holy Spirit as the Bible claims. And so through me, as just in the same way that through this pencil, I wrote the information on this piece of paper. Who wrote the information on this piece of paper? Did the pencil or me?
You did.
Okay, so then I would use the same question when you suggest some religious text. I'll claim that the Bible is the one that it happened. All right, so the Bible was written by people, but it was really written by God, who used people to write down what he wanted to have said.
So why isn't there only one Bible?
Well, there is.
There is one Bible going back to Adam and Eve.
Can you?
Now, if you're gonna talk about the versions,
can you hold it up for me? I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yes.
The one that goes back to Adam and Eve.
Interpretations whatsoever.
This is the English Bible.
Okay.
King James Version.
So there's no other interpretations that are a little bit different or way different or.
Okay, guys, time out. So I know so we've been rambling back and forth about this for a while. I think I know in his image had something he wanted to.
No. At this point, it's irrelevant. You guys go on.
Okay, Jeremy, I know you've been trying to cut in a couple times, man. Do you have something you wanted to say?
Well, it's about the immaterial aspects that need to be separated out from the materialist's assumption of reality. They can only count when they're talking from a material starting point for the material aspects of reality, but they can't account for the immaterial aspects of reality. And when it comes to life, the immaterial aspects are more significant than the material aspects. So it's weighted.
Jeremy, sorry, could you give me some examples of immaterial aspects?
Just me talking to you is immaterial.
Yeah, information, coded, information, functionality.
The fact that you love your wife, Tony.
Do you realize that everything that we're doing now that is a function of our very physical, chemical, electrical brains? You realize that, don't you?
You make that claim.
Sure.
No.
The material brain.
No, I don't make that claim. I don't make that claim at all. If you have any other way of saying it's anything else, you have the floor.
That's
so,
what we've
Tony,
been talking about.
I would ask you if I took this information that was written on this piece of paper, okay, and I wrote that information down on my computer, the medium has changed. You understand?
Could you do that without your brain?
No, I could not. Well,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, you were created without your brain.
I don't see. Okay, so is the information in my brain or is it on this piece of paper?
It came.
Information for your brain is in your genome.
It came from my brain onto the piece of paper.
Yes.
Did I just create matter?
No. You wrote on a piece of paper.
Okay, so I didn't create matter.
No.
I wrote down information.
Yeah.
If I write it down on a computer, did I create matter?
No.
I just arranged matter in such a way that other people can interpret it as information.
No. You wrote down conceptions on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And then if
I write it down,
conceptions.
Okay, you can describe it that way if you want, but honestly, you use your brain to write stuff down. I don't know why this is so hard.
Does the material on which I write information matter? Does it change what the information is?
No.
Where is the information?
In your brain.
It's not on the piece of paper?
Can you do that without your brain? Let me put it that way. What can you do without your brain?
You realize your brain is made by information, don't you?
Wow, that's circular.
Yeah, information that no material thing is able to concatenate, put together.
We are the experiences that happen here. Okay? Do you understand that?
But the information to make your brain came from your genome, which no physical thing was able to put together.
Anything that you call the soul or the spirit is here.
No, I'm talking about what made your brain.
Tony, that's a claim.
Yes, and it's a claim that I feel very strongly about.
I understand.
But Can you prove me wrong?
Okay.
Because your brain was made by information.
You say that the
is not
information
material.
on this page is the piece of paper on which it is written is irrelevant.
Yes.
Then you ask me the question, did it come from my brain? Did my brain make it? And I would ask you the question, does the information in my brain rely on my brain?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
What can you do without your brain?
Well, there are some people that have been born with liquid brains and they can still function for several years.
Yeah, but, all right. What can you do without synapses? Okay, that electrochemical response.
Tony. This argument you always bring up and has been annihilated like over and over again continues to be.
Well, it hasn't really.
Dude, shut up. Dude, I'm so annoyed listening to you over and over again with this exact same stupid argument. Okay, the hard drive that is on your computer and all the CPU and everything that enables the information processing. Is it remotely plausible that physical object and the three-dimensional specific functions that are required for it, is it remotely plausible that without intelligent agents that could ever come into existence? Even though all of the elements which make it up existed prior to its creation.
That particular blank hard drive, or
no, I'm talking about your computer, any computer. Even though the elements, the rare earths, the silicone, the plastics, all of the different pieces that are required for it to exist. That hardware. We're not talking about information right now. We're talking about purely the hardware. Those elements are. Hang on, I'm just going to make this very, very clear because I want a very clear response from you. Okay. Even though all of the physical elements existed prior to its formation into all of the functional components that make up your computer and enable information processing, even though they existed prior to its formation, without intelligent agents coming along and putting them all together in a very specific way, having foresight of the intended outcome, could your computer ever exist?
I'd be very skeptical.
Okay, cool. So, three-dimensional structures are required for life to exist. They're hyperspecific three-dimensional structures which have every single component that we're talking about in terms of the requirement of foresight. Like you have to have all these different functions in synchronicity existing at the same time in order for the information processing, which then now somehow has to come into existence in order for it to be processed. But prior to that, you have to have the three-dimensional structure. So you have to have the elements of the computer of the system now have to be arranged all in the perfect order in order to enable the function. So, if, as you just stated, it's not plausible for your computer, which has pre-existing elements, to come into existence without an intelligent agent, why is it plausible, in your opinion, for a life form which has way more complex components that are required in a three-dimensional physical structure in order for life to exist? How is it plausible for them to come into existence without an intelligent agent existing prior to their formation?
So you're looking at as it is now. You're trying to get from here to there, aren't you?
No. I am.
No. What does?
I'm talking about the most simplistic form of life.
Okay. What does abiogenesis say about that?
They have no clue.
About just don't say anything.
Whoa.
It doesn't say anything.
Could you please? No. What does abiogenesis?
It's not a thing.
They don't have a clue. They have no clue. They have no idea. They have no idea.
There's no ramp up to life.
Dude, they can't even. Bro, listen, Tony. They can't even get 20 nucleotides to bond.
Let it be on the record that LPP won't answer the question.
What's the question?
What does abiogenesis say about the origins of life?
They don't have a clue.
It doesn't say anything.
Nothing, because there's the law of biogenesis, which states that life only comes from life.
Is that what they say?
The law, the scientific.
Yeah, that's what they say.
The scientific law of biogenesis states that life comes from life.
Is that what they say?
And by the way, if you don't have a
Scientific-
biogenesis, you don't have evolution either.
It's a scientific law. It's called the law of biogenesis.
So it can't come from simpler processes.
Well, apparently not if it's a law. I mean, how do you break the law, the first law of thermodynamics?
All
Can
right.
you?
Well, what does abiogenesis say? What does it say?
Abiogenesis doesn't say anything. The law of biogenesis, not biogenesis states.
Why will not any of you answer this question?
I'm telling you that it doesn't say
very
anything.
clear. You're not asking a very clear question. Are you asking what do people who
What's the
study
question?
biogenesis say, or are you asking specifically what are the claims of abiogenesis? What are you exactly asking?
What is the law of abiogenesis? That's what I want to know, because we don't know, obviously.
He thinks it says something. What does it say?
What are the claims of abiogenesis?
What do you think abiogenesis says?
The claims of abiogenesis, as far as I understand, is that somehow life came from non-life.
Which is not an explanation. It's not an explanation of anything.
Well, it's
I wanted him to tell us.
Wrong.
It's like the smaller components came together and made replicating things and all that sort of stuff. For sake of brevity, isn't it? It's like it came from very.
Tony, here's the problem: is when this is one of those situations where you can't really go for brevity. It's a very complex process.
How?
If it could even the question is can it even happen at all?
Okay.
And it seems as a computer programmer myself that I just don't see a pathway where it could ever possibly occur.
I can dig that. I really can. But my point was that you guys were saying all this stuff about complex genetic information and all that sort of thing. But what I'm saying is the going hypothesis, not hardcore theory, hypothesis is that it came from simple aspects in in pre-biochemistry Earth. Okay.
So it doesn't prove anything.
Non-living molecules arrange themselves into information which made life.
If you want to straw man it that way, then yes.
Wait,
But
how
we're
is
talking
wait. I'm a little confused. How is that a straw man?
What can be verified? What can be verified? That's science. That's what we're going by.
What organizes itself?
Will you explain it in a better way then?
Does anything organize itself?
Ice, snowflakes.
There's
certain things
of their chemistry, of what happens.
And that's not
I didn't hear the
information.
beginning of what you said.
Ice
can you say it again?
Ice doesn't organize itself. It just does what it does.
Sure, but
Do you understand?
And it's not information.
When it becomes cold, it organizes into a specific structure.
Yeah,
It's not a directed working
I'm
mechanism.
sorry, my voice is starting to heighten. I know I'm sounding aggressive.
Okay, Tony. Listen, man, we have had this. We've gone down this rabbit hole with you many
I
times.
haven't.
It's not a rabbit hole.
I haven't done it yet.
Dude, this rabbit hole that we go down with you every time, Tony. You have argued the stupid snowflakes and the crystals.
I brought it up.
I
brought it up because I wanted him to go there.
He goes down this rabbit hole about what forms himself, and then he's going to try and buy. There's some unknown law that we don't know about that's going to cause all this stuff to happen. The information, you're talking about a compression algorithm, okay? This doesn't apply to the information, okay? This does the cold crystal versus code. It doesn't apply. Does not apply. Okay, from a chemistry perspective, there is no reason. If it was following the same logic as a crystal or a snowflake, we would have just nothing but repetition. The entire point of how code works is that we don't have repetition. We have
information.
Asynchronous information from a code base. Like, it is specified information. It is not just random information. Like, this is so basic, man. This is why it gets so annoying. Tony, you've been having this discussion for years now, and you keep coming back to the exact same crap while simultaneously refusing to accept the obvious. That your arguments do not answer the freaking question.
There is no law of a biogenesis.
What is the question?
You said there was a law of a biogenesis. What does it say? There is no law, and it doesn't say anything because it doesn't exist.
Honestly, this all comes out, if you look at stuff, how it is now. It's taken billions of years to get to this point.
How?
Tony, can we just stop and admit that there are things that we have heard, there are things that we have been taught, and some of them may or may not be true, and we trust those things until somebody shows us something better.
Yes.
Where did the first atom come from? The smallest molecule in our body is made up of about 50,000 atoms.
You're changing the topic.
No.
So can you accept that? Can you admit that there is that a biogenesis does not say anything? And I won't make fun of you. Can you admit that a biogenesis does not say anything? Because the law of biogenesis is not the same.
No, because biogenesis is basically life from life. You've talked about that, but abiogenesis is like your basic enzymes.
Life from non-life.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Basically, so it contradicts the law.
Hey, whoa! I'm not saying that I believe it's all gospel. If you can actually bring something to the table that we can measure and say, well, no, wait a second, this is the
That's
way
what we're asking you. If you can bring
I'll
something
flip
to
the
the
table on you,
we
Tony.
can measure.
We can
I'll
measure
flip it
the
on you.
possibility of it.
Hey, Tony, we have testimony that has been passed down from our ancestors to our from our ancient ancestors to children to children to children, and it has been faithfully recorded and re-recorded and passed down throughout millennia.
Are you sure it's faithfully?
Huh?
You absolutely sure it's faithfully? There hasn't been a little bit of stuff changing over the years?
There are cases in which it has been changed.
Degenerated.
And we can see where those changes are. So here's the thing. You have 10,000 documents that are copies of some original document. Okay? And then there are a few copies over here in a different location, mind you, that are copies from supposedly that same original document. And these few documents over here, a few copies, say something different than the other 10,000. Which do you believe?
And you know how many actual generations we have in human history is not more than 200 generations, less than 200 generations.
According to the Bible, but I don't understand why that's relevant, Jungle. We're talking about the
honestly,
reliability of scripture.
With all those copies of like bunch of documents, my going sort of train of thought is to not believe any of it. Just treat it all with a grain of salt.
So what it really boils down to with you, Tony, is you are desperate to avoid the obvious. You don't want God to exist. You're desperate for God not to exist. You love to make fun and joke about how God does not exist. And to run around spewing your same talking points, which you don't even understand. You don't even understand your own talking points. And you prove that over and over and over again. You don't actually know what you're arguing.
You don't even know what you believe.
Bro, do we have neutral? Do the base pairs have chemical bonds between them? Yes or no? between the pairs, not the individual nucleotides, in between the pairs. Is there any chemical bond between them?
I'm not a geneticist.
Okay, then don't talk about freaking crystals then if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about and the significance of it.
Are you a geneticist?
Well, actually, I'm talking about something from a chemistry perspective, but you know what? This is something that if you do some very, very, very basic 101 information access available to all of us on the internet right now, you will find that no, holy crap, there is no chemical bond other than between the backbone, and there's a hydrogen bond between the two nucleotides, individuals. There's no chemical bond between each pair. Okay. That means that their arrangement is 100% random.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay, cool. So,
what's your point?
You have to listen. What if you don't already comprehend what the point is? Then you're a dumbass. Is what it becomes boils down to. Okay. Do we have a code? So do we have a code?
I'm sorry.
Do we have a code? Do we have a code? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So
that's your answer.
Is every single set digit of that code? Are there 4 possibilities?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So if you need the absolute minimum of nucleotide or base pairs in a row that you need, this is recognized in science, that you need to have a free living system is 1.3 million. Okay. That means your probability is 4 to the 1.3 millionth freaking power. Okay. And all of them have to be in the correct order linearly. Okay. That means you have to have picked the lottery number that is 1.3 million numbers long. Okay. And not only if you picked it correctly, you have to have this in a 3-dimensional structure. Like, do you actually think that is remotely plausible to occur without an intelligent agent being required? Because if you don't have them all in the correct order, you don't have life, and you have to start over.
Okay. So now, doesn't that beg the question?
How does that beg a question?
What or who is this intelligent force?
That is not the question at hand. It's, is there one that's required? That's the first step. You're jumping.
He just admitted it.
You are jumping. You are jumping.
See that?
Is it more plausible that an intelligent agent is required in order to execute that, or that a random no intelligent agent is able to pick a lottery number that is 1.3 million numbers long and have to all? It can't just be picked randomly. They all have to be picked in sequential order. Which one is it? Intelligent agent.
I can pick them all in sequential order.
You guys get so stuck in argument mode that you don't listen when you want to point.
He wants to jump to which creator, but you have to first admit there's a creator.
All right. Then who or what is it?
You just did it again.
Is there one required? Yes or no?
You have considerably made that point that one.
No. I want to hear it out of your mouth. Is it more plausible that one is required? Yes or no?
I do not believe in any deity.
Okay, bye. I've had enough of him. He annoys the crap out of me. I've had the same argument with him like 20 times. Nev's been having it for like 5 years. It's pointless. LR, you've been being quiet, man. Let's beat up on LR. Let's let him have some time to talk.
I wanted a shot.
And LR, by the way, my treatment of Tony is just because he drives me up the freaking wall. We have these same stupid circular arguments, and he never actually will address anything. I'm not a jerk to everybody. And this is your first time on, so welcome back.
Yeah, of course, man. No, yeah, I was sitting back and hearing everyone's opinion. You know, so some opinions are more follow more logic than others. But yeah, I appreciate your guys' points of views. I mean,
the point is,
no, I don't really have a point. There's been so many things thrown up in the air that I wouldn't really know which one to specifically touch on. If you guys want to touch on something specific, then
Sure. What's your problem with Christianity? What makes you think that Christianity is not true?
it's a multivariant question. I mean, it's not just a singular.
I understand. Can you pick one, or like the biggest one? I mean, we can go from there.
Morality, the morality of it.
The morality.
why are people immoral? Why are you immoral? Is that what the question is?
No, that's more of the free will argument.
Oh.
No, just a sense of, I guess.
So you don't care about why people are immoral?
Dude, he hasn't told you what.
No,
Can we ask him and let him answer?
Go ahead, Jungle. What's your? That doesn't really seem like a full
morality. Why people are immoral?
That is a question I would ask, but I would phrase it differently, which is, how can God allow evil? You know, and I've heard many good arguments from it, none that are convincing enough. But it usually all falls onto the free will argument. I don't believe we have free will.
But do you want to have your own choice in the matter?
I don't believe that I intrinsically have a choice. I believe that I have an illusion of a choice. I believe that I am convinced that I have will, and sentient creatures have will.
Do you want that to be taken away from you? You want that to be taken away from you so you can't choose?
I don't understand.
Do you want your choice to be taken away from you?
I thought I was clear. I don't believe I have a choice.
Yeah, but do you want that choice that you believe that you don't have taken away from you?
You understand how it's a circular question, right? That doesn't really.
I don't think your statement makes sense.
So, El, why are you even here having this conversation if you don't think you actually have a choice? What's the point?
Are you asking me?
Like, do you not have a choice to be here and having this conversation? Is it predetermined? Is it predetermined?
Yes. That'd be a better way to ask that. Yes, I believe it's predetermined.
Okay, so
you haven't got a choice. I'm going to give you my bank account number, and I want you to go put all your money in my bank account because you don't have a choice.
Well, me saying when I say no to that, I guess me saying no is a predetermined answer.
Okay, so everything that we're doing here is totally pre-programmed. Every single thing has been
pre-programmed is not the terminology I would use.
Well, predetermined in any other context is going to require a prior data set to be an organization or order of actions to be predetermined.
Yes, none of that entails a.
In what context? So, in what context would you conclude that something that is 100% predetermined would not necessitate an intelligent agent being in place beforehand to prescribe all of those predetermined outcomes?
That's a very good question. My first response would be, I don't know, but I'm not convinced that the only probable or plausible answer would be God. God is one of them.
So are you just I'm just going to be blunt now. Are you an ignorant agnostic who loves to just run around and be like, I don't know, and I don't have to know because I don't have to actually make a decision on anything because everything is predetermined and I don't actually have a choice? Is that your worldview?
No, I think that's a little condescending.
No, it's very direct, and because with agnostics,
it might be direct,
because agnostics like you really annoy the crap out of me, to be honest. Because it's like, well, I really don't give a shit. So in the 21st century in which we live, okay, the access to information is unparalleled. We have the ability to go and, with a click of a button or voice command, we can get access to all sorts of stuff, right? And therefore, a lot of these things that can help to answer a lot of these questions are at our fingertips. We don't have to pay for them. We can just go and take the time to learn if you have the IQ, which obviously you do. And so the direct question is, why don't you use it and go search rather than just say, I don't have a choice. It's predetermined.
I search very much, and I guess that's why I'm under.
But you can't make decisions.
Yeah, no, not of yet, no.
But your decisions are predetermined, right?
Yes, I've seen.
So how do you determine which path of information access you're going to go down?
Because, like I said, I agree that I have a will. We all have a will. Whether or not it's free will, I am not convinced that it's free will. So you're just touching on the subject of a will. Yes, I have a will.
Oh, now you have a will. Okay.
Yes, a will. A will entails
have
intention. We have intention. Intention entails the expulsion of the activation of your neuron.
Because we agree that your choices are determined by what you believe and what you're fed. The information that you're fed determines what your choices are, but you still have a will.
So is your will expressed via your neurons or prior to the activation of your neurons?
That's a fabulous question. I don't know. That's actually something that I'm actually shadowing someone writing a paper on that exact thing. But
okay, hang on. So, up until about 5 years ago, the majority of people were running around claiming that everything was actualized before we even knew it, right? But now there's some massive shakeup of that assumption, correct?
Yes, very, very much so.
Okay, so a great deal of the standard atheist talking points about free will and choice and determinism are getting utterly annihilated by these newer studies, correct?
No, I wouldn't nearly go to the extreme of annihilated in the way that I suspect you're using that term. I would say that it.
Okay, so what are they determined about the actualization of the brainwaves that we thought were nothing but, it's happening before we take the action. We're seeing all this brainwave activity. What are they now? What are they now recognizing?
And I don't think your question is specific enough. It's not just one, and you're not defining.
Well, what I'm referring to right now is the fundamental experiment that is the one that started the whole. This whole deterministic.
Do you know what experiment that is? Do you know what part of your brain? Are you aware of the neurology behind that experiment?
I mean, I've read the paper.
And tell me what it says.
I read it like 3 years ago. I have to pull it up again. I'm talking about the concept.
Okay, well, so maybe I'm not trying to be condescending, and so maybe you can take that and realize that even though you're claiming something that you can't even back up, and you can't back up why you believe it, I'm not going to try to condescend you. The only thing I can say is you should understand where those brainwaves are coming from, what part of
it. Hang on, dude. You brought it up initially. And then I asked you a more clarifying question on it, which we both agreed upon, and then it went into more detail. And now you're going to say, which paper was it, and can you explain everything about the experiment?
Yes,
that happened. The experiment that I'm referring to happened 5 years ago, and I read the paper like 3 years ago, and I'm supposed to be able to remember all the top of my head. 2:06 in the morning on a YouTube stream. Otherwise, we have justification for condescension, or that I'm being ignorant and not being able to back up my claim.
No, I didn't call you ignorant.
Because I'm pretty sure that's the you issued this. I'm not going to try and condescend to you, but you obviously don't really know what you're talking about. That was the?
It is obvious.
The inference.
Obvious.
Oh, really?
You clarified it's obvious due to lack of memory. It's okay, but It's so obvious. Yes. And it's not one single experiment, by the way. And the fact that you're claiming it, the fact that you're stating it as one single experiment says a lot about what you know about it. It's not a single experiment, and it didn't just happen.
Well, dude, yeah, I know. There's been more experiments since then.
Hundreds.
Right, and they've been finding very, very similar outcomes. Correct?
No, not at all. And the very paper that I'm shadowing right now shows the inconsistencies between all of them and the fact of how little we actually know. So
that's very true. We don't know very much at all, do we?
No, not at all. Not nearly enough to make any viable conclusion or consensus in the scientific field, at least.
So you don't have.
Hang on, John. I didn't say that a consensus has been made, but up until the whole point that I was making, which apparently went over your head because you're being a dick now, is that up until recently, from like what, the early 1970s?
No.
Up until like 2012, I think, when the first one that really started to question this came back into play. It was the consensus, the general consensus, that there wasn't an external cause, right? Well, there couldn't be. It was all just happening inside of the brain, just chemical reactions, right?
That there wasn't an external cause. It's of course an external cause. I suspect you're using external as an ontological term. External is anything that's outside of your brain. That's the external part. Are you talking external as
I'm talking specifically in the context of, is it happening before or after the thought, the will, action?
Oh, again, I don't know, but I think we both agree on that. It's something that we...
Right, but my point, you just talked about, and then I mean a different consensus, which I agreed upon. However, the whole point that I was making was, I'm pretty sure I specifically stated this in relation to the talking points spewed by atheists and agnostics up until about 2012, was all these experiments are showing that there is no such thing as free will. Correct?
No, it's not. It's never I guess you're kind of misleading the whole idea behind what is driving the experiments altogether, which is it's point to
okay,
point.
Let me ask you a different question. How old are you?
How old am I? How old are you? Why are you asking that?
I don't care. It's a great question. How old are you? I'm 36. How old are you?
I'm not really comfortable saying
yeah.
that.
Are you over or under 25?
I don't think that's relevant.
You already said it doesn't know.
It has direct relevance to yeah.
How?
When did you go to college?
Well, how is any of that relevant?
It has relevance. Just answer the question.
It seems like that's an argument.
It's difficult to answer a question when you take him down these paths and then insult him when he doesn't give the right answer.
No, it's not.
John, hear me out, brother.
Bob, shut up.
You are so...
LR, it really fascinates me how people such as yourself on YouTube in an anonymous forum with LR as your name and no avatar and no camera.
Because
you're afraid to even talk about how old you are?
No, not at all.
Okay, so how old are you?
Fear has nothing to do with it.
How old are you then?
What it purely has, and that's why I was hesitant to even bring up shadowing a paper, because it's going to lead to speculations of what that means and da 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 da.
Dude, that is zero bearing. I'm literally asking this question because I find it extraordinarily fascinating how, depending on when people went to college, their knowledge of things that happened and like the consensuses before they went to college seem to fly over their heads, and they seem to be staggeringly ignorant of it. That's why I'm asking you the question.
People who have went to college or have not?
Depending on people who went to college, depending on when, okay, the consensus prior to their attendance is amazingly ignorant, which is why I'm asking you the question of how old are you and when did you go to college? It's a very direct question.
So you're saying that the time period someone attended school depends on the recent information that they were given, and that information that they were given at that time may not be relevant anymore. So therefore, their formal education is not valid.
Well, that, but I'm also talking about the precursor information, the precursor standard dogmas that were before they went to college, that amazing amounts of people are completely ignorant of what the dogma was before they were in school, which is why I'm asking you the question. So again, how old are you, or when did you go to college?
Again, I don't think that is too relevant. I guess the way that I can answer it and trying to find mutual grounds, because I understand now why you're asking it.
It's a pretty direct question, man. It's a pretty easy answer.
And I'm
How old are you? When did you go to college? I went from 2002 to 2006. I'm 36 years old. How about you?
Hey, I'm 36.
Oh. I would rather not say. So you're asking the question. I'm saying I don't want to answer it. I think the best next choice would be let's find mutual ground.
Here's a better. So now I really want to know why are you afraid to answer the question?
It has nothing to do with fear.
Why are you afraid to answer the question?
It's not fear. No, it just has nothing to do with fear. I'm not afraid. I wouldn't want to put that word in there. I think it's a very incorrect word to use. Yeah, exactly. I don't.
Okay. You don't want to. You can't have basic conversation.
I was going to ask him. I was like, isn't that a choice that he's directly making?
That's a kind of trollish thing too. Yeah.
That's great. You go ahead and ask that.
LR.
Oh yes.
Are you not able to be culpable for like performing some kind of evil act? Is that not something that we can do anymore?
Culpable to whom?
So you don't think that there's like any moral premise at all, right? You think that there's just whatever we make up, and then we would just punish people as needed.
Is there intrinsic objective morality? No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm not convinced.
Do you have a
think that it's okay?
Yeah. Where do you draw the line whenever you say something is evil or good? Where's the line for you? Oh, you kicked him out.
I'm done with. I'm done with this. I haven't reached a conclusion. Agnostics annoy me more than atheists. Agnostics are ridiculously obnoxious idiots. I mean, it's so annoying dealing with them. You said there's no point in having these conversations with them.
Wait, you think agnostics are more annoying than atheists?
Oh yeah. Atheists, at least you just recognize that they're either refusing to accept anything or are just angry.
My understanding is
agnostics run around and refuse. The reason I was asking about making decisions is that agnostics, all it boils down to for agnostics is I don't have the CO Jones to make a decision about anything. So I'm going to run around and claim that there's not enough evidence for whatever it is, and then claim that you didn't tell me enough. While they were 9 times out of 10, they refuse to actually go and do this whole point I was making about the access to information we currently have. Like if you can't create a cumulative case to either, but I'm talking about going doing basic research. If you can't reach a cumulative case decision of whether it is more or less likely that a God exists or God does not exist, then you're either a lazy idiot or you don't have the IQ points to do it in the modern era. That's it. If you're going to claim to be because you got to think about this. Agnostics, what do? They take all this time to run around and tell everybody how they don't know anything. Like, I'm sorry. That's just dumb. Like, in any other context, would it make any sense to run around to all of your peers and be like, hey, think about this, Bob. Tomorrow, will you go into you're probably doing Zoom right now. Would you hop on Zoom and with your team doing a scrum or whatever and be like, guys, you know what? I've just decided I don't know jack shit about full stack. And I think I'm just not sure what kind of a developer I am. And the guy's like, oh, well, if you're not sure what your specialty wants to be, why don't, here's some places, some resources we can help you. We can mentor you, yada, yada. And you're like, yeah, I just don't know which path I want to go down. And nothing you tell me is going to convince me one way or the other. I'm like, well, yeah, but dude, you like need to make a decision on this. Like, you got to pick something that you're going down. Like, this is part of your existence. Like, what are you doing? And you're like, yeah, I just don't think I'm going to do that. And I'm like, well, have you gone and like looked at any of the options of like some of the new things? No, I just don't think I'll be convinced. I mean, people will start to be like, so what do you do exactly? Well, I just kind of consider things and okay, cool. So you don't have the capacity to make a decision. Got it. I mean, that's an agnostic. In no other context, Matt, on one of the subs you were on, if somebody acted like that in response to one of the officers, what's going to happen?
He might get messed. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, it would be basically life or death for us because I mean, if you're not doing your job, like it could be really serious. So.
Yeah, I mean, jungle. When you
Bread and water for 30
Well,
days.
what they're denying is they're denying whether or not they can make a decision, go to the grocery store or not, or to go to one store as opposed to another. They're just denying. They're saying they don't have a choice in the matter. They don't have a choice in the matter whether or not they get drunk or not, or take some other drug. They're saying they don't have a choice.
All right, I'm gonna
disagree with that.
All right, I'm gonna let him back in. Let you guys talk. I'm gonna leave. You guys have some fun. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Have fun with your agnostic guy.
Like how can you not? How can you claim to not have a choice in the matter?
Demonstrate to me how if we were to, and Bob knows this point of view, he's heard it from me, and I don't think that he actually ever responded to it, but if we were to go back, let's say tomorrow morning, or yesterday morning, if we were to go back to yesterday morning and every single atom was in the exact same motion, every single thought, every single emotion, every single thing in the universe was exactly the way it was, demonstrate to me how you could have made another choice.
How can we demonstrate to you something that's hypothetical? That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Because it depends. Your choices, LR.
Yes, I do.
Your choices depend directly on what you believe the outcome is going to be.
No, you guys are missing the point. See, the correct answer is that decisions are immaterial. It doesn't matter what the arrangement of the atoms are. You assume that they are. You assume that the arrangement of the atoms determines what you believe. But like I was saying earlier when I was talking to Tony, is that if you write something on a piece of paper, okay, the arrangement of the atoms shows you something. You can interpret them as meaning something. And then he inevitably went to the question of, well, okay, didn't that come from your brain? Okay, you're assuming that because my brain,
what you choose to do. You choose to do what you do based on what you believe.
So Tony was assuming, which I never got to get into, that the neurons in your brain are arranged in such a way that information is there. But it doesn't change the fact that it's a material, right? Because you can have a hard drive and it can be blank and it weighs the same. There's no difference in weight.
Right.
You can write information to that hard drive and it doesn't change the weight of the hard drive. You can't physically tell, except by looking at electrical charges within that device, what is different about that electronic device.
And you can write the same thing on something that doesn't weigh the same. It's not the same kind of memory.
I just don't see how that's analogous to the question.
My point is that you can store an amount of information in a book.
He's talking about his analogy.
All right, it weighs like half a pound or something like that. Okay, and then you can store this same information thousands of times over, actually, on a tiny little disk, and it has all of the information that's in this times 1,000 or more, and it's on this little disk. That in of itself proves that information is not material, because the information is here. There is information in this book. There's any book that you get, there's information in it. But if you put it on a flash drive, okay, the information is stored on a different medium and it takes up less space. If information were physical, that would be physically impossible. Information is not physical. It is by necessity immaterial. Does that make sense?
Correct. But he's talking about determinism, though.
Well, I'm asking Alar.
Right.
It's a point that requires its own digging into, but again, I don't think that it's analogous to the exact question.
It's not really a point that needs to be dug into. It's pretty simple. Like, do you accept that? Like, do you see like some sort of logical contradiction in the argument that I just made?
It's how you define information. There's not just what's your definition of information?
I define information as information. Well, what do you how do you think you can get around this? Why are you even trying to get around this? Information is something that is
The fact that
material.
you asking a definition of something as quote getting around it, it shows how.
What's your definition of information?
That's not irrelevant. That's
yes,
not
it
relevant.
is. You just told him that he wasn't using the appropriate definition. We need to hear what your definition is.
His point. I want his definition. So if we want to talk about my definition, that's okay, but that's changing the subject. So
no, it's not. It's not changing the subject. We want to be on the same page with you.
He wants to know my definition. Okay, so information is immaterial knowledge. It is something that is immaterial, that is transferred from a source to a receiver.
The instruction.
Okay, so now that we know, so now that I know your definition, let me.
Could be what you believe, what you're told to believe.
I'm still trying to see the correlation with the determinism aspect in.
Depending on which spirits you listen to all day long.
Okay, if you want to know what the correlation is between knowledge being for information
do you
being
not see the
immaterial.
contradiction with the fact that you're having to choose to be deterministic? Does that make sense? Like it sounds to me like you have awareness
I'm not choosing
of determinism. Think about it. You have awareness of your determinism supposedly, right? But you're choosing first of all to be here on this stream talking to us, right? And you're choosing to put out certain information. There's a lot of things that doesn't really jive with your notion of reality, if you think about it.
To be fair, his notion would be that his chemical brain made him do it, and that's why he's doing it.
No. I mean, he could have done it differently. That's the whole point.
No, I could not have done differently, and I cannot.
You truly believe that you could not have chosen to do different things,
I
right?
cannot demonstrate to you that I could. Like, if I lift up my right hand right now all the way to the highest I could, I can't demonstrate to you now that I could have done different. I can't.
The point I'm making is that you chose to lift up your hand in the first place. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's something that you choose specifically to do.
It's
a decision that you're making culpably, right? That's the point.
So a decision does not entail that intrinsically it was chosen by me. It's still a decision because I have will, but it's an illusion. It feels good. It feels good that I think I have the choice, but in all reality,
it's not an illusion, man.
Tell me why. Demonstrate to me if right now.
If it was an illusion, why are you here?
Right now, you touched your forehead. Demonstrate to me a few seconds ago that you could have not touched your forehead.
I can actively choose not to do that. I can actively choose not to touch my eyes. I can actively choose not to touch this table over here.
25 seconds now. Demonstrate to me that you could have chosen different from doing that.
I just explained to you, you cannot demonstrate something from a hypothetical. You cannot do that. It's impossible to do that. Okay, I understand where I'm coming from.
Choices.
You think hypotheticals are not something.
Hypotheticals cannot be used that way. I hope you understand what you're talking about here.
You're letting him take you down a
choices
useless topic.
that are habits.
You're letting him take you down a useless topic.
What topic is that?
Whether or not you have free will. How can you possibly know? The point is that information is not material by necessity.
So you don't know if you have free will or
because
not.
the same amount of information can be stored on any medium, irrespective of weight or material.
I know I have free will.
How does that have anything to do with will, with intention?
I know I have free will.
What does that have to do with anything?
Jungle, I know that you do. The problem is that he's confused and he doesn't know these things.
What does that have to do with choice, with intention, and what does that have to do with
telling you that your question is irrelevant.
Because if I didn't choose to change my habits of thought, I would still be a schizophrenic.
That's more of a psychological perspective, not really a
No, it's what you choose to do.
Can we
psychological.
assume that we all have free will and go from there? Or do you need us to prove to you that you have free will?
Can we assume that we have who's we? Like everybody
All of
in
us,
the
yeah.
world, or just
Yeah.
us? Everybody.
Everyone. Does everybody have free will, or do we have to prove to you that everybody has free will? And if we have to prove it to you, why is it relevant to whether or not God exists and that Jesus Christ died for the forgiveness of your sin, or died for your sins, and he was buried and he rose from the dead according to the scriptures? How is this relevant to whether or not you have free will?
Because the notion of free will falls heavily on the notion of such things as sin and such things as heaven and hell, and the very idea of, do you have free will in heaven?
Do you honestly
does God have free will? So
Okay.
free will is very, very relevant.
Well, God having free will is something that we would just have to believe whatever he told us. If he tells us that he has free will, then he has it. If he tells us that he doesn't have free, how could we know either way? We cannot know whether or not he has free will
So did he say
without
that?
him telling us.
So do you think he's going to tell you then?
He doesn't have to. He
Didn't
doesn't
state whether
owe
or
us an
not
answer.
he told us or whether he would be willing to do so. It's irrelevant. The point is that we can't know unless he does tell us.
That's a contradiction. So therefore, it is relevant because
No.
there may
What is
be
a
time.
what is a
You're
contradiction?
saying that it doesn't matter, but yet there may be a time when it will matter. That's a contradiction.
Who said that?
You said
I
that.
did not say that there was a time where it would matter whether or not we have
You're
free
saying
will.
he may or may not reveal himself, which is assuming
No,
that
that's not what I
it's
said.
possible. That is
No, that's not what I said. I said we cannot know whether or not God has free will unless he tells us.
Do you know what whether or not means?
Yeah, I
yes,
understand English.
it entails possibility or none. So it is. You're assuming that there is a time that will come when it will come. There's a possibility a time will
No,
come.
I
when it
didn't
will come to
assume that there was
fruition.
no, I did not assume that there was a time that would come where he would reveal to us as mankind whether or not he had free will.
And it would be it would be suffice to you if he never did so ever. Such a marvelous question, such a revealing question that would help so many people. If he,
How would it help people at whether or not God has
if
free
the
will?
creator of everything revealed that free will is in fact an intrinsic element in the universe, that would help a lot of things. It would help a lot of things in quantum. It would help a lot of things.
Or can you love something?
Can I love something? This is a terrible argument.
No. Can you love something? Because if you can't love something, then there's no way, obviously, that you can love. I mean, think about it.
Love, and what is love?
What is love?
Like, can you love a woman? Can you love your children? Can you love
it's hard for you to define it.
pizza?
What is love? Define love. And is love?
I can define love.
Love as
I will
people?
define love. Love is when you sacrifice something of yourself for the benefit of somebody else. That's what love is.
That sounds like sacrifice. That doesn't sound like love. So if that's an element,
that's what love is. Do you have children? Do you have any kids?
So if that's an element of
Do you have
love,
any kids?
Why does everyone ask such personal questions? None of that matters. It's
it's an experiential
you try to
question.
use it for an ammunition for your argument, which is terrible. And
No. I'm sorry. I'm not.
So what if
I'm
it's
asking
ammunition?
you because I need to know whether or not you have the experience that I have. Because if you don't have the experience that I have, then I have to find another way to explain what I'm trying to express to you.
Your point about sacrifice is clearly, I suspect, one element. I don't believe that you would agree that sacrifice is the only element that constitutes love. Correct? That
It is the only element that constitutes love.
So sacrifice and sacrifice alone constitutes loving somebody.
Yes. Me giving you my time to talk to you is love. I am instead of doing something where I would rather be doing something else, instead, I am taking my time, which this is my time, and I'm giving it to you. That's what I mean when I say sacrifice. I'm giving it to you to take the time to listen to you and hear what your thoughts are and try to reason with you to show you, hopefully, that God does exist and that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, who died for your sins and raised from the dead according to the Scriptures. I am giving my time to you, and that is love.
Only
When
your
my
creator
child,
can be your savior.
when my child asks for something and I'm playing a video game and he comes up and says, "Daddy, can I have some graham crackers?" I have to stop my video game, get up, and go get him animal crackers. It is love when I stop what I want to do what he wants for his benefit.
Okay, so that's something very relevant for me to respond to. So I look at it from a psychological perspective, not an ontological perspective, which is love is some intrinsic thing that stems from God. No, everything you just explained. Why do you care about your son? 2, why do you care about your son not being hungry? 3, why do you feel like it's your responsibility to fulfill these needs? All of these questions and all the answers, they constitute to what the byproduct is love. There, the labeling something and calling
No. You asked me to define what love is, and I gave you the definition.
Exactly, and now
That
I'm trying to define to you what I think love is, and I purely see it on psychological terms, not ontological terms. So psychologically, why you have these responses, it's from an evolutionary point of view and from human behavior and why humans want.
You're trying to.
Why do you want to make sure children are safe in the first place?
You're trying to say he doesn't have a choice in the matter.
No,
LR, you're just asking questions. You're not giving me a definition. I gave you a definition, and then I gave you an example to clarify what my definition was. And
He
you're
does
just
have a
asking
choice in the
questions.
matter.
He hasn't thought through all of these concepts yet. That's the problem.
It's not a singular.
Most people don't.
It's not a singular definition.
I'm trying to say it's psychological.
Love is not one thing. Yes, it has everything to do with your psychological point of view. What else is love?
It doesn't have anything to do with what you choose to do.
Does love exist if there's no humans? If nobody exists, does love still exist?
Well, yes, because God is eternal and He's always
Well,
existed.
I
And
guess
He's always existed in 3 persons. You didn't realize that we had an argument for that. My question to you is, given my definition of love, can you give me an example of something that you consider to be love that does not fit my definition?
Of purely just sacrifice.
He says it's psychological.
Can you give me an example of what you consider to be love that does not fit my definition of love?
Yes, and your definition is purely sacrifice. That's what you said.
Yes.
You said, okay, so any act of kindness that does, and I don't need to give you a huge list because you can immediately come up with one in your head.
I would like a specific example.
Any act of kindness that doesn't require you giving up something.
I would like a specific
But that
example.
any act of kindness would still be giving up something.
How so?
Yeah, I know.
How?
Please give me a specific example.
Someone gives me 2 popsicles. I'm only hungry for 1 popsicle. I have a choice to be greedy.
And you lost a popsicle over it, right?
I have a choice to be greedy, or I have a choice to give it to somebody else. I give it to
Who is
somebody
loving
else.
who? Because the person that gave you 2 popsicles was sacrificing 2 popsicles that he had. He had popsicles and he gave them to you. He gave something from himself, a limited resource.
Someone that owns a popsicle factory and would never worry about losing 1 billion popsicles. So it would take
It's still a loss. You understand that, right?
Okay, so the loss is not
any
great, but it's
interaction,
still
any
loss.
loss of time, anything.
A
That's
loss
still
is not a
a loss. It's still a sacrifice.
A loss does not entail sacrifice. Those are very 2 different.
No, my definition was that a loss. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me re-clarify. When I say sacrifice, I mean willingly giving something of yourself, something that belongs to you or is of you, to somebody else for not your benefit, rather the benefit of the other person.
I don't understand how that entails sacrifice, though.
That's what sacrifice is.
That is the definition of sacrifice.
It always costs something.
everything. No, nothing is free. I hope you understand this.
It doesn't entail sacrifice. Yes, nothing. No,
Okay, look, I think you may be conflating the true definition of sacrifice with, like, cutting some virgin's throat on the edge of a volcano and throwing her in. Is that what you're thinking of? Because that's not what I'm talking about.
I'm not specifically talking about something as extreme as human sacrifice. No, I'm understanding the definitive terms of the word sacrifice and the way they're using it.
I am making the claim that there is nothing that you can do that constitutes as love where you do not sacrifice something of yourself for them, for their benefit, without your benefit.
Holding your partner's hand, kissing your partner. There's many things. You're not sacrificing anything.
You're taking your own time to do those things. That would still be sacrifice. No matter which way you look at it, you're still sacrificing something for the benefit of that person.
Show me how that's sacrificing. Show me how you can say it's, for example, the way you're saying it is technically you're sacrificing time. How are you sacrificing
you guys
time?
are missing it. I'm telling you, that's not love. You are conflating sex with love. That's infatuation. It's not love.
So okay, that's a very good point. So that is an argument. So my next thing would be fantasizing about your partner and not
infatuation.
Not committing mental adultery, not fantasizing about having sex, and you only fantasize about not even sex, loving your partner, making.
It's still giving up your time for the loved one.
See, so
as I explained.
So again, you said sacrificing your time. Show me that. Show me how it is sacrificing your time. Just
wait.
So are you going to die one day?
You are sacrificing not thinking of somebody else, but only thinking about that person.
I don't want to think about somebody else.
That's good for you.
Are you going to die one day?
That's not love.
No, it's not love. You're just thinking.
I'm thinking based on the love. Why else would I be thinking those thoughts? The origin of those thoughts are for the reason of those thoughts. Because I love that person.
You're thinking those thoughts because you have hormones.
What?
The irony is that he's a determinist and doesn't realize that part is part of his own argument.
Being horny is different.
I'm not talking about being
what
horny.
your will is.
I'm saying picturing buying someone or sitting in church and praising God and feeling in awe with your partner and fantasizing about these things. It's those thoughts come from the fact that you love that person.
You can choose not to think about that, right?
You could choose not to think about that.
There's a difference between loving and like. Like, you can love your children and not like them. You understand this, right?
Yeah, that I agree, yeah.
Okay. So they're not the same thing.
So the reason why I keep bringing up the whole you're giving up your time thing is because you're going to die one day, right? So every second actually counts. And yes, it is a sacrifice to give up your time for literally anything. Whether it's going down.
Assume that your prerogative is to avoid death, then.
That doesn't, it has nothing to do with your prerogatives here. I'm letting you know that it's an intrinsic fact of life.
All right.
You're saying that one
Let's
day
go back,
so therefore
because this conversation
is to be cherished. And every second
you're just going to argue the definition forever. So let's go back. Why do you think that the Bible is not true?
What? That is too of a broad question. Way too broad. I mean,
Give me one example.
The conversation we're on is a good. The conversation we were just discussing.
Give me one.
The topic of free will.
Give me one.
Demonstrate to me that you could have done something else.
No.
That's
Tell me why the Bible is not true. Give me one reason.
Do something else. You can't change what you choose to do.
There's not sufficient and extra biblical contemporary evidence that Jesus Christ was resurrected and raised from the dead.
Okay.
I did not hear the beginning of your statement.
There's no sufficient extra biblical contemporary evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Okay, define sufficient.
Define sufficient, something that is not purely based solely on the oral testimonies within the Bible. Something that is contemporary.
What do you think contemporary means? That's interesting. Define contemporary.
It goes alongside the exact definition of extra biblical.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
Well, maybe
No, it doesn't.
you might want to go and look up. You may be misusing the word, and that's okay if you are. You know, a lot of people use words and they hear it and they don't really know what it means. That's okay. I would suggest that you look up the definition if you do not believe what I'm about to tell you, because I'll tell you what contemporary means.
Yes,
contemporary means that it was written or testified in about the same time that the thing happened.
Yeah,
That's what contemporary means.
Extra biblical contemporary evidence, something that is not from the Bible, that is from the same time frame, that does not rely on oral traditions. For example,
why does outside of the Bible mean anything? Why is that relevant?
Because you shouldn't. It is not sufficient evidence if it's solely based on only biblical, non-contemporary evidence that is stemming from one source.
Why? Why non-biblical? Why non-biblical? Why does it have to be outside of the Bible?
Because you can't rely on testimonies or any evidence from one source.
Rely on what's outside of the testimony
Bible.
that's outside of the Bible.
Hold on. The Bible is not one source.
Yeah.
The Bible is for
the word the Bible. It actually means collection of books.
5, which is Paul, and then 6, 7.
It's the
Bible
external sources that are not reliable.
I believe there were 7 distinct authors in the Bible. Maybe
You mean in the New Testament? You mean in the New Testament?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. In the New Testament specifically, there are 7 different authors, 7 unique authors. So it's not one source.
It is one source in the sense of it is a cultivation of books that is meant to be represented
because we compiled them.
How can the external sources be reliable?
As one source. They're not supposed to be.
How can the external sources be reliable, and why would they be required?
I just explained why they would be required, because you can't rely from the testimony.
They're not reliable sources, though.
Wait, okay, LR, let me ask you a question. If you saw something happen that was just crazy, right? You saw something that was just unbelievable, and you saw it happen. You know, this crazy thing happened. Aliens landed and kidnapped your sister, and 10 other people saw it. And then they go around telling everybody, dude, aliens landed and took LR's sister. Would it be reasonable for somebody else to say, well, yeah, but you guys are the ones saying that somebody?
It wouldn't be reasonable.
I want to hear somebody that doesn't. Listen, I want to hear somebody that doesn't say that LR kidnapped his sister, or that aliens kidnapped LR's sister. I want to hear them say that aliens said that aliens kidnapped LR's sister.
That would be.
You said it was unreasonable.
Yeah, so you're requiring
in other words, you're defining yourself as unreasonable.
No, that would be beyond reasonable.
You just defined yourself as unreasonable.
No, I hope someone would. I hope somebody would ask that. I did not say.
You would want to ask for somebody to confirm something that was not a witness? You would ask a non-witness to confirm that they witnessed something?
No, I thought you were referring to the group of 10 people that saw it with me.
Right, there are 10 people
that saw it, right?
Yes, there are 10 people that all saw somebody kidnapped your sister. And you go around telling everybody, and then the people that you try to tell say, yeah, well, you guys saw it and believe it. I want to hear somebody that doesn't, that did not see it and doesn't believe it. I want to hear them say that aliens kidnapped your sister.
That's not what I'm not saying.
That is what you're asking.
No, I'm not saying prove to me that somebody that didn't see that wasn't there to.
The ones that agree are the ones that are in the Bible.
Why do you think that they are Christians?
We took the eyewitness testimonies that were available, and we compiled them. That's what the Bible is, or at least the New Testament, part of it. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Acts.
And the testimonies alone are not sufficient evidence. No.
Okay. So then no one should believe you.
Yes.
No one should believe you. Your 9 buddies that somebody kidnapped your sister.
Okay. Well, you have to go deeper into the question, which is, do we have proof that anybody's sister has been kidnapped by any type of alien? The answer is no. So yes.
That's stupid.
Why would, if we had reoccurring kidnappings of sisters all around the world from aliens that we know are aliens and they're there, then it would be reasonable to believe me, even with very little evidence such as testimony.
Have,
Because how
You're telling
have you
me
seen the movie The
that if
Fourth
a
Kind?
very rare event occurred,
How many times do
it's
bodies
very-
disappear?
Yes, oral testimony, to answer Bob's question, oral testimony would not be enough. No.
How many times do bodies disappear?
No, no evidence counts. Apparently, no, none.
That you're misrepresenting me, and I can see
No,
why.
no. Listen to
I have a good
yourself. You
argument
just
for it.
literally said that oral testimony does not count. However, think about even if it's written. What is that? It's nothing other than oral testimony being written
So
down.
you believe that there's
You're not
only
even thinking about what you're saying, sir.
So you believe that all evidence comes from specifically
Comes from people in their minds. Yes, it does.
What about mathematics?
It's a mental process that you have to mentally process those things.
Mathematics doesn't exist outside of the human conception of it.
Oh no, you let it go off topic, Matt. Come on, man. You think that testimony is completely unreliable?
I just let him
not at all.
know
I
he
didn't-
can't use any evidence because he doesn't accept anything, apparently.
I didn't say completely unreliable. I said it's not sufficiently reliable. Of course, to some
Okay.
degree, you should take into account. But when you're saying, is God real? No, then no, it's not. It's not that.
I hope that you never have to go to a trial or anything like that because your level of evidence would never get you out.
You know that in the court of law,
Your
oral testimony
existence is
the
not
weakest
real.
evidence, right? You know that testimony by word is the weakest evidence. in the
No,
court
it's
of law.
not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
No,
It's on par with everything else. Sir, I don't know where you get your information, but I mean, there are detectives, there are lawyers that tell me directly, no, it's on par with all the other evidence. We have to correlate the eyewitness testimonies and then compile them together.
Now you're admitting that there's.
What's that guy's name?
Now you're
J. Warner Wallace.
You just admitted that there's contemporary evidence to
No,
back
no,
up
no.
that oral
Hold
claim.
on, LR.
So there you
What's his
go.
name again?
What's that?
Matt, what's his name? Matt.
Jim Warner Wallace.
Yes. LR. Look him up. What video specifically? Jim Warner. God's Crime Scene.
That's
Look
right.
it up.
Is it a
Watch
book
it.
or-
Listen to his argumentation. He is a professional. Well, I don't know if he still is.
He
Hey,
solves
retired.
cold cases, and he's solved the most cold cases. He's been on 60 Minutes. He's been on Dateline. He's been on all
Okay,
kinds
I
of
would
stuff.
like to point one thing about a clear fallacy from Pigs Can Fly, which is
What's that?
you're assuming that oral testimony is the only thing that is relied on in the court of law. No, you have to
No,
have.
I mean, you're going to compile.
what he
That's
said.
what they call death.
Yes.
No, it's what they
You
call
have to have
death by 1,000
contemporary-
cuts. You have to have witness testimonies, which are the most reliable, actually, because
No.
you have to cross-reference the things that you
bloodstains
do
are the
know
most
happen
reliable.
from what they're
Bloodstains-
telling you. So, are you going to let me
Okay,
explain?
hold on.
Are you going to let me explain to you, or
Hey,
are you just going to keep talking while I'm talking to you?
Hold on. Matt is saying something. So stop and listen to what he says. And when he finishes, he doesn't take very long to talk and make his point. Then you can respond. Okay? Stop with the over talking. Matt, your point.
Oh man, it's called death by 1,000 paper cuts, man. They have evidence that they compile, but they have to have eyewitness testimony. Otherwise, they have nothing to build their case on. Okay. So from that point, they have to get a couple of references there, and then they find the facts from among the witnesses. Now they're going to be entirely different. They might say some things that have nothing to do with each other. They might notice some details that the other person didn't notice. Right. That doesn't mean that their testimony doesn't count. Just because it has something that's different from the other person. You're acting as if all testimony, just across the board, has no bearing.
I did not say that at
You
all.
basically, yes, you said it's the weakest form of evidence. Are you kidding me?
Okay. Let
Are you kidding me?
You understand how the term of saying it's the weakest point of evidence is much different from saying it is not evidence at all across the wall or across the board. So let me make something very clear. I don't know who
Okay,
you're
go
getting
ahead.
information from about the way that the legal system works, because yes, testimony is the weakest form. It is not. The cops do not. When they get to a murder scene,
Go do your research. I'm sorry, I can't talk to you, man. You're spelling lies right now, just straight up lies.
Let them make claims whether they are true or false. Let 'em
detective
make
goes
it-
to a crime scene, the first thing they do is look at the physical evidence, look at bloodstains, look at the body, look at the gender of the body, look at the position of the body. Then they ask people, they ask the neighbors, they ask the people that if there's any survivors in the house, they ask the supposed if there's victims, they ask the supposed suspect, they ask, and then these testimonies are put into place after
In the event of something like a kidnapping, what are you going to do? You have to go by the testimonies, right?
Matt, you
Right.
gotta let him make his point. I forced him to listen to
So
your
then where are you getting this nonsense from?
No, you
Matt,
can
I
prove
forced
that
him to listen to your point. Let
no,
him make
I'm
his
glad.
whole
No,
thing.
I don't mind if you interject. I'm not
Okay.
I don't mind. So that's a very good point, which is if you claim and make a call and say your daughter was kidnapped by someone that she went out on a date with, you can prove that you have a daughter. You can prove by pictures or by phone logs or by physical evidence that she did get picked up, maybe an Uber, maybe text, maybe you have a tracking device on her phone. All of this is contemporary evidence. And then you go, okay, what time did you see her leave? What time did you see her get picked up? And then on top of that, that is built on top of whatever physical evidence they might have. For all you know, the call could be fake, and the call could be a hoax, and it could be a prank, and no one could really been kidnapped. So if you only rely on testimony, then you're going to fall for every single hoax out there. You have to have physical evidence.
They still have to check. You know that, right? Like, regardless, if somebody reports that, then you have to check it, regardless. That's a fact of nature. Okay, I'm sorry, just as a part of our society. But if you so with what you just said there, you're saying that there was no evidence that Jesus, went to the cross, died. There's no evidence. I mean, we have the testimony of James' half brother. We have the testimony of his mother.
Do you see
right?
why I interrupt? You misrepresent and you interject.
No, sir. I'm just going based on what you told us. Here, we can go back in the live stream and we'll just go right back over the exact same information that you
Go
just
ahead, and I
talked
said
about.
it's not sufficient. I didn't say there's no evidence. I said
You said it's not sufficient. How in the world is your own half brother thinking that your God dying as a martyr not sufficient evidence? Tell me that.
Because that's testimony and testimony alone.
Sure. Okay. So from Flavius Josephus, who was not even a Christian, he was a Messianic Jew that worked for the Romans.
You know how long his testimony was after?
He saw him die. Are you kidding me?
Wait,
are you serious?
No, just sorry. I'm sorry, Matt. Josephus did not
wrong.
Jesus.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll take that.
Josephus,
Fine. I'll take that.
Josephus was later.
He was compiling the historical record. Yeah.
Ptolemy. Are you saying Ptolemy, Jungle?
No, I said that he was compiling the historical records.
Yeah.
Josephus was.
Now, Josephus was an historian. He did not believe, he was a Jew. He did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah. And he did testify about Jesus' death and that people believed that he had raised from the dead. He testified that people believed that he raised from the dead.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that it was afterward. It's what people believed.
Based on exactly what Bob just said is
based on the fact they couldn't ever find his body again. All the power of Rome wasn't sufficient to find his body.
You're assuming that the story is true.
Okay, so if it were false, how would you find out? How can we pick this apart and destroy it? How do we?
It was everybody's
I don't have the burden of
story.
proof. I'm just saying I'm not convinced that happened. You tell
Sorry,
me.
can you start over? I didn't hear the beginning.
I said I don't have the burden of proof. You're making the assertion that it.
No, that's false.
It in fact.
No, you have the burden of.
No, I'm not making the assertion that Jesus Christ did not get resurrected from the tomb. I'm simply saying
you're mistaken.
They never found his body.
LR, you're mistaken.
Explain to me how.
We have testimony that we have been handed down for generations. You have the burden of proof to prove or to disprove the testimony of our ancestors.
Yeah, you would have to find a record stating the contrary, that they did find his body, but they never did find his body because there's no record of anybody saying that.
Proof is on you saying he did in fact get resurrected, and you need to show sufficient evidence for that. I'm not saying that he did not. I'm saying I'm not convinced that he did.
I understand that you're not convinced that he did.
My mind is more than open.
You don't get it. You don't get it. If there was evidence that they found his body, there would have been records of it. but there is no record of it because there was no body to be found because he resurrected.
And why isn't there any other records of the tomb being empty?
What are you talking about?
There's no other records of the tomb being empty besides in which what the Bible states.
But you're still
first of all, why would the Roman
Now,
Empire?
Wait a minute. When this all happened, it was a pretty big event, right? I mean, you can
It
accept
was a
that.
huge event. It was a huge event. Yeah.
What the crucifixion or the claim of the resurrection?
The claim of the resurrection was a big event. Can you accept that?
Yes, I can accept that.
Okay. So the Romans and the Jews in particular, particularly the Jews that did not believe, the leaders at that time, had great motivation to disprove this resurrection. And they wanted to. So why didn't they?
All they had to do was produce the body. That's all they had to do, and they couldn't do it.
Why didn't they do that? Can you propose some sort of plausible argument as to why they were not able to just go to the tomb, take Jesus' body, and show everybody, hey, look, he's still dead.
There are a numerous amount of natural.
Name one.
Reasons. Aliens.
Name one.
Aliens with natural machinery and natural science came.
Aliens?
And took Jesus Christ. Yes, that's more plausible than a supernatural event.
Okay, so let's say aliens. Let's say aliens seeded this planet.
To prove that point.
No, listen. Look, if you're gonna go with aliens, I'll go with aliens.
I don't want to go with aliens. The point.
Well, then don't bring it up.
The point of me saying that is any natural explanation would be more suffice than one supernatural explanation.
Why?
Because
Why?
we have countless reasons to assume a natural reason is more plausible. Because we have zero experience.
But you can't produce a natural reason.
You don't.
Prove to me prove to me the supernatural.
Well, first of all, you have to show us aliens.
We spent hours doing that already.
I spoke to you about information. Do you think that information is natural?
Do I think that information is natural? I don't know. That's not something.
Okay, so let me give a brief recount of my previous argument that information, a specified amount of information can be written down on a piece of paper. The piece of paper weighs a certain amount. I can put that same amount of information on a hard drive. The hard drive will weigh a certain amount. It doesn't change the weight. It doesn't change the material. The material is just there, right? I can take the exact amount of lead. It's not lead, it's carbon, but I can take the same amount of lead that I put on that paper and put it in any other form, and it will not be the information that I wrote down. Information is not material. It's not respective of the material. It doesn't care what material it's on.
I mean that's a good explanation of it. I mean it's something to consider, but I don't understand how that immediately entails to a god.
It doesn't.
No, you asked for the supernatural.
Dude, look.
That's not supernatural. Okay,
We showed
now,
you the
that's your
supernatural.
point. No, so if that's your point, no, I disagree. That is not evidence of something supernatural.
Besides, no physical thing can exist
hold
on
on.
its own. Anyways, it has to come from a supernatural cause. Anyway,
What is your definition of supernatural?
Something that is not natural.
yeah, which is the cause of everything natural.
So if nature is time, space, and matter,
which requires
is there
energy.
anything else? Anything else?
It requires energy.
It's a fluctuation of all of them that constitutes what we call energy. Yeah, but that's a very vague.
Time, space, and matter is
It's
that
all
natural?
energy. Yeah.
For the sake of argument, sure. Let's agree with
So
that.
where did the energy come from if it can't make itself or can't order itself?
I'm not convinced that it's a god. Show me that God did it.
It can't make itself?
How do you
going
know
off
that?
topic.
Prove that.
Jungle.
Because it's a law of science that energy can't make
What
or
law
order
of science
itself.
You're going off topic.
Okay, yeah.
No, you can show me. Okay, how do you charge your cell phone from a lesser source of energy or an equal source of energy? How can you?
I understand the hole you're trying to dig, but we
How
have
can you charge your cell phone from the same amount of energy? You can't.
we have no experience with nothing. So your
You
argument
can't.
from nothing from something, we have no experience with nothing. So it's a very hard thing to talk about when you're talking about God created everything from essentially nothing. So
It has to come from a greater energy.
the very fact that you're using the word energy, you understand how that causes problems, right?
No.
So energy
No.
doesn't entail space, time, and
Nope.
okay.
You have to have a greater
the topic
energy,
has
otherwise
changed.
you don't have anything.
No, topic has changed. Let me go back, okay? Information is not relying on space or material, okay? It's not relying on time. Doesn't matter when you wrote it, it will always be there. Doesn't matter what it's written on. It doesn't matter where it's written on. It doesn't matter. Wherever you wrote it, the information is there. It doesn't matter how much space it takes. It doesn't matter how much mass is taken up by the information that I wrote down. The mass, I mean, I could take a stone tablet and write on that. It's not material. It is, by the definition that I understood that you gave, supernatural. It is not material. Information.
It's not the result of matter.
I mean, I guess it's a whole other conversation about whether or not your consciousness can be constituted as a manifestation of the material self.
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
It's the result of invisible instructions.
It's irrelevant, LR.
How so?
Because the information can be anywhere. It doesn't have to be in my brain. Look, Tony was going off on that topic as well. He was like, oh, well, yeah, it came from your brain. What does it matter? It can be anywhere on anything, and it will be that information. And it doesn't matter how much space it takes up. It doesn't matter how much time it takes to write it down. None of it matters. The information is just information. It just is.
And to you, that is evidence of the supernatural.
I think it is evident or evidence
Everything.
that there is something
evidence.
that is beyond space, time, and matter, because it is not based off of space or time.
The very fact that we
make
can
itself.
translate it, the fact that we can translate it and it manifests itself into a real life, real time, real matter type of way, it obviously has a correlation with the physical
by instruction.
world.
By instruction.
Okay. Can you stop trying to just win the argument and just stop and try to think? Okay. So I'm a patient person. I'm not going to make fun of you. I'm not going to call you an idiot. I'm telling you, I don't see that information is not correlative to time, space, or matter. And I don't see how you can prove to me that is not true.
I don't agree with that. I'm not convinced that
Can you give me a case? Can you give me a
to give an
case?
explanation.
Can you give me a case where that's not true?
You're creating a distinct separation between.
So you can't give an explanation.
You're creating a distinct separation between.
Give them time.
No, I'm trying to. What I'm doing is I'm trying to grasp how you are coming to the conclusion that that's supernatural. I don't understand. If you can translate it into the physical world, and you're creating a separate distinction between the supernatural world and the natural world, but they interact with one another. So that's your example. The very fact that you can write, the very fact that you can think about something before it manifests itself into a graphite on paper. That's
orders.
Well, we're not talking about the brain.
The
we're talking about information on a piece of paper.
Your brain acts as the third. Your brain acts as a third. What would you call it? An analogous word. the third party. Your brain acts as the third party that receives the information and then translate it from your neurons in your argument. That's what the brain would be.
Yeah.
I'm not,
The
yeah,
commands that make
that's
you a human have a supernatural origin.
a direct correlation with the real world. So how is there that distinction you're saying? If you can't tell the difference, how is one supernatural and one natural? There is no distinct difference between the two.
Because there's no commands coming from matter.
I just told you the distinction. I can tell you again.
No, I understand the concept of the information argument that you're putting forward. I don't see that.
So how do they come? How does matter speak commands that order you to be a human?
That's a very good question. So, for example, when you have two ice creams in front of you, why do you choose chocolate and vanilla? And the next question that would entail would be
you don't need to get back into free will again.
No, why? Show us how matter can write
a
instruction.
branch of free will.
Show us how matter can write instruction. You say it's not supernatural. Show us how matter can write instruction.
I don't have the burden of proof. You have to understand that. You do.
Yeah, it's your claim.
You still made assertions that it has to be otherwise.
Tell me my assertion.
So you have to you just made the claim that it can be done otherwise, right? It can be, you can have information based on your assumptions here without a mind, right? That's the way you're trying to pose it right now. Now you have to provide evidence that is even possible. Okay.
Oh no!
Yes, you do. That's 100% fact. You have no other alternative here. You cannot be just spouting stuff off and then saying we witnessed this right now, but there has to be another way of looking at it. That's not how this works, man.
I'm saying that there's a possibility that there are other ways of looking at it. I'm not.
Listen, you said that we shouldn't count. You said that we shouldn't count testimony, and I'm not going to count your testimony. Okay, I'm just going to let you know right now. Anytime that you make an assertion, we're going to have to make sure that you have evidence to back it up. Okay?
Yes, I would hope so. That's how it should be.
So then go ahead and start coughing up some evidence, man.
I don't have the burden of proof.
Yes, you do.
Sure you do.
Absolutely,
it's your claim. It's your claim.
So exactly.
How do you not understand this? Like, LR, we have testimony that's been handed down to us. The people that wrote it down at the time believed it. They had seen it according to what their testimony states. They saw that Jesus had been rose from the dead. Okay? You have to give us some reason to believe that that's false. So the burden of proof is on you.
You have to give me a reason why it's true.
I already gave you the reason why it's true. We have a testimony that's
everybody saw it
testimony that's been passed down for 2 millennia.
And I'm not convinced by that.
And there's no testimony to the contrary.
I do care. I do care that I do want you to be convinced by it. But my point is, you can't just use the escape mechanism that, the burden of proof is on you.
It's not an escape mechanism.
This is not a debate. Okay, that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to win an argument. I'm here to talk to you and show you that what I have found to be true is true. Now, I understand when you say, well, the burden of proof is on you. At a level, I understand it. I get it. I have to show you something. But the thing is that I've shown you arguments and you seem to ignore them. And I don't understand. Do you not understand that information is immaterial?
For the sake of argument, I can agree on that. But
for the sake of my argument,
it doesn't.
For the sake of argument, means you don't believe it.
I understand that you have difficulty comprehending the concept.
No, not difficulty. I don't agree that it entails the supernatural. There's no difficulty in it. It's a simple concept that you're putting forward.
It's not natural.
But it's just I don't believe that until
it's not natural. By definition, it's supernatural.
You don't know that it's not natural. You don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
Prove
Can
that.
you let LR say what he's saying?
I don't have to prove it.
Prove to me that it's not natural. Yet then don't make the assertion.
Did I prove?
No, it's your assertion.
Did I not?
What's my assertion? Go ahead.
It's your assertion that a natural can write instruction that's not there.
That isn't my assertion. Verbatim is I am not convinced that it can come from a supernatural source. You are missing.
No, it is supernatural by definition.
Is regardless of the situation. Your conviction makes no matter in the situation. You do owe everyone else here, because you're saying it has to be otherwise. You owe us a proof that would say otherwise.
I'm not saying it ought to be.
Yes, you are.
The very fact that you don't know what it means to say something ought to be and something should be is, I mean, something that ought to be and something that
Look,
can
you're
be.
asking me and him for evidence for something, but you are not willing to give evidence for your position, which you clearly owe. You clearly owe us an evidence for it.
I'm not saying that it ought to be. I'm not
I
saying
gave
that.
you
Yes,
a
you are.
logical. I gave you a logical argument. Do you have a logical argument to refute my assertion that information is immaterial?
I don't
like this game that you're playing, by the way.
I don't like you misrepresenting me either.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want, but I can see exactly what you're doing, okay?
And I
Classic
see that you're not
troll.
really
He's
used
a
to this.
troll. That's all he is a troll. He'll
Patience,
go on
brothers.
for hours and hours and hours trolling you.
I think
Maybe.
that he might not be used
Maybe.
to
Let him waste my time.
Yeah, you let him. He'll go
I'm-
hours and hours trolling you. He's a
No,
troll.
I don't think that you're used to the line of questioning, and I think that you get,
No, you couldn't give answers for your own questions. How in the world are you going to say we can't handle the line of questioning? We give you answers, and you can't even produce one thing, not one thing yet. How long is it? It's been a 3-hour conversation. Are you serious, man?
What are one of the questions?
Are you serious, LR?
What are one of the questions you
Wake up.
answered?
Get with reality, man.
What are one of the questions that you've asked me that I haven't answered?
I asked you how you can show me evidence.
Information comes from.
Specifically, he's saying that he's asked me things that I haven't answered.
You haven't answered where the instruction comes from.
Because I'm not making an assertion that it comes from some place. I'm saying
You said it has to come from matter.
Look, you made the assertion earlier that it's possible that aliens could have come and abducted Jesus' body. I don't see any evidence for that. Are you serious, man?
My point of the hypothetical.
That's your best evidence to the contrary.
It is not evidence. No, my point is it is much more likely that something natural.
No, it's not. Stop pretending, man.
We don't have any experience with the supernatural, so why would we assume?
Yes, we do. I do. I do. Okay, I absolutely do.
Yes,
I don't need to hear more nonsense.
No, LR, you cannot go off on that until you show me evidence.
Yeah.
Give me some sort of logical argument that refutes my assertion that information is immaterial.
And the word of God changes lives. That's supernatural.
Give me some sort of logical argument
the
concept that information is immaterial, please.
Refute the concept that information is immaterial?
Yes.
Okay. I guess in order to refute it, I would make the assertion that I would have to make the assertion that it's irrational, and I'm not making the assertion that it's irrational. I'm claiming that it's not rational. If I were to call it irrational, that means that
please hold on. When you say it's irrational, but then you say that you don't like that, so you say it's not rational. I'm not sure what the difference is between the two.
Okay, so the difference between the two is when you say something is irrational, it insinuates that you have a more rational way or more rational perspective. Saying something is not rational is simply making the assertion that it's not rational. You don't see the rationality in it. It is not making the assertion that you have something that is more rational.
That sounds like the same thing.
More rational.
It's not the same thing at all.
Yeah, it's just the same.
How is irrational not the
very-
same thing as saying that something is not rational?
When you call something irrational, it is stating that it is stating that you have a more rational perspective, that you have more reason and more rationality due to whatever you're referring to. When you call something not rational, it is simply recognizing that there is no rationality in it. It is not asserting that you yourself have a more rational way of looking at it.
Okay,
You're
so
irrational.
it sounds like what you're saying is you don't like what I'm saying and don't have an argument.
And you're
Do
being
you have an
irrational.
argument?
No,
Do you have an argument?
It's simply saying, technically my argument would be that, yes, it's not rational to think that that's supernatural, yes.
And you can't give me an explanation as to why.
I don't have to. It is on you to do that.
We've
I
given you all
gave you
the
one. I showed you examples, and you can't explain to me why what I said is nonsense.
I attempted to, which is we have no experience with the supernatural. So
I gave you information.
We do have
I just told you I do.
I gave you information.
Prove to me
Stated that it was immaterial. Showed you why it's not material, and your response is that I haven't given you an explanation for supernatural.
That's not evidence, though. That is your assertion. That's not evidence.
It's
Just like you've been asserting this entire time that we don't have evidence. I'm sorry. You just got to that point where you're not giving us anything, but you're just expecting us to give you everything, right?
If I hold up 2 apples and then I hold up 2 more apples and say these are 4 apples, this is 2 apples, this is 2 apples, these are 4 apples, therefore this plus this equals 4. Is that evidence?
Yes.
Okay, I gave you a logical argument.
And that's not what you're doing by simply stating information is in fact immaterial.
I did not simply state it. I gave reasons for why I believe it is so.
You giving
them.
The analogy of you writing something down is not evidence. I hope you see that. That is not evidence. That's not.
It might not be evidence that you like, but it is evidence.
I gave you evidence that the same. You're missing. I think you're missing the point, or you're denying it. So let me state it again. Bear with me. I don't think that I take very long to make my point. I don't think that I take very long to make my point. So please listen to me. Okay.
The hard drive analogy is well understood by me. I very much understand it.
I don't think that you do, because you haven't given me an argument as to why it is false, and all you have stated is that it's not right.
No,
you can't just say no, I don't believe it. You have to give me a logical explanation as to why I am incorrect.
I have actually, and the only response I get is the supernatural is real, and it is.
Well, I'm sorry. Wait, stop. If you've given me an explanation as to why am I wrong, then please start over. Just
it exists.
Give me the explanation as to why
the
I'm
orders that make you a human exist, and they're not natural. They don't have a natural cause.
Prove that to me.
No.
We did.
LR. Why is my argument wrong? What did I do wrong?
I am not convinced that it is supernatural because we have no experience with anything supernatural. None. And if you have a claim,
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Everything is the result of the supernatural.
I gave you an argument, and you say I'm not convinced by your argument.
Yes, and I just told
you. Do you have an explanation as to why the argument is logically?
I don't need to. Why I'm not convinced. I don't know.
All you keep saying is you're doing the Matt Dillahunty dodge right now, just constantly Matt Dillahunty dodge right now. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. That doesn't make any bearing in the conversation. You do understand that, right?
Right.
How do you get anything done in the day? How can you make a single thing get done with that line of thought, like how you process things right now?
Because
I'm sorry, dude. You're screwed up. You got to sit down and think, man. Think about what I said.
Very much. We have no evidence of the supernatural.
You're not thinking.
You are the evidence of the supernatural.
Lack of evidence is not an argument. I gave you evidence, and then you said, well, we don't have evidence.
Natural. Information is not natural. You are the evidence of the supernatural because you're made from information.
Which is not natural.
That is a huge assumption.
Information
it's an observation.
Information is not material. It can be in any. I gave you the explanation. Do you not understand the explanation?
I do understand it 100%. What I keep saying is that does not entail the supernatural. That is not
define supernatural.
Entail the natural.
Define it.
Something that is not of the natural world.
Okay.
Right. So
I am stating that information is not natural because it does not conform to space, time, and matter.
You're assuming that. Prove that. Prove that.
I showed you how. I'll do it again. I showed you how a measurable amount of information can be stored on any medium, irrespective of its composition, weight, or matter.
Right.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what time it was written down. It's there, and it is, and it doesn't matter what time it is. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter what the thing is made of that the information is on. Information is not material. How is that incorrect?
Material is not able to concatenate information. It just does not do it. It's not able to do it. And if you believe it does, you have to prove it.
What's the flaw in my argument?
The flaw in your argument is the assumption of the supernatural.
No.
Observation.
You're assuming that the information can come into existence from nothing, literally. That's
Hold
insane.
on. The basis of my argument is to argue for the supernatural. So you can't say flaw in my argument is the basis of my argument. I'm trying to argue for something, and you say, because I assume that must be true, that's the flaw? No, I'm arguing for the supernatural. I'm showing you something
and you
that
start with an
appears to be
assertion,
that,
which is a
and
bad
you
argument.
need to show me how that is not true.
I don't think you understand how the burden of proof works. That is not how that works.
Like I said, this is one of Matt Dillon's disciples. You can tell just by how he's been doing this. He's just going to keep saying, "I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced of this." He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't have any idea what's going on in the real world.
He's not following the train of thought, the line of progression.
This is what you call willful ignorance.
You just keep coming back.
Willful ignorance, yeah.
keep
Suppressing
coming
the
back
truth and unrighteousness. Ken Hovind would say dumb on purpose, which I like, given my conversation with LR. It seems to be that he just doesn't want to listen to what we're actually trying to tell him. He refuses to think about the implications of our argument. He refuses to accept that anything that we say is an argument, and then doesn't provide anything that is an argument.
And doesn't actually
job,
respond
atheist.
to what we say. He's not responding to what we're saying.
Listen, LR, saying I'm not convinced ad nauseum will never, ever be an argument, nor will it be able to help your case or to be able to combat somebody else in their argument either, okay?
I don't have a positive. You guys are making...
Yes, you do. You are literally saying that there's an alternative. That would be the opposite of what we're doing, right? Therefore, you are already in the positive to the negative of what we're claiming. That's just automatic. You can say all day, I'm not convinced, or there's not enough evidence, or I lack belief in God, or whatever you want to claim. I guarantee that's an affirmative to the negative. Period.
So you think
Period.
that could only be a positive or a
In
negative?
fact, I want to pull up an article for you from Stanford University that talks about the difference between agnosticism and atheism and how you can't attribute the two together. Okay, this just doesn't happen. Don't start pretending like you can't know certain things just because you don't have positive 100% Cartesian certainty of it. You can't have Cartesian certainty of anything, even your own existence.
I agree.
So then what the heck, how are you ever going to come to any conclusions? Period.
Well,
Think about how do you deduce, I'm sorry, I know I'm yelling. How do you deduce anything? How do you come to any conclusions? Think about it.
How do
and
I
get back to us. You can go ahead and leave for the day.
How do I come to any conclusions? It's the same
Well, how
way.
do you? How do you come to conclusions?
It's his belief, his fantasy belief.
Conclusions or
logic.
Yes, and logic means there's a God.
His fantasy
No,
belief
dumbass.
that matter writes
No.
information that's not there.
When have I ever
What is your
listen to
point
me?
of-
What are you doing? Stop it. I have been very fair with you. I've been very patient. I've been trying to tell everybody else, just be patient and listen to this guy and let's just talk to him. I didn't say that because logic there's God. That's not what I said. Why are you doing this?
Why are
Will
you-
you just why don't you just listen to what I'm trying to say and think about what I am saying? Why don't you do that?
Why did you bring it up then? Why
Bring
did you
up
make,
what? Logic?
Why did you make that point? Yes.
What
Just-
point did I make?
The point that there's logic. What was the point of asserting that or agreeing with pigs complying? What was the reason of why you did that?
Okay. What was the last thing that you said, Matt? It might
Sorry,
have
I
been
read in the comments. What did you say again? Oh, I thought you were leaving. I'm sorry.
No, what was the last thing you said, Matt, before I got irritated?
Oh, I was basically just saying, you know, I don't think it's fair that he's going to consistently say, you know, I'm not convinced by this, I'm not convinced by this, and therefore you have the burden of proof. That doesn't make any sense. Like you still have the affirmative to the negative position based on your own. Like this entire conversation is positive evidence that you are for the negative position. Period.
You're assuming that
You don't have to assert it at all. You do not. I'm serious. You do not have to assert it. It is simply in the conversation here. We know that you are to the negative. You do not accept that Jesus resurrected, right? Therefore, you have to give evidence that happened some other way, right? That his body was taken away or something. You have to give us something. You can't just assert that I'm not convinced and then just leave it at that. That's not how this works, man.
Yes, I can actually.
No, you can't. Okay, look, you can pretend all day you want.
I need to defend.
Then you can leave the conversation because you don't have anything. You don't have nothing to be here for.
I just yelled at LR, and he asked me a question because I accused him of falsely representing me. So when I said logic, it was in response to him asking you how you know anything to be true, and you were having difficulty coming up with an answer. At least it seemed like that to me. So I said logic. That's how you know things to be true. That was my point. Not logic, therefore God. Why would you even think that that was the case?
Not that I'm having
I didn't say it.
It's not that I'm having difficulty. It's simply that I think about the things before I say them, and I don't want to just misrepresent any words.
So you think that matter wrote all the instruction that ordered you to be a human?
Say
Wait,
again?
Evan.
You think
hold on.
you think that matter wrote all the instruction that ordered you to be a human?
That do you say natural?
You think matter?
Oh, matter.
Wrote all the instruction that ordered you to be a human?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Prove it.
What?
Prove
Okay.
it.
I don't. You understand what I said? I don't know.
Hold on. Evans Kiptu, you asked why I don't get what LR is saying. I don't know what I'm not getting. So please tell me.
You pay attention only to the one comment that isn't about talking shit about me. That's kind of funny.
Huh?
You don't. That's the only comment that you see. Just that one.
What do you mean? Are people talking crap about you? I saw the one that would look. Okay, on my phone, when someone says at Argatha, it's in like a dark orange.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I see those. Like, look, okay. Please don't insult my character. I'm trying to be nice and fair to you.
You called me a dumbass.
I'm sorry. I was mad.
I accept the apology. I apologize as well.
Okay.
You apologize for being in denial?
Sorry. It's hard, man. We're talking to somebody who has a completely different point of view from us, and we're trying to reason, and it's difficult when you can't figure out, like, what is it that the other person doesn't see? And I imagine you have something similar going on in your head. Why is it these guys don't believe what we're believing?
No, because we're explaining why we believe what we believe, but he can't explain anything about what he believes or doesn't believe.
Yeah, I get that. I do understand. I agree. I agree, Jungle. LR, I don't think that you've given any good arguments other than I'm not convinced, and your arguments aren't arguments.
Realize that I'm not saying if we go back to the last argument, I'm not saying that Jesus did not resurrect from the dead. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying the assertions that Christians like to say.
All right, so are you admitting that Jesus died on the cross for the forgiveness of your sins and raised from the dead according to the scriptures?
I am on the verge of agreeing that there was a human named Jesus Christ, a physical man that was in fact.
Okay, wait a minute. You got to look into Bart Ehrman. If you have doubts, listen to me.
No, I know exactly what you're about to bring up. Go ahead.
The only thing that can happen.
If you have doubts as to the actual existence of Jesus, there's a lot of evidence that he existed.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And
There is.
if we know anything about ancient history, he is the one that we actually know. I mean, if you shed doubt on whether or not Jesus existed, we know nothing about history.
I mean, yeah, but that's even if we were to agree that Jesus Christ was a real man, that doesn't at all mean that he was the Son of God.
Okay, but just back up.
Yeah, but you're just picking one little detail.
Yeah, no,
and
what's your
picking
question?
on the one little detail. You're not looking at the whole picture.
You're going to make yourself look like an ignorant fool if you go around telling anybody that Jesus never existed. I'm looking out for you, man.
No, I agree. I'm not making the assertion that at all.
Okay, well then don't make the implication either.
Of course I'll make them. I'm not going to betray.
No, you did.
Intellect and say that. No, I know I did. I'm not going to betray my intellect that I know for a fact, because I don't. I'm not an expert on. I'm not an expert.
Don't be talking about intellect.
Because I'm not an expert on.
You haven't shown any intellect.
I'm not a biblical.
There's a difference between intellect and denial, to be fair. I mean, you can be very smart and just refusing to believe a thing.
Show denial.
Comes to a certain point, I question the IQ when it comes to a certain point of denial.
To have denial, it means that I have the current information. I have the information that is considered the most viable, and I still choose to turn away from it when there's no other better alternative. That's denial. I don't have all of the information yet.
You have more than enough information.
No, I disagree. It's not more than enough. I said
all the information is on our side.
I would agree.
No information, no facts are on your side.
That's just plainly false. There wouldn't be an argument in the first place if that was true.
No, because you deny all the facts.
Maybe somebody else smarter than me will understand this. If I give instructions in Greek and the recipient doesn't know Greek,
all the facts.
You
deny all the facts, you're not going to understand anything, which you don't understand anything. That's why.
Go ahead.
Yes, Evans. Dr. Carrier is a fool. He's freaking crazy. Go watch Bart Ehrman. Just go look him up. Dr. Carrier is psycho. He's wrong.
They're all psycho. Even Bart Ehrman is psycho.
Carrier? I can't believe he got a doctorate. Okay, anyway. George Bond said, if I give someone instructions in Greek and the recipient doesn't know Greek, then it's still information, but the recipient doesn't have a Greek decoder.
So you're saying
you have to have the decoder too.
Even if you give a page of Greek to someone that is not able to translate it, nonetheless, it's still information given to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's the argument behind that? What's your point?
But you have to have a decoder inside of you to understand the information that's written inside of you in order to make you a human.
So if I don't understand Greek, then is it not information then?
No, it
is. It's information, but you have to have a decoder for it to be mean anything or to do anything. I mean, you have to have a decoder.
When we have communications between intermilitary communications, we encrypt our radio communications so that the enemy cannot receive our communications and then figure out what it is that we're doing. Is it still information even though that they can't understand what it is that we're saying? They can't even see that it's there. All they hear is static. Because our encryption is really awesome.
That's interesting.
No, go look it up. Shut up. Go look up Bart Ehrman. You're wrong. It's not so I say. I've looked at what he said. He's crazy. Go look up any respectable scholar other than that idiot. I'm serious. Richard Carrier is wrong. He's just, I don't know what's wrong with that dude. He's crazy.
He's a troll. He's just trolling.
So, Jungle, I would ask you,
I mean, come on, man. some of the things that atheists say, how do you pick apart who's trolling and who is actually that deluded?
Yeah, go ahead, LR. What you were saying?
No, I just was wondering if are you Christian or?
I believe in a maker that only your maker can perfectly cover for you himself and remake you again from the inside out by the power of his true word as no one else can.
No, I can. I mean, that's the.
Jungle, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm just saying. What religion do you identify?
I just gave you the definition of a Christian.
Oh, okay. So yes.
Well, I mean, I guess that's your definition of Christian.
Are you specific?
I would say personally that a Christian is somebody that believes that Jesus Christ died. Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and He is God, and He died on the cross for the forgiveness of our sins.
Yeah, because it's the only way that your maker can perfectly cover for you himself and remake you again from the inside out by the power of his true word as no one else can. By sending you his spirit. Because otherwise God can't have anything to do with you.
Wait, George, you're confusing me. Your original point was that if someone gives instructions in Greek, it's still
There
information,
is no
even if the
other
recipient doesn't
truth.
know. And then you say information without a decoder isn't information.
There's no other truth. The only truth is that only your maker can be your savior. That's the only truth there is. That's absolute truth. There is no other absolute truth.
How do you convince them of that, though?
The absolute truth is that you were made, you have a maker, you have a creator, and he's the only one that can salvage you. Nobody else can.
But
it's
how
not
do you...
complicated. You don't have to complicate it so much. It's not complicated. It's the simple truth. The only truth that exists. There is no other truth.
What's your problem, LR? Why don't you like God?
Why don't I like God?
Yeah, because I talked to you earlier. I talked to you on Effie's channel before we swung over here.
Yeah.
Right? You told me that even if you knew it were true, you wouldn't follow him.
Oh, this is a conversation that I would like to avoid. It was such an extreme hypothetical. I don't understand what we could talk about.
Yeah, but why? What's your problem?
Why? I'm confused with the question.
I want to know what is really holding you back. Look, all you have to do is believe on him.
Because I rather believe in things that I feel I'm justified in.
You didn't give any justification
at
all.
You said if he were real, you would still not follow him.
Yes, that is an extreme hypothetical that takes so many steps to get to that. No? Yes.
No. What is your problem?
It would take a lot of steps to get to that place. What my problem is?
You said that even if he were not real, you would not follow him.
Or you mean even if he was real?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah. Because it's a sexist, bigoted, racist religion that puts women.
That's your straw.
Did you read God is not good or something?
That's your straw man that you're knocking down.
The Bible condones slavery, for example. That's terrible.
Okay.
That's your straw man.
Why is it terrible? It condones owning other people as property.
Why is that terrible?
Because we have a set standard, and the set standard dictates that owning other people's property is immoral.
What standard?
What if you take care of the person?
If you're going to go down the road of
do you know there are people in the military today, right?
What if they would die otherwise?
Would are you going to try to compare
in the desert
the military as slaves?
Yeah.
That's
I will.
They have rights. They have rights, and they can leave.
It's questionable. Look,
no,
dude, I was in the Marine Corps, so
how do you know I wasn't?
I know what I'm talking about.
How do you know I wasn't? Exactly.
Were you?
Were you?
I doubt you were.
The fact that you give me that look is very.
I doubt you were.
Respectful.
Were you? Were you?
The fact that you're trying
Were
to
you?
call people in the military
You
slaves
weren't.
is
You weren't.
insane.
You weren't in the military.
The fact that you are trying
Because
to call
if
people
I
in the
had asked,
military
were
is-
you would have said, yeah, I was in the
really?
military, and you would have stated
really?
what branch you were in the military, and you would have been proud of
Really?
it. You haven't been in the military.
Every
You
single
just make
person,
claims.
every
I've been in
single
the military. I was in the Marine Corps for 5 years.
Yeah, there's
It's not
no
a claim.
reason to
Not a
deny
claim.
being in the
Not a claim.
military.
It's not a claim that people in the military have rights. That is fact. That is not a claim. You can find that in any
No,
piece of
I am trying to tell you that having rights is
Why?
technically you have rights.
Why was I
but
so
not
happy
really.
when I left? Why was I so happy when I left if I had rights or if I had control of myself?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, man, I was so happy when I was out.
I was so happy I walked like, I don't know if it was 5 miles, 10 miles. I don't know what it was, but I walked it all the way home from McGuire Air Force Base or Fort Dix, wherever it was.
I drove from California to Arkansas. And, man, when I got off base, you know, I think my wife was driving at the time, and I just reached out the window and was like, I'm free!
Yeah.
Don't give me that crap.
I was so happy.
I don't agree that it's analogous. I think it's actually very disrespectful.
You're wrong.
To make it a comparison.
I was in the military, and you're wrong.
And you think that you were treated like a slave?
Yes.
That's.
I know for a fact, and you're wrong. And you're trying to make claims, and you're calling me a liar. I'm telling you from experience, you're wrong.
I'm telling you by the criteria, you're wrong. You were not treated like a slave.
You don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what it is to be treated as a slave, and I was.
I know that you weren't starved. I know that you weren't beat. I know that you weren't. Yes.
You think I wasn't beaten?
You weren't beaten to the point of you lose an eye or you have broken limbs or you can't.
Now you just make us. Now you just
How
going back
about,
to the
how about
Bible and
right
using
now?
language.
Are you in 100% control of your own time, LR?
Exodus 21:20.
LR, are you 100% control of what you do every moment of the day?
Am I in control of what I do every moment?
Are you 100% in control of every single thing that you do every moment of the day?
Nobody is. That's not how people
I
work.
am. I'm
So what are you
retired.
a slave to?
I'm retired. Nobody tells me what to do.
I guarantee
Nothing has
you
control over what you do.
I guarantee that you have thoughts in your head that you don't want to have, and you try to shoot them out of your head as fast as possible. I guarantee that you probably have urges that you don't take. I guarantee that. So yes,
I agree.
These are things you don't control.
Well, this is what God is able to save you from. This is exactly what God is able to save you from. So you can be free, literally.
I disagree.
Well, you don't know.
What do you disagree with?
You don't know.
God is the only
because
reason.
that's what the Bible says.
What do you disagree with?
It's exactly what the Bible says.
The reason that is possible. Why the reason that is possible?
Wait, what? You don't believe the reason why it's possible?
Are you not claiming that the reason it's possible is because God allows it? I'm confused.
Okay. All right.
God is able to make all grace abound toward you, so that you always having all sufficiency in all things may abound to every good deed. That is a promise to set you free. That's the whole point of the gospel of the power of God.
Yes, and my question, my clarification was because God said so. That's my question. And he looked at me like
but
that
it actually works though. That's the thing.
Yes, but Bob's looking at me like that's an improper translation of what you said. Is that not a proper translation of what you just said? Because God said so.
What do you mean because God said so?
We trust God.
It's the truth.
Because God said so.
No, it's the truth because it does work.
We trust him because he is the truth.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's your prerogative, and I can understand why that's your prerogative.
No, because it works. Okay. Because it does work. And all you have to do is believe it. If you don't believe it, it's not going to work, will it?
No, I disagree. I think many things are possible.
Well, it won't work if you don't believe it. It's not going to work. So it's never going to work for you because you never believe it.
Stop it.
I think that self-reflection
Stop
is
it.
very possible.
LR.
Yes.
Stop it.
Yes.
You keep jumping around. Can we stick to a topic? It seemed to me that your problem with God was the problem of not liking the stuff that he told us.
No.
Okay, so you had a problem with slavery. You brought it up.
I brought it up as one of the many, yes.
Yeah. So let's talk about slavery.
Okay, yes. Exodus 21:20.
I understand. I know.
Did you read it?
Of course I read it. I read it the last time that you brought it up. It was last week or earlier this week.
It condones beating your slave. And if you beat them to the extent that they lose an eye, then you should be punished. But if they get up within a few days, then you should not be punished. That is terrible.
Well, you're sort of
No,
misrepresenting.
no. Read it. Read it verbatim. That is exactly what it says.
That's not exactly what it says because I read it last time.
It's a very accurate paraphrasing of it.
Paraphrases are not accurate.
Have you ever heard a father tell his son, if you live in my house, you go by my rules?
A summary is an accurate paraphrase if it's a correct summary.
Now, I'll give you this, LR. We're about to get into something hard, and I understand that you saw this, and this is hard to understand. But I think something that you need to understand is that you're not as important or special as you like to think you are. So, Exodus 21, and if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Now, that implies the death sentence. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.
Yes.
That's the verse that you're bringing up.
Doesn't mean you got to beat your slave.
That's exactly what it means.
No, it doesn't.
It means you're allowed.
No, it doesn't.
It means it verifies that they're your property, they're your money, and two, it verifies that you're allowed to do that. And
They are your money. It does not say
they can leave.
Okay, hold on. I understand where you're coming from. I see. I understand. Okay, I get it. I would ask you another question. If you steal from somebody, then you have to pay them back twofold. Does that mean that it's okay to steal?
None of that matters. The fact that it condones.
No, stop it. Stop it. Answer my question.
What was your question?
If I steal from somebody, the law says that I have to pay them back twice over. Does that mean that it's okay to steal?
If you steal, you have to pay them twice over. Does that mean stealing is okay? Is that your question?
Yes.
No, I don't think that. I don't think it's okay.
Repeat it one more time.
So I would suggest to you that you consider the idea that
indentured servitude, is that what you're getting at? Yeah, indentured servitude is insane and it's immoral.
That's what military is.
No,
military is
volunteer your time, Bob.
Military is indentured servitude.
You volunteer. No, it is not. This argument is silly, and I've seen it debunked a million times. You volunteer into the military.
Slavery in the Old Testament was voluntary.
No, it is.
Slavery in the Old Testament was voluntary.
That it's your only option does not mean it's voluntary. If you're in debt to the city if you're in debt to the city or in debt to somebody, the only option you have is to be brutally punished or be their slave. You don't have any option. You have to have you have to be in debt. You have to be.
You have an option between two, and you're a criminal. I mean, if we're talking about criminals,
not just criminals,
you have an option of either being an indentured servant or being beaten.
It's not just.
And you get the choice.
It's not just criminals, though. It's men and women who simply lose all their money and they make bad choices and they don't have anywhere to live and they owe people money and they borrowed food and they borrowed grain and they borrowed all these different things and they can't pay it back now. So it's not people that are does not make you a criminal. It does not make you a criminal.
Okay. Well, now you're switching topics because your original point was you were complaining about people who were criminals. Now you're talking about people who are not criminals. So let's talk about people that are not criminals.
I'm complaining about slavery and human property and everything that's under that.
You're just complaining. Do you actually want to talk about this, or do you just want to like freak out?
I'm complaining because it's
You
immoral.
know, people had real lives that they had to live, and that's the way they
Define
had to
immoral.
live. It was
Define
to
immoral.
live in groups where they could help and help each other live.
You don't even think that you have free will. What is moral?
Do we
What does
agree?
that even mean when you don't have free will?
Do we agree that?
We're all just a big computer program.
Do we agree? It's possible, yes. Do we
All right,
agree?
well, then what does moral mean?
Do we agree? Okay, well, then we can get to the root of that. Can we all agree that owning another human being as property is wrong? Can we all agree?
No, I cannot.
Then I guess to me, you're immoral.
Why? On whose basis?
What about prisons? What about prisons?
What about it?
Yeah, what about them?
What's your point of bringing them up? I don't understand.
That's the same thing. They're owned by the state.
No, that's silly. There has to be a punishment that's met out. Society would fall into chaos if that wasn't implemented. People could just do it.
No, you can't punish people. That's immoral.
What? Going to jail is not analogous to being a slave. That is insane. You are not a slave.
You have no idea what jail is like, do you?
You don't own yourself.
All these assumptions about the military, about jail. You don't know me.
Well, tell me. Have you been in jail? Have you been in the military?
Jail is like? Is that what you're asking me? What jail is like?
Have you been in jail, or have you been in the military?
Do I have to?
Either one.
Do I have to be in jail or the military to know?
Don't do this. Look, you cannot make claims that I am wrong about something if you have not experienced something like that. Have you been in jail or in the military? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Evidence. Your anecdotal.
Yes or no?
Your anecdotal evidence does not.
Yes or no?
Just because if you were in jail and you
yes or no?
Thought you were a slave.
Yes or no?
That it's analogous to slavery.
I'll do it all night. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Have you been in the military or jail or prison?
Have I been
Decide.
or jail? Do you hear?
Yes or
You
no?
still have a maker anyway, regardless of what you think about your maker. You still have a maker. You still have to answer to him.
I'll tell you, I've been in the military and I've been in jail.
And so when you
have you been in the military or jail? Yes or no?
We can go with the conversation.
Yes or no?
Exactly what you just said.
Yes or no?
It's not relevant.
Yes or no?
At all.
Yes or no?
Your excuses are not relevant.
So yes,
you got nothing, man.
So
You're
yes,
trying to make claims that what we're telling you about the real world is false, and you have no experience
or
evidence or any testimony to the contrary.
Yes,
You're wrong.
Yes, I've been incarcerated, and no, when I was incarcerated, I did not feel like a slave, and nor
There
did.
you go. Okay, so you have been in jail.
Well, so you just did whatever you wanted to do, right?
In jail?
You've been in jail.
Yeah, you went to the market and you bought some cheese McMuffin or whatever,
Out of curiosity, and now
my inconvenience and my limitation to the world is simply a manifestation and a product of my actions. The jail did not choose to not allow me to go get a burger. The jail did not choose for me to not choose to limit my.
What does that have to do
But you didn't go out, did you?
What are you talking about?
So you're saying that it's analogous to slavery, and I'm telling you why it is not analogous to slavery.
Okay. I'm talking about the prison guards.
The slave. I think I would rather be a Hebrew slave
and locked up and left
incarcerated.
Why? You understand that why you're there is much different from what we're talking about, biblical slavery.
You understand that when you are told to, you go into your box and you are locked there and you're left there until they decide to let you out?
Why is that like that in the first place? Why is any of that happening?
Well, I don't know. There are a number of reasons.
You don't think that's an important part of the argument that we should focus on why why our ancestors in biblical times, why they may have been forced into slavery. You don't think it's important to talk about that and then also talk about why people go to jail? That's not important to you at all? You can just bypass that and call them the same thing?
I didn't try to bypass anything. I was trying to get
the why is irrelevant to the fact
that I'm trying to be dishonest in any way whatsoever.
Yes, I do, because you're jumping straight to
Me or Jungle? Who are you talking to?
You, Bob, because you're jumping straight to analogizing being in a jail cell and also being a slave when there's so many steps before that you need to
Understand how there is a difference.
because the steps in which you take to get to those places, they are important and we should discuss them, and you're ignoring them.
That's fair, but what my point, if you would try to understand what I'm talking about, is I think that being in jail is similar to slavery. However you get there, I mean that's something else. But being in jail, I think, is similar to slavery. I think slaves have it better than being in jail, personally.
That's what I say. It's better to be a Hebrew slave than
that
jail or.
I mean, on a level, I am a slave to the company for whom I work.
Yeah. As long as you're not in charge of your own decision, your own time, what you do on your own time, I mean, then you're giving, you're required, you're selling your time to someone else.
Are you a Marxist or? That's an extremely. That's a straight up.
No, it's a fact. You are selling your time and your abilities to someone else.
Who's a Marxist? Who said something that you thought was
that
Marxist?
ideology exactly follows Marxism. That exact ideology.
It's a fact. It's a fact that you are not free. You are selling your own time and your abilities to someone else.
Yes, you're selling your time and labor. Yes.
Who said something that sounds like Marxism? I don't understand.
So you're not free.
Not you, Bob. Jungle.
You're not free then. You're not free. You're a slave then.
You are free because you're choosing to engage with the hierarchy.
No, you are no. You have to sell your time and your abilities to survive. You're not free.
I disagree. I disagree.
Well, you don't know what
free,
you don't know what servitude is. You don't know what being or belonging to someone else is.
To be fair, you are free to choose who your master is.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is that like a comment on like the economic system and working, or?
Exactly. You're free to choose who your master is. Exactly.
That is.
But you're not free. You're not free like I am. Because I earned my freedom. But you haven't earned your freedom yet.
I don't think freedom is something that needs to be earned in this way. I suspect.
Oh yeah. Okay. You can become your own employer at any time, right? Or
yes,
can you?
You can.
Or
yes.
can you?
You can become your own employer.
Why don't you? Why don't you?
I am actually. I'm self-employed and own my own business. Yes.
Oh, now you're self-employed. Okay.
But yes.
Good for you.
That I'm just saying.
But you're still dependent on the people you work for.
I don't work for anybody. People work for me, but I am dependent on the consumerism.
No, but you're working. You're doing a service for someone else that someone else is requiring. You're still serving somebody. Anyway.
I have a question.
Yes.
How is slavery wrong if you didn't have a choice as to whether or not you were a slave? Like you just do what you do, and you don't have free will, and now you're a slave. Is it wrong that you're a slave because of the actions that you made that you didn't have the free will to determine?
I'm confused. I really don't. Reword that. I was kind of confused.
So you're a computer, right? And you make calculations, and you perform these calculations, and you do things based off of these calculations. You have no free will. You're just a moist robot. You're a computer, okay? And you are computing and computing and computing, and you see that there's a better opportunity for yourself, that if you go under this person and become a slave to this person, that your life will be better off. And you make these decisions, right? You have no free will. You're just making decisions based off of probability and statistics and all that stuff. Is it wrong? to do that?
Are you talking about specifically slavery?
Yeah.
You're doing service for someone else.
Wait, I'm confused. At that point, confused me, Jungle. What do you mean?
He just means that you go and you serve somebody else. You go become a slave to a person because you made calculations and probabilistic calculations that it was better for you because you're just a computer, right? You don't have free will. You're not like a free thinking person. You're just a computer.
It's not better. It's not better. It's choosing.
I didn't ask whether or not it was better. I asked if it was wrong.
Did you not just use the term better 5 seconds ago?
I may have, and I may have misspoken.
Probabilistically.
Is it wrong?
It's choosing the lesser evil. It's either become hungry and your family dies and everyone starves around you and you yourself starves, or you do whatever you possibly can and become this person's property and get the whatever treatment that they designate you deserve. That's just choosing the lesser evil. That's not the best. That's not a good decision. That's not a moral decision. That's not.
What's a moral decision?
That doesn't make it moral.
An example of a moral decision? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Moral decision probably isn't the best way to put it. It's not the best decision. It doesn't make it moral. Is that not the argument at hand? Is what makes it moral?
Well, you said moral, and then I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. What do you mean by moral? What is morality?
That's a whole other conversation.
Maybe, but I don't understand what you mean.
You have a pre-established.
I thought that you believed that you didn't have free will. If you don't have free will, then how can anything be moral or immoral? Things just happen, right?
Morality still exists within compatibilism.
What is compatibilism?
Compatibilism is making determinism compatible with. No, that's
with what?
I don't want to get the definition wrong. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So just making free will and determinism, creating a mutual compatibility between the two.
Compatibility between what?
Free will and determinism.
There's not.
It's the argument that they don't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive.
Okay, so compatibilism is nonsense. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just one way of looking at it.
I'm pretty sure that's nonsense. Can you explain to me why that's not nonsense? It sounds to me like nonsense.
It doesn't to me.
I think we're going off to me like we're talking about a computer, and it's determined to produce the outcomes that I have pre-programmed it to do, and then saying it somehow has free will. I don't understand how those things are compatible. I guess that's why they call it compatible.
Yeah, exactly. You're assuming that it's programmed. I'm not assuming that. Determinism doesn't entail something being programmed. It's not.
What does it entail? Like, what is determinism?
What? Programming is not determined?
Cause and effect. That's what it entails.
That's okay.
Not
yeah, that's what a computer is. A computer is cause and effect.
It's pre-programmed.
I cause to do what I tell it to do.
Pre-programmed cause and effect. Yes, but there's
so also programmed.
There's also
no. Out of that. There is. Whoever came up with compatibilism has no idea what a computer does. No idea what any kind of machine does. No, that's just wrong. That's just insane to think that a computer somehow has free will.
No, you're
the computer does exactly what I told it to do because I wrote the lines of code that explicitly state why it should do so.
Same thing with machines.
I don't care how complex the code is. The code is deterministic. It just is.
I'm kind of lost where we are in the conversation. I'm not even sure what the argument is at this point.
Because you're losing.
Oh goodness. I just think it's many points going in many different directions is all.
How is slavery wrong if Abraham would leave his whole estate to his slave Eleazar? Oh, that's an interesting point. That was from Alex Black.
It's not a good argument because it still means owning a human being as property is not okay, no matter what you do before or what you do after. It's never okay.
Oh, you're strong.
You made that statement before. Why? Why not? Why can't you do that?
Because I agree with the many other people on the objective standard that many people adhere to, which is we should not own human beings as property.
Oh, okay. So you subjectively agree with the objective standard that somebody else subjectively came up with?
And we already agreed that you don't own your own time.
Hold on, Jungle. Let them think that through.
Ask that again? That was very confusing.
Yeah. You objectively agree with, or you subjectively agree with the objective morality that somebody else subjectively came up with.
I don't even think that's grammatically correct. I think that's...
No, I rethought it. The first time I started to say it, when I was repeating it, it was not correct. But then I thought it, and I got it right. It's correct.
Okay, say it one more time.
Okay. You subjectively agreed with somebody who made an objective morality you subjectively agree with.
It's not a single person. It's
okay. So a group of people subjectively claimed that something was objective, and you subjectively agree with it.
It's an objective standard that I subjectively agree with. Yes.
What is objective? I told you it was subjective, and now you're disagreeing with me. So how is somebody owning somebody else objectively wrong?
Because we agree that it promotes more suffering than it reduces, and many other things with human rights.
Not necessarily. Only if you're bad.
Wait, can you say that again? What was the reasoning?
What was the exact question so I can give an adequate answer?
Why is it objectively wrong for somebody to own somebody else?
Why is it objectively wrong? It's not objectively wrong to own.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so God condones.
What's your opinion?
So God condones something terrible. And
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
You're saying it's terrible when it doesn't have to be.
It's your opinion. Your opinion is that what he declared is terrible.
Slavery.
You already admitted that it's subjective. The entire concept of slavery is subjective as to whether or not it is moral. Therefore, it's not objectively immoral. Therefore, you have no argument.
And you don't own your time anyways.
It's a silly thing to say that just because I adhere to the belief that there is no intrinsic objective morality insinuates that
you adhere to what belief?
No, just because I don't adhere to the belief of an objective morality, that automatically entails that it's impossible for me or anyone like me, in my point of view, can't create a structure of morality. That's just insane.
I didn't say that you can't create a structured morality.
You're literally saying
it's not objective.
What am I basing it on? Yes, it's not objective. It's not.
Right. So you have no objective morality. It's just your opinion.
Yeah,
okay, good for you. So you disagree with God. Good for you.
Most people should disagree with owning another human being. Yes, that would make the world a better place.
What would?
Agreeing that owning a human being in any way, and I see in the comments that
everyone is owned. What are you talking about?
Alex Black wants to make the point of that slavery is different from the point now and the point of
everyone is owned. You are owned.
Transatlantic slavery, which is terrible, terrible, terrible. What happened over here?
I agree.
You're on your time.
Yes, and it is still just as atrocious as biblical slavery. They have yes.
No. You don't understand, LR, because you haven't read all of the Bible. I guess.
How
Because
do
the Bible
you
clear.
know that?
Listen to
So
me.
many
Listen to me.
assumptions
Listen to
are
me.
made.
Listen to me.
So many assumptions.
Listen to me. The Bible clearly states that if you kidnap somebody and you're found with that person, or if you sell them and then the person that you sold him to is found with that person,
Yes, you get.
you're to be put to death.
Yes, I know this.
Okay. That's
You,
American
you,
slavery.
you don't act like you know it.
American slavery was black people in Africa were kidnapping black people from tribes and selling them to white men, and then they shipped them off to America. By biblical law, they would all be put to death because they were kidnapping people.
Oh.
Owning another human being.
Oh.
Whatever.
Oh, okay. So you just back off the point, and you won't at least have the intellectual honesty to admit
To admit
that
what?
the point that you had made
Which is
was
what?
a misunderstanding.
What point exactly?
That it's not the same thing as biblical servitude.
The transatlantic slavery and biblical slavery, yes, have their clear differences. Obviously,
You said there wasn't any difference.
Claimed that they were not, and when I told you the difference,
they were not different.
you
They're
just
not-
pivoted.
I
You
did
didn't
not-
even give the grace to
I did
admit
not-
that. Okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong about that. You're right. So let's go back to
Because
the original point,
I don't agree.
which I would have accepted.
Nah, you're just wrong. You're just
I
wrong,
don't
LR.
agree that I made that point.
You're just wrong. Say, admit it.
You
You're
still
just wrong
haven't
about
admitted
everything.
that you were wrong about the point that I just corrected you on. Can you at least admit that?
I was not wrong because you're
I
misrepresenting.
will admit when I am wrong.
You're
If you can show to me and my stubborn self
You're
that
misrepresenting.
I had made a
how I
mistake, I'll admit it.
You're
If you
misrepresenting.
will
I
not
don't know.
admit when you are
I don't
wrong,
know
when
how
I
you can
clearly
have
demonstrated that you are
a
wrong,
clear conscience being wrong about
find that
everything.
very
LR.
frustrating.
You're misrepresenting.
You're
my
wrong about everything. How can you not be right about something? Why can't you be right about something?
Bob,
You're wrong about everything.
Bob, you're misrepresenting
Everything
my
you're
point
wrong.
and what
Everything
I
you
said
say is
about it.
wrong.
So what I said was there are similarities and there are differences. I did not say that in general, in all, they are the same. I did not say that, and you can't say that I said that. I did not say that they are the same.
Say that.
We don't have to. We just go back with the recording what you said.
Go ahead, yes.
I don't know actually how to do that. I don't even know if I can share.
Yeah, you might not be the host.
Well, we can do that later.
Oh,
Do it later.
Can I do things? I don't. I mean, can I share screen? I don't know.
It's what we understood.
Well,
we understood very clear what you said.
Okay, look, LR.
You said there's no difference between the two.
I didn't say that there's no difference. That's wrong.
That's what you implied. That's what we
LR.
understood.
Yes.
Partially because I'm lazy, but I forgive you if you did pull the trick that I think that you pulled. And if I misrepresented you, I hope that you forgive me.
Yes, there's a communication error, and we can agree on that.
So let's move on.
Yes.
Biblical slavery is not the same as American slavery.
Okay.
Now, to be fair, I
Agree
was
with that.
waiting
Agree
for you
with
to
that.
get there
LR.
because I
LR,
wanted
agree
to
with that.
pull that out.
LR's got to agree with that. The biblical slavery is not the same thing as the slavery in America.
They have their similarities and they have their differences.
No, you have to agree
Okay,
that they're not the
so
same
let's-
thing.
That's my point. They have their similarities and they have their differences. I think that's
Yeah, that's
Jungle
not what you
wants
said.
Jungle wants you to accept and admit simply that they are not the same thing. Can you accept that they are not the
no,
same thing?
because that's a whole other answer. Do you not? And this is a genuine question.
A
Do you not-
mom and a dad have similarities. Can you admit that a mom and a dad are not the same thing?
I don't understand.
Look,
There's reasons they're not
no,
the same.
look, LR, just chill out, man. We're not here to bash you or anything. We're
I
talking.
know. I'm
You
listening.
stop it.
We're conversing. We're conversing.
No, but no, you're
Stop.
here to bash the Bible. All you're doing is
Jungle wants
bashing the
you
Bible.
to. Jungle wants you to cede a point. I think the point that he is asking you to cede is acceptable and correct. Can you exceed it?
That they are different.
Yes.
Not the same. It's not the same thing.
They
Say
are
it's not the same thing.
Okay.
Why can't you say it's not the same thing?
Intellectually dishonest to say that I am not
It's
answering.
not the same thing.
It is not honest to say that I'm not answering the question by me saying that there are similarities and there are differences, because within that answer, I am answering your question, Jungle.
Yeah, because you don't want to say they're not the same thing.
Half of that response is me
Then
answering.
you're conceding that we're right. It's not the same thing.
Lena Powell, get John to come back.
There we go.
Why can't you just accept that they're not? Why can't you just admit that they're not the same thing, and then we can go on from there? We can then discuss the dissimilarities,
My
and
answer,
the similarities, and why they matter.
My answer had that response.
No, you kept dodging around. You wouldn't just
It's a
say
direct
anything the
response.
Jungle was simply asking you to say.
It's a direct response with another added response to it, which is yes.
Right. What was your response?
Which is yes, they have their differences, but also they have their similarities. So half of that
Okay,
is.
can you state that they are not the same thing?
You just told me to read a script, and I'm not comfortable with that. I am answering your question.
Is it false? Is it false to say that they're not the same thing?
Is it false to say they're not the same thing?
They're not the same thing.
I wouldn't even know how to.
Are you serious?
Well, he agrees. He
Are
agrees
you
with us. It's not the
serious?
same thing. He
Hey,
agrees.
Bob. So I return, and you're sounding like I was sounding when I left. But however, before I left, you were telling me how I needed to just be much more reserved. How you feeling an hour later, man?
I love you, brother.
No, it's okay. You can just concede that you understand where I was coming from. That's it.
I do. I do.
Continue. Hey, continue. Hey, no, continue having your fun, man. Continue. And,
I do have fun. I want to say I get it. My problem is I want to give every single, and maybe I'm just crazy, but I want to give every single individual atheist a chance to not be an idiot.
We all do.
And that's all I ask. When I see somebody, I'm like, hey, nobody knows this guy. Maybe he's not a total idiot. Maybe he's actually looking. I haven't found one yet, but maybe.
But after a while, you can see where they're coming from.
Oh, it's Angela. What are you doing up this late, or are you just up this early?
I'm up at 7:20 in the morning here.
Oh wow!
Hey, maybe we can talk about biology. No.
Well, welcome to the stream, Otangelo. Yes, we are. The rest of us are just being ridiculous night owls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, John. I didn't understand. What did you say?
Oh, I just said. Well,
night owls.
You're.
Coruja da noite.
Yeah, what Jungle said.
Night owl.
My wife told me 4 hours ago that we had church tomorrow, which is today.
Oh
I
man.
haven't gone to bed yet, and she's probably going to be mad at me.
That's going to be a very long sermon.
She's gonna smack you awake, man.
So what is the topic?
I don't know. I've been gone for an hour.
Most of it was determinism, and a lot of it had to do with just various topics.
Determinism and slavery seem to be the sticking points for LR.
Oh, good. You guys degenerated into slavery.
Well, that's what he said that he had a problem
because
with.
he wanted to. Only because he wanted to go.
Okay,
Look,
John. I want to ask you something.
Yeah, what's up?
You know that I am being very gracious with my time at going to Speed's channel and actually putting straight the dumb ass of science which they are spouting out as uninformed idiots. And I will really endorse now your vocabulary, and now Speed started to put, that trumpet sound when I arrived there. like as the clown would be appearing at his stream, you know.
Oh, gotcha.
And I mean, I am not a clown. I want to be taken serious, you know. And I did send him an email, and he said, there are full of fools in your house, but I am not one of them. Now I appreciate that you won't keep to put that trumpet sound when I arrive. I think it's Benny Hinn or something which uses that kind of music. And yesterday and this morning, they started to call us liars and saying that we were distorting science papers and making misinterpretations of what scientists say and so forth. And then I said, well, there is absolutely. They were referencing to the origin of eukaryotic cells. So I put it there in the side chat that the origin of eukaryotic cells is in as much a problem as the origin of life. And that was my first sentence. And then he put that sound again after I warned him, and I said, I don't want that you ridicule me again. So today there was a conversation programmed at his channel between me and Dimitar. I was invited to have that, and I simply canceled it.
I would say that's probably a smart thing to do. I don't, well, as you know, I refuse to give Pudding the time of day. I mean, here's the way I view Speed is he is a 70-year-old man who has been a materialist Buddhist his life. An atheist Buddhist, a materialistic atheist Buddhist. That's how he describes himself.
Which makes no sense at all.
Which is weird. But that aside, he is in the stage of life where he's trying to validate his existence. And he has spent his entire life convincing himself that God does not exist. And any modification to that worldview is going to, from his perspective, current perspective, will invalidate his entire existence. And as much as he claims that he doesn't care and there's nothing beyond this life and he'll just, reach nirvana in death by ceasing to exist, we all know that's not actually what makes you feel calm if at that age, right? Let's get real. Anybody who's ever faced death knows that's not what you actually feel. So with you don't have confidence of what's happening. Anyway, the point I'm making is all he's looking for is ways to convince himself that his worldview is correct. And
what are we talking about?
Speed of Pudding. Speed of sound of gravity.
He's only trying to convince himself that what he believes is right. And he keeps trying to convince himself.
Yeah,
make fun of people.
What Sal says is Tangelo, you can spend time reading journals with me and less time on Speed's channel.
Yeah, I think that is better time spent.
Well, and let's be honest, Tangelo, you and Sal reading papers together, the two of you would have a ridiculous amount of fun time doing that.
Yes, we had a good time in the first conversation last week about the eukaryotic cells. I mean, it's great, and Sal is a great guy and very experienced and knowledgeable. So it's really fun. Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I tuned into his channel for about a grand total about 3 minutes earlier today, and I was just like, "Yep," and this is why I don't watch this crap, and left again.
I think I gave up a while back.
Yeah, he's gotten more and more. I mean, I gave him the time of day for the first couple months he was around, and then it's like, dude, this is not even remotely. It's not worth your time at all.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it maybe 6 months ago. I said, hey, if you cannot admit that cells host molecular machines, then you are simply denying science, and it isn't worth to keep interacting here. And I think I've stayed away for about 2 months or so, but then I returned and I said, well, I'll give it a try again. And I mean, you see that the evidence, the amount of evidence that I have given to these guys, and that we as a community are giving, like Sal and you and so forth, it is staggering, and they are simply not seeing it. And I mean,
well, at this point, right? So let's think about the direct antithesis of reality that we hear from them on a regular basis, right? So they claim that we don't follow science, and we don't actually think about science. We just project, right? Okay, so let's think about this. We say there's a code. They claim there's not a real one. Academia says there is. They say that academia doesn't say that there is.
Well, they are actually now getting over that, John.
Well,
at least at Speed's
well,
channel.
I don't know about that. They say it's not machines. Well, the scientists doing the research say that they're machines. We show them the evidence from the scientists who say that they're machines, and then they say that we're making up and misinterpreting the evidence from the guys who say, "Hey, you guys keep." There's people who say that they're not machines. No, they're literal machines, and then they say, "No, that guy didn't say that it was literal. He was speaking in metaphor, even though he said it wasn't a metaphor. He clarified, no, it's neither metaphor nor analogy. This is literal." And they say, "No, that's not what he said."
Yeah.
When you show them the video of the guy, that's what the guy said. You know, that kind of thing.
No, and worse of that, they say that we are not making the same conclusions as the authors of the science papers make, and that is actually, it is true, because I mean, you have to make a distinction. There is the evidence, and we agree with what we see in biochemistry. There is no dispute in regards of this. Now the problem is that there is a circle around the evidence, which is the philosophical interpretation of that evidence. And there we do not agree with them, with what science papers say, because they are based on methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism. So they cannot infer a creator as the best explanation. They have to stick to evolution. Otherwise, any paper will not go through the peer-reviewed process. So there is the thing that we disagree with, which is the inference of the evidence. Where does it lead to? But that they cannot accuse us that we are misinterpreting what science papers say. We just do not agree with the inference.
Well, and here's the key point of what I agree with what you just said. And here's the key point, I think, is they claim that we disagree with the authors, right? And you just said, yes, we do. Okay, but what do we disagree on? We're not disagreeing on the discovery of the function.
Exactly.
That's the question. We are disagreeing in what is the plausible explanation for the origin of the function.
Exactly.
And in the context of the inference to the best explanation, right?
Yeah.
The people, the researchers, right? The scientists, they don't have an explanation either. So they are only being able to make an inference. They don't have any proof of where it came from. So both parties are in the exact same boat in terms of determining what is the more plausible explanation for the origin.
Yeah.
And that premise seems to fly over the heads of actually it didn't fly over their heads. They're in Atheist Fantasyland Projection Complex. They have hardcore cases of it. And I think it's in full display. When they were accusing us of all this stuff, it's like, you are literally doing what you're accusing me of. Okay, awesome. Right? It's just like things with abiogenesis. Like, what do we hear all the time? They're getting really close. And then what's it say in the paper? Like, we have no freaking clue. No. They're really close. The goalposts are getting closer. Other, this paper say, well, we now have to account for 17 new things.
And that is the deception, John, that they are making as if naturalism is a plausible explanation and that they are getting close to explain how biology works. And the true situation is they are not even close. And rather than closing the gap, it is becoming bigger and bigger.
Exactly. I mean, just to make that clear and drive that home, I mean, every single time they make another discovery, that adds to the probability, being much, much higher. I should say less, actually, much less, that abiogenesis ever occurred in the first place.
No, that's done. It's not possible, and we know that.
Well, as I always like to say in the context of where do I put my money, right? It's a so am I love playing poker, right? So like, am I willing to go all in? Let's think about this. So the flop has come. I've got ace, king of hearts. The flop is let's make it better. I've got queen, jack of hearts. The flop is 10, king, ace, 2 hearts. So I've got a royal flush redraw and the nut straight draw. Am I willing to put all my money in? Yes, absolutely, all day, every day. You bet, I raise, you re-raise, I shove. Let's go, ship it. So what have I got? So I've got a code requirement. I've got nanotech requirement. I've got communication systems, like all this other stuff has got to be in existence for the simplest life form. I'm pretty good with the premise that an intelligent agent is required. I'm in. Let's go. And I feel like I'm dealing with the proverbial donkeys in poker. I'm like, oh, I have nothing, but I'm gonna bet. Like, okay. Sweet. And it's like,
can you respond to Evans Kip 2?
Is it this one?
That one.
If a scientist makes a conclusion, is it okay to come up with your own different conclusion? That, by definition, is misrepresenting science. So, is that a question or is that a statement?
I'm not sure if it's a question. I think it's him making the claim, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's just address that one real quick. You do realize that the entire purpose of peer review is for people to say that your conclusion is incorrect. So if a scientist makes a statement and that just now has to be the be-all, end-all gospel, I would say, then why the hell does peer review exist? Number one. Why are sometimes papers retracted? Number two. And why do they have a discussion portion of the freaking paper, which invites people to give their opinion about different components of their research and their tentative conclusions of the potential implications? I mean, anyway, would anybody disagree with what I just said?
The whole thing is that evolutionists are reviewing evolutionary science papers. So if the author would conclude that design is the adequate explanation, and the peer reviewers are all evolutionists, how do you think that science paper will go through peer review?
It wouldn't.
Of course, it wouldn't. And if you consider that the entire modern science construct is based on philosophical naturalism and methodological naturalism, where design is excluded a priori as a possible explanation because supposedly it cannot be tested. I mean, the action of an intelligent designer creating stuff today that cannot be tested, obviously not. Obviously not. If it is an event that happened in the past and God is not creating life forms anymore, so how do you want to test that?
Yep. Well, and also as a sidebar, it is a well-recognized premise that the peer review process in the modern era sucks and is breaking down. And there's articles written on this. There's people that are high-level academics who have started refusing to engage in the process because it's turned into such a joke. They're demanding methods. I mean, there's so many people that are submitting papers and somehow getting published based on their status and who they know, that they're not even including the methods portion of their research. They're just saying, here's what we found, not how we did it, not here's the processes we did, so that our peers can go and test and see if they can replicate our assertion. They're not even putting in the methods.
Echo chamber.
I mean, and there's been different people in chemistry, especially, that have been getting really pissed and publicly coming out about it. And like, you don't, I mean, think about it, chemistry. You're making a claim in chemistry and you don't tell people how to do the chemistry. Like, how are they supposed to peer review you then? Like,
oh, they said that a big part of the experiments that they perform, they cannot be repeated, and despite of that, peer review is accepted and goes through. So it's crazy. Now I want to ask you something else, Sean. I don't know if you followed that I was at Dan Cardinale's channel and then at Dapper Dino's channel, and we discussed.
I saw Dapper whining about something.
Yeah. So the basic point is this. They came up with two examples. One is the placenta of a lizard, and the second is of HIV. And both Dan and Dino, they claimed that supposedly these two systems were irreducibly complex, but then empirically it was proven that these systems evolved. So what they are claiming is because there were two examples falsified, therefore the concept of irreducible complexity is debunked.
So here's a quick question. Did Dr. Danny Boy, did he bring up animals and photosynthesis by chance?
No, he brought up two examples.
No, I'm asking you. Did he mention? Did he try?
He has with me. He has.
Well, he did with me too. No, Chantal, I'm asking you for a specific reason. Did Danny Boy mention a single word about, in terms of in line with his examples? Okay, for HIV and the lizard thing. Did he also mention anything about animals being able to perform photosynthesis?
Yes. He brought that up too.
Okay. Did you guys get into that one at all by chance?
No, because that is so silly. I mean, we know that there are some sea slugs which get some bacteria which can do photosynthesis. So he claims that there was an endosymbiotic process, and that is now irreducibly complex because these slugs, they get their energy from photosynthesis. I mean, these are so stupid examples which we have not brought them up.
And here's the thing on that one too, Angela. I read the papers on that exact topic. The slug is able to switch back and forth based on the most optimal. So it's not that it's now 100% reliant upon. It has the ability to basically operate. And they actually, in the paper, they actually use the words symbiotic and hybrid. And so it's like, no, this is because in a stream with me, he went down that rabbit hole and I called him out on it. That's why I was curious if he tried to bring it up with you again. Because I called him out hardcore on that. Because I pulled up the paper in the middle of the stream and I'm like reading through it. And I was like, so there is no new function. Like, none of this is novel. How are you arguing that this is evolution? You have two pre-existing systems that are being able to work together. How is that evolution? Like, and how does that negate irreducible complexity? I don't understand.
Yeah.
But
and there is another thing, John, that after the show, I said, well, first of all, I've never heard about these examples. So send me the papers. I will give a look, and then I'll give an opinion. So Deperdino, he did send me the papers, and I said, well, I don't just want the papers. You are making the argument. So make your argument and cite the papers, and then I will review it. And he never did that. And then I asked then, well, first of all, which proponent of intelligent design has ever brought these examples up in the first place? And he said, well, it doesn't require that it is the ID camp that brings them up. But we have seen that they are IC, but they can evolve. And I said, well, first of all, if they can evolve, they are not irreducibly complex, because that's by definition. So, and then he claims, oh, but then your claim becomes unfalsifiable.
Well, there's a problem with that. If you define something as, if this happens, then it's not it. You know what I'm saying? That
is basically the definition of irreducible complexity put by Behe. I can quickly read it here. He says here, there are basically 5 points which are being made. And point 4 and 5, an irreducibly complex system cannot be produced directly, that is, by continuously improving the initial function, which continues to work by the same mechanism by slight successive modifications of a precursor system. So what does that mean? Am I correct if I say, well, then if it can actually evolve by the slight modification, then it is not irreducibly complex anymore? Is that I am wrong in something, or I am getting that right?
You're right. I get what you're saying. The problem, I can't remember who you were debating at the time, Otangelo, but he kept saying that it was. I don't know if he actually said it, but he was basically getting to the point that it was unfalsifiable, because
yes,
if you understand the concept, and that's just the thing that I was trying to just now kind of warn against, is maybe to pick better targets, if that makes sense.
Well, here's a sidebar on this whole topic, guys. I was thinking about this earlier today in relation to specifically what sparked the thought was ATP, but the
ATP is insane.
Okay, so
like
we now
3,000 amino acids.
But just let me define this. Am I correct if I say, if a system like ATP synthase can evolve, then it is by definition not irreducibly complex anymore? I am correct, or can a system be irreducibly complex and be the result or product of evolution?
The problem is that if they can claim, namely, if they can claim that it did evolve by some cause, then necessarily, I think you would state, oh, well, then that's no longer irreducibly complex.
That's exactly what they're saying. And they say, no, it can be irreducibly complex, but be the product of evolution. And
what I am questioning you against is the pitfall that they could state that makes your claim unfalsifiable, because
that's what they say.
Yeah,
that's what they say.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying that I think you have to be you have to think about that argument and be more careful about what you present. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but hang on a second, guys. So where is science right now in supposedly overcoming the irreducible complexity problem of abiogenesis, right? They're now trying to come up with ways to have something that is not even what is required somehow be able to form spontaneously. And then somehow argued like, well, if we can do this, then that means that we might be able to make something else happen, that we can't do it. But we're actually working on something totally different now because we can't figure out the one that's actually required. Okay, now let's take this a step further, right? So like one of the things in terms of ATPs, where it came from, was like there's this whole thought process going on right now, like, well, there may be some other molecule that could provide energy like ATP that might be able to explain how the energy that's required could be leveraged to solve some of these other problems that we have, right? Okay. So let's think about this for a second. Okay. We now use like modern tech as an example. Okay. So we have the Tesla and we have a normal internal combustion engine, right? Both of them are able to generate torque, right?
How do you go from one to the other?
even if you're able to come up with a way to evolve the Tesla, right? Actually, let's go the other way and evolve the internal combustion engine, because Tesla's like way more advanced. That doesn't mean that it's remotely plausible that you could evolve the Tesla. Even if you come up with a way to do the internal combustion engine, the process that you have to account for is the crazy crap that's going on in the all-electric vehicle, right? You have to figure out how to create or to, compartmentalize and to access the energy in the battery versus harness the...
I mean, energy conversion is an insane thing to think about when you consider cells and how they operate.
Absolutely, right? So that's my point, is like, where are they actually going? Well, now
making energy is absolutely essential, but what they are claiming is that, well, maybe there was some fermentation process, but hey, to have fermentation, you need glycolysis, and glycolysis is already a staggeringly complex process which requires many enzymes.
I agree. Here's where I'm going with this.
I don't know what that is. What's glycolysis?
But Otangelo, here's where I'm going with this.
Glycolysis.
Here's where I'm going with this logic, though, Otangelo. So, okay, on the energy problem, right? Let's figure out how to do an internal combustion engine versus the Tesla, right? In context of the genetic code, it's, let's figure out how to have there was only 2 pair versus triplet. It wasn't actually all the way this one. Like, okay, so they keep trying to break it down to where they still can't create, but they're claiming all they actually have to create is something that isn't actually what they have to create. And then claim that solves the problem. And it's like, well, so you create something totally different and then claim that is getting you closer to the thing you're actually trying to figure out how to create? That doesn't make any sense.
And this thing about the placenta and the egg and changing from the placenta and the egg is probably information that was already there to begin with, and it's just another claim, evolutionary claim, to be disproved.
Well, I asked, what evolved first, the placenta or the embryo, or do you need both?
Well, and also, sidebar, I don't know if you read there's a paper on that. Around 20% of all lizards have a placenta.
Yeah, and they switch back and forth. Ever since I can remember, they always switch back and forth between the two.
So it was already there. The information to make both was already there, and it's just about the environment. And maybe in some environment there was the requirement of one, and in the other environment there was the requirement of the other, and they can switch back and forth. So that is not an example of irreducible complexity at all.
Oh, hey, sidebar. In line with this, something that I think I'm going to be thinking about this in much more detail. But so John Perry, as you may recall, his foundational argument for explanation of the genetic code's existence was signal theory, right?
Ridiculous. I've seen his video, and it has nothing to do with the origin of the genetic code.
Not only does it have nothing to do with the origin of codes, the level of assumptions in that theory are nuts.
Crazy, yeah.
But moreover, they all depend upon a pre-existing two-way communication system. Period. Like there is no, it's not a one-way system, it's a two-way system. Period. There is no other way for their premise to make any sense. But
John,
beyond,
one
more thing.
Yeah.
However,
Sorry.
beyond all of that, now all that crap I just said can be tossed out the window, okay? Because there is not a single thing about the origin of not just of the codes, but of all the other communication that we observe, right? None of that is observed to be being created, right? It all exists. So they are claiming that a communication system that they didn't watch evolve somehow evolved, and it evolved through another process which they also did not observe. And they are claiming that the entities in play did not have to have the capacity to have receptors and interpretation mechanisms for the supposed signals that were being sent back and forth to them, which enabled them to evolve their communication system. So, so that is like, okay, I'm deaf. You're standing on the other side of a brick wall, shouting at me, but I'm deaf. I am never going to be able to hear you nor understand what you're saying, right? Now, the only way that's going to happen, let's say we can't get through the wall, right? Somebody who has access to both sides of the wall, they teach me sign language, and they stick up 2 cameras and 2 TV screens, one on each side of the wall. Now you and I are communicating to each other via sign language. We can now communicate, right? That's totally plausible. But if I stay deaf and nobody ever installs cameras and nobody teaches me sign language and teaches you sign language, we're never going to be able to communicate.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That is what they are claiming happened. That somehow I both learned how to do sign language, and somehow magically we're able to do it through a brick wall. That's what they're arguing. And anyway, that's my tangent. Continue.
No, on top of that, I've put here a link to the article, How Does Information Originate? And it is very interesting because the author, he explains that in order for you to create an information system and communication system, you need information on a higher level. What does that mean? That the originator of an information system has to be more intelligent or have a higher capability of information generation and transmission than the system that is generated. And that fits perfectly with the intelligent design explanation proposal, that a creator which is far higher in terms of intelligence and capability of informing did set up the information system which we see in life. That is perfectly in line with the evidence which we see in biology.
Well, I'd say something else very interesting is they've actually done tests on like random organization of information, trying to create specified information. And of course, this operates under the assumption like you already have to, in order to do this experiment, you already have to have a pre-existing language to choose from, right? But in order to derive what the specialized information or the specific information is, but they've never been able to get more than 500 bits of information from a random process.
Well, and I mean, what are the odds? We know the odds they are astronomically small. I mean, huge. I mean, to get even one sequence which is functional just for one small protein, it is astronomically a huge number. So that is absolutely off what is reasonable. And we really don't understand, John, how they don't get that.
They don't think. I have got to go to bed. I do want to say that Lena Paw a while ago said that she had a question, and I think it brings up a good point. Why are they attacking only Christian creationists and not New Agers, alien believers, conspiracy theorists, etc.?
We know why. Because
they're
it's a
easy.
spiritual issue.
Because it's the truth.
Yeah.
Easy
exactly.
targets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a spiritual issue.
Yeah.
I mean, those which proclaim a new age and aliens and whatever, they know that this is bollocks, and it is in the same level as Santa Claus and everything else. But
has anybody heard of an atheist going out and debating a Muslim or something?
Yeah,
it's really rare. They care more about Christianity because they know it's the biggest threat to their worldview. So
they know
there are many debates, many debates with atheists versus many different religions. It's not just a target for Christianity.
Yes,
I don't know where that
that's
assumption
true.
is coming from.
If you check on Facebook, there are many groups, Muslims debating atheists, so that is not so rare.
And people don't have to be atheists to combat things like conspiracy theories, like flat Earth and other insane conspiracies. You don't have to be even religious to debate against that. So to assume that atheists are just targeting these things, it's kind of an odd assumption, I believe.
But John, I would like to come back to what you were.
I would say it's primarily.
But
atheism is against theism.
Otangelo, are you saying that they're like you've seen that this is a thing that people like atheists are debating against Islam and stuff like that?
Yes. Even Aaron Ra has right now a series where he is investigating Muslim claims. You can check that at his channel. So this is something which is ongoing. And there are many Facebook groups where there are dialogues between Muslims and atheists. You have to see that in Europe there are many atheists, but also many Muslims, especially in England. And so that is something which is going on.
Well, one of the things that I agree with you that in Europe, it's definitely happening at a much higher level than here in the States. But a big portion of that is that there's not that many Christians left in Europe.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying it depends. I would say it is a geographically driven issue. If you see the United States more Christians, that will because Christians dominate. But if you see in Europe, England, and so forth, there are lots of Muslims trying to convince unbelievers about their religion. So this dialogue is going on.
All right. I'm out. Night, brothers. Love you.
Bye-bye.
Good luck avoiding. Hey, good luck avoiding the cat of nine tails from the wife.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye.
But
yeah, John, I think you brought up a great example that if a combustion energy system is there, to transform that in a energy making system through electricity, that is not going to happen because you need totally different parts.
Yeah, Dr. Stadler brought that kind of concept up in relation to like prokaryote to eukaryote. But I was thinking
it's not only prokaryote.
Well, I agree, but it's not. I'd say it applies there as well. But I mean, I was thinking about more. But I was thinking about it in that light as well as it doesn't even matter. Forget the transition. It doesn't matter even if you manage to figure out how to get the internal combustion engine technology to evolve. That doesn't matter. That still doesn't mean you solve the problem at all.
No, you didn't.
That's true. Yeah.
But there is another problem, John, which is constantly overlooked. That if you check abiogenesis research, what are they trying to figure out? How the basic building blocks of life emerged prebiotically without metabolism. So now let's even suppose that reverse TCA cycle emerged prebiotically by clay and so forth. Okay.
I mean,
so you have carbon fixation by a natural process. Now, how do you go from that system, if that ever would be possible, which is not, to a system where we have the reverse TCA cycle, where you have 9 enzymes working in synchrony together, like in a production line, where the first enzymes performs a reaction, then it hands over the substrate to the next enzyme, and then makes the synthesis step, and then hands the product over to the next enzyme, and that 9 times. And then in the end, you have eventually carbon and something else. So this is an entirely different process than the process which they try to figure out, which would be a non-enzymatic process. How do you go from one system to the other? This is an open question and a huge problem.
True. Oh, Tangela, you know, even more interesting if you think about it is like the supposed evolution of the ability to photosynthesize for plants. If we're assuming that, you know, we all came from one single-celled organism, that would probably be the closest thing they would have to go from. I think they made the claim that, what is it, lichen is like the first supposed living organism that they're aware of. And, I mean, clearly that's a plant. And so they have to explain how that complex system arose simultaneously.
They are so desperate that they claim in a science paper in Nature from 2016, where they tried to figure out the last universal common ancestor and its complexity, they inserted in the setup nitrogenase. And if you know how complex that nitrogenase is, then you say that's insane. That's insane, because nitrogenase is a very complex enzyme which fixes the atomic nitrogen into ammonia, and it splits a triple bond, and in a 6-step process which requires a huge amount of energy, and that system requires enzymes which are just generating and recycling energy. It's enormously complex, and they do it because there is no prebiotic supply of fixed nitrogen available. I mean, there is lightning and so forth, but that doesn't replace nitrogenase.
Well, what I was getting at though is because photosynthesis is the changing of photons into usable energy, right?
That's something which
insane
I
to
made
think
a
about.
video. Yeah, I made a video on that, and I mean, if you even check the complexity to make chlorophyll, which is the molecule which receives the photons, chlorophyll requires 17 enzymes, and 8 of the last enzymes, they are exclusively used just in that biosynthesis pathway. And most interesting of that is that they can perform the reaction either in anaerobic environments without oxygen and in aerobic environments with oxygen.
And this just goes to the point that we require enzymes from the beginning. It cannot be any other way, you know. The abiogenesis, it entails you have to have these specific things in place before anything can even start.
Well, as I mean, I made a deeper investigation in Pelagibacter rubic, which is a bacteria which is about the most abundant organism on Earth. It populates maybe about 25% of the oceans, and it is considered really as the smallest free living organism known. And it has almost 1,400 proteins and about 1.4 million nucleotides. So how do you get that from non-life, an organism of that complexity in a bottom-up process? 1,400 proteins.
Well, and here's something else to contemplate in this whole dialogue. This always drives me at the wall when I listen to the tangents about like, oh, well, it's over billions of years. You just don't understand, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's another canon.
What was it?
So here is the official timeline of photosynthesis on Earth. Okay, 4.6 billion years ago, Earth forms. 3.4 billion years ago, first photosynthetic bacteria appear.
That's so funny, yeah.
Okay, so let's think about this. That gives you a maximum. What is that? 1.2.
They give a window of 200 million years for the origin of life.
And then they're saying, let's see, algae, plant. Okay, so you're saying that the first major thing to appear is photosynthesis, like photosynthetic bacteria. You're telling me that's the first thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Which is insanely complex.
You're telling me that one of the most complex interdependent systems in existence is one of the very first thing, like a foundational thing that evolved, and it didn't have billions and billions of years to work with. You're an idiot if you come to the conclusion that one of the most complex components somehow comes into place at the very beginning and then argue and tell me that everything else, it started simple and it got more complex, but you have one of the most complex things first.
Absolutely.
That is the literal, not the figurative, that is the literal antithesis of what you claim is how you can explain everything.
And think about that. Cyanobacteria, I've studied them for quite some time, it's enormously complex. And they do not have only photosynthesis, they have nitrogenase, which I mentioned before. And in order for you to fix nitrogen, you need the nitrogen cycle in the atmosphere and the series of bacteria which compose the nitrogen cycle. They have to be all there. Otherwise, you interrupt the nitrogen cycle and you do not have nitrogen available to fix. So that is an interdependent system which has to be set up all at once. And go further on that. The other energy cycles, like the carbon cycle, like the water cycle, like the rare mineral cycle, which are all life essential, they are interdependent with the nitrogen cycle. So you have 5 atmospheric cycles which are interdependent amongst each one, and also each cycle is itself also interdependent and requires parts which cannot be missing.
This is what you call the earmarks of engineering, you know. I mean, it's just very clear. See, I mean, for you to, first of all, for you to be able to utilize anything for a purpose like, you know, energy conversion, obviously it takes an engineer to design and format that, right? It's not like it just pops into existence, you know?
Exactly. And that's the point. And now something very interesting here. Nitrogenase is oxygen sensitive. What does that mean? If cyanobacteria produces oxygen as a waste product, it would kill the cell. It would kill it because it would immediately shut up nitrogenase and it would stop to fix nitrogen, and it wouldn't be able to make the basic building blocks of life, which is amino acids and RNA and DNA, which depend on nitrogen, on ammonia. So if the organism evolves oxygenic photosynthesis, it will kill itself.
Yeah.
It would kill itself. So what does it require? It requires protective mechanisms and cyanobacteria, they have protective mechanisms in order not to kill themselves. And even the waste product of the intermediate steps of chlorophyll synthesis, they produce reactive oxygen species, which also are detrimental to the cell, and it would also kill the cell if there would be not right on spot and at the same time protective enzymes which protect the organism from these detrimental species. So this is an irreducibly complex system. And I asked the guys in the chats after my debate on irreducible complexity, and they stopped to answer me because there is no answer to that.
Well, even more, even greater than that is, so you have oxygen, right? It'll oxidize, you know, just the building blocks, right? They will oxidize and they'll continue to polymerize. And so that's one issue. Then you have water that will, it's a lot of these chemicals are not soluble, so they'll just break down completely, right? And they can't even reconnect or anything like that while within the water. And it's funny that they keep bringing up this thing that happened on like a murky pool of water. I'm like, you do realize that water will break down those within like a few seconds most of the time. I mean, at the longest, you'll have a few weeks, right? I mean, these chemical bonds will not stick at all, you know, and they're assuming that this stuff's going to happen. It's going to stay there if it ever does happen in the first place, and then it's going to happen to stay there for like millions and millions and millions of years. And supposedly another chain might pop up right next to it. Like we're talking within microns within a micron within a micron space here. come on, this stuff does not happen in reality. I mean, it just doesn't happen. That's why we have to do it in a lab where you're forcing these components to come really close together.
I mean,
I mean,
I've
sorry.
just found a paper which I did send to John tonight. Yeah.
And UV light. UV light is destructive too as well.
Yeah.
So I just sorry.
Yeah, you are right. This is a big problem, and I mean there is no solution to that. But look at this wonderful quote of Shapiro. And no sample of a nucleotide, the building block of RNA or DNA, has ever been discovered in a natural source apart from Earth life. Or even take off the phosphate, one of the 3 parts, and no nucleoside has ever been put together. Nature has no inclination whatsoever to build nucleosides or nucleotides that we can detect.
Wow. Isn't that what James Stewart talked about too? He said that obviously biologically there's no inclination for any chemical reactions to move towards life, right?
Yeah, he's spot on. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And you have everything. You require everything pure, and there was all kind of impurities
exactly
there. And the big problem, and that's the key issue here. And George Venter said that we need selection. Selection is the key of evolution. But the problem is there was no prebiotic selection, and they are trying to smuggling selection into abiogenesis at any cost, because if you do not have selection, you have no solution materialistic wise of the origin of life.
Exactly.
Now, how do you select the right parts to make DNA and RNA? There is no selection there, or the right
engineer would do
basis.
that.
Yes, or the right basis. And John is leaving.
No,
okay,
John,
and
why? Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's interesting that there's so much deflection when it comes to this topic. Many times, I actually had a discussion with a PhD biologist named Dr. Ling on a video about evolution, and she was very adamant. She's like, no, we have evidence. We have really strong evidence that evolution has taken place, And I'm like, okay, what's your best evidence? I just want to hear your perspective on it. And she pointed to the Richard Lenski experiment with E. coli. And so she sent me the paperwork about it, and I was reading through it. And I was like, you do realize that this specifically says that it lost function in order to gain a function. And even then, that function was actually found later to be already pre-existing within its code sequence, right? And she kind of had to go back and reread the article, and she admitted that it was that's what it said. And I was like, so then this isn't really evidence for what you think it is then. And she just kind of got quiet.
It's funny you bring that up. I know I have made that argument. Tangelo's brought that up before. I mean, it's like the number of EVOs that use the Lenski experiment as, be all end all proof, and to the point you just made.
Yeah.
Don't have a clue what they actually found.
Yeah.
And they double and triple down on it. But the irony is that, unlike the person you're referring to, the vast majority of them refuse to go even read the paper.
Exactly. Well, she said that she actually was involved with the experiment. That's why she pointed to it, And so she sent me the paperwork, and I was like, okay, I'll read it. That's fine. And so I went through it, and Richard Lenski himself came out and said, this is like, because this is like more than a 30-year experiment, that they were conducting there, that there were updates to it. But his initial reaction was, yes, this is evidence of macroevolution. And then after doing further research and understanding the complexity within the genome, because remember there's the antigenic regions that they were calling junk DNA. That's the portion where they were finding that they had like a section of that was turned off, that had come into relevance of the situation because of their environment, And so that's how they ended up turning on that function while they were spinning those little tubes, and they were introducing citrate into it. And so eventually they lost their functionality for their flagellum, so they couldn't move around, but they could digest and reproduce faster in citrate. So that's the whole point. It's like it was already there. It was a and then you have to think about it. It's like when have you ever heard of a case where a bacterium was found in citrus? Like ever? Like it doesn't happen. They would
matter. It happened.
Yeah, apparently. And I mean, it's just insane to think about that. I mean, they don't have the evidence to back it up, but oh well.
Let me just quick here read what Venter said. Yes.
Yeah,
to
go ahead,
me, the key thing about Darwinian evolution is selection. Biology is 100% dependent on selection. No matter what we do in synthetic biology, synthetic genomes, we are doing selection. It's just not natural selection anymore. It's intelligent designed selection. So it's a unique subset, but selection is always part of it. Very spot on, straight to the point. And that's the big problem. Nature has no urge to select parts which then in the future bring a forth life.
I've had to bring this up to many people because like I'll try to ask them to explain how symbiotic relationships can come about through a purely evolutionary standpoint, because first of all you have to take into account all these animals or supposed creatures, plants, they're evolving independently through a genetic code that is different, right? And so there's no inclination, there's no way for them to manipulate the DNA, of each other. It doesn't happen like that, right? Aside from them like eating each other, right? Pretty much that's all they have. If you're assuming that's
that is a big problem, and I can give you that is one of the reasons why the endosymbiotic theory is not working. Now, let's suppose that you have a free living bacteria of the size of Pelagibacter oblique with 1.3 million nucleotides. Okay. Now, let's suppose that you have an older organism which was apparently similar to Ornarchia or another kind of prokaryote, and one engulfed each other. That's what they claim, and that then the engulfed bacteria became the mitochondria. Now, first of all, only eukaryotes engulf other cells. So prokaryotes do not have the capacity to engulf other cells. They do not eat other cells. So that's the first problem. But let's suppose that would even happen. Now, you require a brutal devolution or entropy from 1.3 million nucleotides to about 20,000, which are currently about the size of the genome of mitochondria. Okay, so that is a huge disparity here. And the second problem is that many mitochondria today, they have a different genetic code than the standard genetic code. So how do you go from one code to another code system? If you want to make that mutation, you need to change all the parts which are required in translation. That is the tRNAs, the amino acyl tRNA synthetases, and so forth. How did that transition happen? And while it would be in a transition state, you would have a lot of proteins which would be non-functional because there would be a wrong translation. So that doesn't.
And honestly, I think that would just cause more degradation in the system. I mean, if you have like things that aren't functioning properly,
Yeah, exactly.
It's another. This is like kind of off topic for this particular situation, but you know how they talk about punctuated equilibrium and like the notion that that evolution took massive jumps, into the future, basically, either through like having reptiles lay eggs and then all of a sudden a bird pops out of the egg. Think about it this way: have you ever had to raise a bird before? I was curious.
Sorry?
Have you ever had to raise birds before or anything like that?
Yes, as a kid.
Okay. So you know that like it requires almost like a symbiotic relationship, there with the mother, and it's very, very difficult if you have just the egg by itself to just bring it to full maturity, and then of course to cause it to hatch if it's not the mother. I mean, it's extremely difficult.
Yeah.
so I just keep thinking to myself, I'm like, if we're assuming that reptiles, giant lizards, right? Yeah, popped out some eggs, and then these eggs, one of them was supposedly a bird. Well, first of all, what did it have, sex with to have other birds? And then secondly, how did it even survive? Because reptiles are cold-blooded animals. They require heat from the sun to maintain their body temperature.
You have to change the whole system.
Right. I mean, it would be almost impossible for that bird to come out alive.
Yeah, it's silly. It's silly.
It's just I tried to keep some alive myself, and I had to put it underneath the heat lamp, and I had it going for like maybe 2 weeks, and it still died. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, I mean, it's very frustrating to think about this, and I don't think that solves any of the questions whenever they start going off this, oh, it just popped out, like, okay.
The big friend of atheists and materialists is pseudoscience, because pseudoscience is superficial. It doesn't go into biochemistry and into the details. And so you can make up any story and make it stick and assert it. And if you repeat it enough time, then someday people start to believe it, and then they will endorse it. That's precisely the evolutionary theory. It's
Right.
150 years now that this is being claimed to be true, and people which do not understand what happens on a biochemistry level, where really the reactions occur, they will simply parrot it and endorse it and defend it as if it were the truth.
See, that's the thing. They rely heavily on facade. It's like they have to put up this front and make it seem like, oh, we have all the answers. We have all the this stuff answered. And even whenever they say, oh, I don't know the answer to that question, then they try to come across as, oh, I'm being the honest one. But that's not the truth, because we know that they're saying that because we are at a standstill with their evidence. We know that there is nothing else they have to offer. And that's why they're forced to say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, Connor, that is very often. And then, but science is working on it. And then implicitly, when there is an answer, it will be a naturalistic one. So God is basically excluded a priori.
Yeah, it's really heavily biased, and I mean, if anything, my heart goes out to people that are in that situation where they are just locked in that mental cognitive dissonance. That's why we have to keep praying, and hoping that people are going to be woken up to the truth. But
it's sad, because many people, they are simply parroting what they hear say from others, and if you say it in a sufficiently convincing manner, then people will simply buy it and believe it. And I saw that in my debate with Depperdino, where he came up with 2 examples of irreducible complexity, and then there was the comment section after the stream, and then many said, oh, but have you not seen they have falsified your claim? And I said, did you actually read the papers? Did you actually see the arguments that they made? Because I asked them to make an argument, and I have not seen one. I have just seen assertions.
Exactly.
I have not seen that warranted by the evidence.
That's the same thing that happened to Sal with his debate with Matt Dillahunty. It's funny because Sal came there with all this evidence. He had a full, slideshow to put out there, had all kinds of content on it.
Straight up on it just flied over Matt Dillahunty's head.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that Matt Dillahunty didn't even bring evidence. All he did is just keep making assertions. And then saying, I'm not convinced by that, or saying, you don't have good evidence, and I'm not really going to, accept anything you're saying if it's not peer reviewed. Or he would say all kinds of he even got mad. I was like,
after that, I created a false Gmail account and wrote him, because when I write him with my name, he just says, oh, another sock account from Otangelo blocked. He just responds like that. So I did create a false Gmail account, and I sent him an email, and then I said, just the introduction of Sal, that was enough to kill your worldview. And he just put that RAOFL. I don't know what it means,
Oh, yes, it means rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah, exactly. So that was his answer.
Yeah, It just means that he doesn't have an answer. He's just laughing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I just really hope that people start really paying attention. I mean, it's funny because he makes that argument that people that are in this circle, people that are like, trying to push the intelligent design movement in the right direction are used car salesmen. We're just people that are using pseudoscience, or we're misrepresenting science. And I'm like, I used to be an agnostic, and I was paying very close attention to what you guys were saying, okay? And you guys were not putting nothing out, nothing. I had to pay very close attention, and all I heard was, I'm not convinced. All I heard was, there's not enough evidence. That's not how this works. You have to put forth another alternative. That's how it goes. Yeah. And I mean, it's funny because exactly. Kent Hovind, he was pulling out the lies that are in the textbook, and he's like, you guys just need to get this stuff out of the textbook. If it's lies, why is it in there in the first place? And then they ask him the question, well, what are you going to replace it with?
Yeah, I called in at the Atheist Experience and told Keaton last year in 2019 about in total 8 times. And in one of my calls to Matt Dillahunty, that was the only call which he did not hang up on me. And it was because he did have a bet of $20. He didn't know who would be the next caller. And he said, well, I'm betting $20 I will not hang up on the next caller. And it was me. And I said, well, Matt, that your epistemological framework sucks because you are one-sided. You need to put both propositions on the table and weight them one against each other. You cannot look only into theistic claims. You have also to investigate if materialism makes any sense. And you never do that. And he said, oh, I have done that. And then I said, well, why are you not keeping doing it? And at your show, you should also point out then why materialism makes no sense. But you defend evolution, you defend biogenesis, you defend all materialistic claims. So you are one-sided. And then there was Jamie. He saw where this was going, and then he said, "Oh, we are agnostics to both sides."
That's not true. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's called the atheist experience. I mean, you can't be atheist and an agnostic at the same time, right? I mean, like when I was an agnostic, I always made the claim I'm an agnostic leaning towards atheism because I knew that they're not mutually exclusive, right? So, I've been hearing a lot of people lately that are atheists claiming to be lacking belief, which is basically the same claim as I don't know, right? Like agnosticism. And it really bothers me.
But they defend human evolution, they defend evolution, they defend everything which has to do with materialism. They do not say, oh, well, we are skeptic as well in regards to materialistic claims. They are in reality agnostic atheists. They are agnostics because they have no explanation in regards of origins, and they are against God, the God claim. So they have already canceled God, but they have nowhere to go because materialistic claims do not suffice. They are not compelling. So they say, oh, we are just agnostics. So they are free-floating in nihilism, basically, And once
I think the biggest problem... Sorry about that. I was just going to say, I think the biggest problem is their epistemology, how they come to reason with, how do they come to believe in things, If they have a really high bar that they've set for themselves, and then they'll lower that bar for certain things, but they'll set right back up for things that have anything to do with, like, the supernatural. It doesn't really make sense.
No, it doesn't. You see that they have everything prepared to deny God, but when it comes to evolution, they embrace it easily. Even if it's a belief system, so they believe it without evidence.
Right. Well, a lot of it has to do with like the cognitive dissonance because of the indoctrination they went through in high school, things like that. That's one of the things that happened to me. I was obviously going through all of that, and I came out of the church too. Going through high school to the Navy, and then when I got out of the Navy, I started like kind of delving into these conversations, and I was at that standpoint where I wasn't sure what was what. I hadn't really done any research yet, and I was just listening to both sides. And that's why I call myself an agnostic, because I'm like, I'm not sure. I'll just, I'll keep living how I am. And then, honestly, if it weren't for what happened to me and my wife, I'd probably still be an agnostic. Because I was just like that. I was, the kind of person that would set higher standards, and then if I wanted to believe in something, of course, I'd just go and lower my bar. And but that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people are not willing to be honest about that, and say, yes, I have a bias towards this. Yes, it's allowing me to think this way for this purpose, even though I'm contradicting myself elsewhere, things like that. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is another circle around atheists, which is their framework. Their epistemological framework, in most cases, is not developed. You cannot imagine how many atheists that I meet on Facebook and elsewhere, where the first question is, prove me God. Prove me that God exists. Demonstrate me God. You have to demonstrate. That is a jargon which Matt Dillahun uses all the time. You have to demonstrate it, Well,
the thing is, they do that because all they have to do then after that, no matter what you put forward, is they can just say, I'm not convinced. That's it.
Yeah, of
and
course.
If that's the thing. If their standard is no matter what you say, I'm not going to be convinced, then it doesn't matter what you say,
Of course. And the thing is, they say they are not convinced in regards of theistic claims, but how can they be convinced about materialistic claims? That's the big question mark.
What really bothers me, now that I think about it, is if they're going to make the claim that they can't believe in miracles or miraculous things happening, they already believe that all matter, time, and space came into existence from literally nothing, right? And that's been said multiple times from many scientists.
Or it is eternal, or the universe is eternal. That are the two alternatives.
Those are the two alternatives. But even if but the other thing with that is that we know, based on the red shift and based on certain other evidence with the stars moving outward from us, that there was at one point a finite beginning. So that's pretty much guaranteed. We know this for a fact. They can claim quantum mechanics. They can claim, which is another thing with that, is that in order for quantum mechanics to even work, you have to have pre-existing matter altogether. Like, it has to already be there, right?
Yeah.
And
if you press them hard, then you ask them, well, where did the quantum mechanic world come from? How was it caused? And then they will say, well, it just was there. It's a brute fact. And then you have to ask. It
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and then you have to ask, well, and how was the universe in a low entropy state at the beginning? And once the energy is used and consumed, how do you go from a high entropy state back to a low entropy state? There is no mechanism. That's how do you wind up to watch again?
It's only a mathematical, understanding. It's not something that they've actually proven or observed, right? So that's what really bothers me about this particular science that they put out there. It's not really science. You can't observe it. You can't test it like they say that they can, right? And the only reason we even know about things like this is mathematically. Now, the closest thing they come to with this is like when they did the double slit experiment, where they were testing light photons. I think it was electrons that were being shot out, and how light actually functions in both a wave pattern and a particle, right? And it kind of had the Schrodinger effect. Sometimes it would show up a certain way, but you'd see it with a potential of both ways, right? And that's really the only way I can think of that would really make sense. But even then, it's like you can't postulate that that's a fact of reality, because if you're observing the particle, right, while it's going by without a camera there, it's still functioning as a light wave. That's just simply a function of matter the way it is in our current reality. That doesn't say that we have alternative realities that are beyond us or anything like that. And it certainly doesn't say that matter just pops into existence ex nihilo. That's not how that works, If that were the case, why would we expect it to just stop? Why wouldn't it be happening right now? Seriously, why do we have things just popping into existence right now?
Yeah, these are very interesting questions, and I have studied in regards of several scientific claims where the proposal is that information is at the bottom of reality, and of course, if there is information, where did it come from? It came from God, and I think Tegmark has a very interesting book where he says that the universe is a mathematical structure. And what does he mean by that? If you go to quarks, subatomic particles, and see what are quarks made of, they are made of energy, and they say about strings and so forth. But these particles, they have a mathematical structure. And basically, this mathematical structure has to be just right in order for things, actually physical things and matter, to exist. And so it boils down basically to information, which informs the mathematical principles upon which the laws of physics work, upon which the universe works. And that's why we can call it a mathematical structure, or like a computer, you know. And the math is the software, and the universe is the computer, which works based on the math, on that information. So, and that's basically what the Bible says, that the whole universe, that reality is held up through God, which sustains everything. So
they don't even know what energy is, you know. So what was it, John? Do you know John Lennox? You've heard of him before?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Yeah. So the mathematician and philosopher. So he poses that question a lot, you know, to other. Mostly it's like scientists that are mathematicians and things like that, but he'll ask that question. He's like, if you're gonna write me off as a crazy person just because I believe in God, then why don't you just go ahead and explain to me what energy is, right? And then of course they can never answer that question. He's like, well, then why would you think that God doesn't exist, right? And yeah, once you think about it, I mean, there's a lot of things that we have faith that exists in a certain understanding that we cannot really truly understand. And whether it's gravity, whether it's energy, I mean, consciousness, there's all kinds of things that we just simply cannot explain scientifically. So
I say that materialism has no explanation whatsoever. If you look closely to reality, to all the big questions, materialism does not provide any compelling explanation whatsoever. And I think that's why Venter, which I cited, is so significant, because he mentioned the core of the problem, which is selection. In order to have selection, you need intelligence. Intelligence selects things purposefully to bring forward something which is useful, which has a purpose. And matter by itself has no purpose, has no goals, has no reason to make things which work, which function. And that's the big problem. And that is the big difference between a stone and an enzyme or a protein or a cell. A stone has not a structure which has a function, but the protein or a cell has a structure which has a function. And that function, to get there, it is very complex, and it is a very narrow path where you have trillions of possibilities, and only one possibility works. And that depends on selection. And selection is a mental process. That's why he said we are using intelligent selection. Of course, in order to make a synthetic cell, he uses intelligent selection. And if you remove intelligence, then you have no plausible mechanism to bring forward what we see in reality.
Exactly.
Okay, Guy, I will also leave the stream, but it was fun. It was great to talk to you and to the other guys. It is delightful when you come to a stream where you have like-minded people and not only people which are objecting you, you know?
I understand. Yeah, I mean, I was having an interaction earlier with a guy on here named LR, and he just was not... He was just basically beating around the bush about everything, didn't want to be honest a lot, and I was like, okay, look, you're going to have to come out straight here and either give us some evidence for your claims or stop acting like we owe you something, right?
Oh, yeah.
And there's only so much you can do. I mean, if they're going to continue to say no, the burden of proof is on you, and we've already given them evidence, what else is there to do? I mean, we're just waiting for you to give your side of the story here.
Yeah, they don't have their side of the story. They have just neglection and ignorance and denial and naysayers.
I mean, he seemed like an intellectual, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, he was very arrogant and did not want to be honest. And then he even, they got into the discussion about slavery, and Bob, you heard about that? Okay.
Oh, they love the topic. They love to accuse God of being genocide and condone slavery and raping children and all and drawing children at Noah's flood and so forth. But
yeah,
hey,
it's super. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. My wife is calling me for breakfast.
Yeah. So sorry. I didn't want to keep you on too long.
Yeah, but
have a blessed night, right?
Yeah, but keep coming up. You are a nice person and have good conversation. So keep coming up to John's channel and interact.
Yeah, no problem. I'm one of the mods on here. I'll see you later, though. Have a blessed night. All right, take care.
Okay, blessings. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.